Yes, sir. We are back. Welcome back to the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy, Genesis. Yes, I know it's been 23 days or 24 days. I don't know for sure. But I am back. Yes, I am alive and well. And God is great regardless of whatever happens in this world. Life must go on, and you just got to stay focused and keep some love in your heart, because so many things happens in this world and you just want to just go crazy, but it's like, all right, maybe I could just take it day after day. You know what time it is. All right, so with that being said, God is great, God is wonderful, I am grateful to God, and let's enjoy the show. Let's enjoy the show. Let's enjoy the show. All right, so it's been a long time, so we would be what, doing a recap for what, 20 days? I don't know. But we're just gonna start with this video right here, and we're gonna be going from there. Mr. Booski, how are you doing? Carlos says, what happened? Um, man, it's hard to tell, but just know I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. All right, let's get it.
And is taking hold as President Trump is implementing his mass deportation policy. Looks like every time ICE is preparing to launch a large-scale enforcement operation in a liberal city, information about that raid is leaked. And now the administration is taking major steps to make sure that stops happening. Attorney General Pam Bondi warning yesterday right here on Fox News, quote, "If you leaked it, we will find out who you are. We will come after you." This after Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem said that she thought that FBI employees were the ones responsible for these leaks. Also tonight, our own Bill Maloogian reporting that Secretary Noem is asking the Treasury Department to allow IRS agents to be sent to the southern border to help enforce immigration law. Here with more is Trump administration border czar Tom Homan. Tom, where are these leaks coming from?
Well, look, we think it's coming from inside, and we know the first leak of Aurora is under current investigation. We think we identified that person under investigation right now. The California leak, Secretary Noem, she's correct. Some of the information we're receiving tends to lead toward the FBI. But I talked to the Deputy Attorney General all this weekend. They've opened up a criminal investigation. And they have promised that not only this person lose their job and lose their pension, they're going to go to jail. They're going to criminally prosecute. So we're all over it. We got the DHS IG investigating the first one. Have a pretty good idea what happened. Can't share a lot because it's under investigation, but the IG's opened up a criminal investigation on the second one. We're sending a strong message. It's just not, giving the bad guys a heads up so they can escape apprehension. Right? We're arresting, giving the Venezuela gang a heads up so we can't arrest them. You're putting officers' lives at risk. It's only a matter of time if we walk into a place where there's going to be a bad guy doesn't care. He's going to be sitting and wait for the officers to show up and ambush them. This is not a game. So DHS and DOJ are connected at the hip to hold these people responsible in a criminal fashion.
So early indications are this is coming from our own FBI. How certain are you of that?
So, of course, the border czar, Tom Homan, he's complaining about the ICE raid and how informations are being leaked. And it's like, okay, so how do we do our job if you guys are telling our business what time we're going to get there and stuff like that? But of course, these guys just want to impede. They want to impede Tom Homan's, effort, as well as the 47th Donald Trump, of course. They don't want them to do their job. They don't want them to do their job. So that's just what it is. I mean, because if you want them to do their job, why would you, leak information? Why would you leak information? But you do that because you know for a fact that you want to slow them up. You want to slow them down rather. So it's like, come on.
Information leading to that. Again, I'll let the Department of Justice do their own investigation. But again, I talked to the Deputy Attorney General this week, and they've opened up a criminal investigation. He thinks the information is coming from there also, so we'll let that investigation play out. But some of the leads point that way.
Wow, that's really scary. The idea of not hiring these 88,000 IRS agents to go after law-abiding taxpayers and bringing them to the border, how helpful would that be in your mission?
No, we'll put them to work. For the law enforcement officers, we can certainly put them to work in helping secure some of these at-large operations. They don't have the immigration authority, but they can certainly cover a back door. They can certainly transport. They can certainly help process. The non-criminal IRS agent, they can help us process and do some intelligence and wrap around infrastructure planning. We'll take them. We can use all the help we can get because this is a big operation. So I hope we get some of them. I think President Trump's made it very clear. This is all a government approach because this is a national security vulnerability, our open border, and having all these over 2 million known gotaways. You and I talked about this a lot, Sean, helping us find these people who paid more to get away. Over 2 million. We don't know who they are, where they came from, why they're here, but we need to find those folks. So we'll take every man and woman available to come.
Right. I keep going back to a question, and you have every right to be irritated with me for keep asking it, and this is the scary part of tipping off the enemy, because you're right, they'll lie in wait, and the element of surprise will be removed from those brave agents that are willing to find. But the people in this country that don't belong here, but among them are known murderers and rapists and terrorists and cartel members and gang members. This is not an easy lift to begin with. And you've expressed confidence that you'll find them all. And the question is, how quickly do you think we can find them all?
Well, sanctuary cities, they're putting up every roadblock possible. Rather than arresting the bad guy in a county jail, it takes one agent to arrest a bad guy when they gets arrested and put in a county jail. We got to send the whole team to the neighborhood. So it's very difficult in sanctuary cities, but we're going to keep coming. What are we doing about sanctuary cities? I'm going to double the manpower in those sanctuary cities. Sanctuary cities, if we can't get them in their homes, we'll get them in a place of employment. We're going to have large-scale worksite enforcement operation. So we're going to send more resources. We're not going to stop. We're going to keep coming. We're going to keep coming with more. We're going to increase the targeting in those cities. We're going to give.
Everybody knows Tom Homan. He's not a joker. He doesn't play around. He actually says what he means, and he means what he says. So, it's been what? It's been 29 days. How long has Trump been the president of the United States? Like, probably 29 days. And so much is gone a different direction since so much has gone in a different direction since Trump has become the president of the United States. And it's so wild to see that in a few days, a lot can change. Like, a lot can change in just few days. And this is what we've seen here with the OG, the 45th, now the 47th, Donald Trump, and of course, his team. Remarkable.
Full steam ahead on sanctuary cities. Sanctuary cities are becoming the priority. Why? Because they're protecting public safety threats and national security threats. So we're going to double them regardless of what it takes. We got a strong president in the White House that's giving us all the authority we need. We're coming.
But it's like it's so refreshing to watch government officials actually working. You know what I mean? It's like to actually work is wild. It is wild to see. It is so wild to see. And I commend Tom Homan for sure. I commend everybody that are actually working to secure the border, to bring back the economy, to make sure we have fair trade deals. Shout out to Zima. Zima says, welcome back gift. God bless you, Zima. Thank you so much. Yeah, Zima's he's been an inspiration for sure. It was like, Genesis, you gotta get back up here. You better get up here, Genesis. Yeah, so yeah, I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. Thank you, Zima. God bless you. All right, with that being said, I'm telling you, we're gonna do like recap for a long time because I've been out of this world, probably in the dark abyss for a long time. The dark abyss. Yeah, that's the right word. Yeah, I've been in the dark abyss for a while. So I'm back. Okay, God is great. I didn't drown or anything like that, but I'm back. All right, so we're gonna do recaps for a long time until we get back here to the present day. But we're gonna just like mix it up. We're gonna mix it up. Of course, we know RFK has been confirmed. Tulsi Gabbard has been confirmed. Uh, Virtually everybody has been. Well, most cabinet members has been confirmed. But yeah, we're gonna keep going.
Right?
I mean, Eric Adams is still a Democrat-ish, right?
He does push.
You think he's masculine?
No, he's buff.
Yeah,
He's 63 years old. I was going to say Obama. When they said right away who's the most. Now, he's slim, but he's athletic. He plays ball.
But is he right that Republican... Well, first of all, let me just show you the numbers, because actually the numbers maybe do suggest this. For young men under the age of 29, the swing from 2020 to 2024 in Trump's favor is pretty significant. 49 to 48, Trump to Harris. It's almost tied with young men. Trump did very well with young people relative to what he normally does. There's something going on here.
No, and I mean, this was why, Joe Rogan was so influential in this campaign. Joe Rogan has an audience mostly of young men. There was this whole big drama about whether Kamala Harris was going to give an interview to him, wound up not doing it. I think is probably a mistake, although it probably didn't affect the outcome of the election. But, I mean, I think, what that guy said was pretty dumb, but it is not, it is true that Democrats have a problem, especially with young men. I mean, that is a real fact.
So to me, that, in a way, it validates what Clay Travis is talking about, because if you're trying to get young men, you're not going to get them on all policy points and all the... No, Joe Rogan knows karate, and sometimes he talk about drugs. That's good enough for me. Pete Hegseth was in Germany this week doing squats with like 220 on the bar outside for no reason. That's what the Democrat. I'm being silly, but
and you know
I'm
what? One of the
serious.
other points that Clay Travis made, and I think this is true. We saw this in real time when Trump had the assassination attempt in Butler. That image of him raising his fist and saying "fight, fight, fight" was like a shot of testosterone in the arms of a lot of men. Mark Zuckerberg was like, "Oh my God, he's so cool."
And
Like,
went to learn
and now
karate.
look at where we are politically with some of these very people really turning politically toward Trump.
Those numbers that you just read, it's been happening for 10 years. This has been happening slowly but surely over time. I think that pollster in that clip earlier had said 2 out of 6 moderate men voted for Trump. It was the majority of moderate men voted for Trump. Even over 20% of liberal men voted for Trump. There has been what is seen as I don't want to say a war on masculinity, but there has been this trend in the Democratic Party, or it's at least felt that the left is becoming more and more hostile to the things that are typically men. And you've seen John Fetterman talk about this idea of like patronizing, calling them bros, or that ad that looked like a spoof at the end of the race of like real men do this. It's like, have you ever talked to a dude in your life? So in James Carville saying, we need to have less like yappy voices and more men talking. And there are many men in the Democratic Party, Westmore, others.
Democratic messaging is too feminine. But Carrie, what do you think is the masculinity that they are attracted to in Trump?
I'm laughing because I just no disrespect.
Success, okay? This man is a successful figure, all right? How hard is that to comprehend? This man has been working for decades, like 4 or 5 decades, and he's still on top of his game. He is the 47th president of the United States. You know what it means? Like, to be in your 30s and people are talking about you saying you built Trump Tower. You're probably maybe one of the greatest developers in New York. And then probably in the world, the time in his 30s, early 30s. Now he's 78 years old, about to be 79 years old. And he is the 47th president of the United States. Of course, people are inspired. Why wouldn't you be inspired? Like, what are you talking about? You are going to get inspired.
Respect to you lovely men on this panel.
We do have
but you men are something. That's all, you men are something. And I can see the appeal of Donald Trump being a very strong masculine man, and I can see him winning over men, because I do agree the Democratic Party for all intent and purpose felt like a place for the others, and they tried to take on every issue that the Republicans didn't want. If you want to talk about trans, come here. If you want to talk about LGBTQIA, come here. If you want to talk about men and women, in sports, come here. There were all of these things that I felt men wanted to say felt emasculating. It felt like, I'm not with that. I don't believe in that. And I'm going to go over here because they're saying what I'm thinking.
And the abortion issue played a role in that. I mean, I think they did a political calculation.
And I think no one cared about abortion.
The big thing.
I think no one cared about it. I think everyone thought that was the issue. And when it was all said and done at the end of the day, I'm not saying I don't care about abortion. But what I'm saying is when Kamala made that one of her huge talking points. When Michelle campaigned for her, that was a huge talking point. And then in my mind,
oh my God, man, these people are the same. Every single one of them are the same. Remember when Kamala was running for presidential election? Every single one of these women were like, I do not want to live in the world where I cannot choose, where I don't have the choice, the ability to choose. That's what every single one of these women were talking about. At the time, that's what they were talking about. Now it's like, well, nobody really cared. Nobody really cared about abortion. Man, you cared about it. That was your number one topic, according to you ladies at the time. Now it's like, well, we don't really care about it. Yeah, you do. You did care about it, but now you don't, because you realize Americans, like in the real world, who actually clock in 9 to 5, do what they got to do to survive, really don't care about that.
I'm all like, well, what happened to these people? I knew that people would be upset about that, and it felt as if it didn't matter. Although it does, it felt as if it didn't matter, because the conversation about manly men, as we just saw that young man say on the panel, what is his name again?
Clay Travis.
Yeah, I knew that.
Yeah.
Man, come on.
I think I'm alone in this group. I think I'm kind of afraid to be alone in this group. I surveyed these people. I focus grouped them. And they are really, really tired of being accused of either racism or sexism because they voted for Donald Trump. And it's one of the reasons why so many of them did. I sat on this stage with you and got chewed out when I suggested there's a better language to reach out to voters, that the Harris campaign is missing what they're looking for. And I say the same thing here. Americans just want to be Americans, not hyphenated Americans, not female Americans, Black Americans, Jewish Americans. They just want to be Americans.
How do you think it makes people feel, Black people, women, any person who has
he just said. Like, listen, okay, just for a minute, just listen for a minute, okay? This man right here just said, Americans do not want to be, you know, separated, meaning this American, green American, purple American, white American, black American, this American. And then she turned around and said exactly what he said. Americans do not want to be categorized as. It's like, what? You're saying exactly what he just said. Americans do not want. What is going on? You can never make this up, yeah.
Americans just want to be Americans, not hyphenated Americans, not female Americans, black Americans, Jewish Americans. They just want to be Americans.
How do you think it makes people feel, black people, women, any person who has immutable characteristics about themselves, to be told every time that something happens that because they exist in a particular role, it is their fault? How does it make them feel?
How does it make people feel when they're told that they're a racist?
No. I mean, answer.
But this is,
but answer my question.
I am, because these are predetermined considerations.
No.
You were going
you're
to
assuming. You're telling me I'm.
Do you want an answer?
Well, you're not answering my question. You're telling me.
Yes, I'm trying to.
You were telling me
Actually,
that
Your response is in bad faith. I mean, what she is saying is something you're not responding to.
Help her out.
Because it doesn't.
Yeah. Help her out because,
address why Donald Trump immediately went to DEI as an explanation without any evidence whatsoever for what looks to be an inexcusable and certainly a very devastating and tragic plane and helicopter crash a couple of days ago. And instead, you pivot to talking about how terrible it is that some people who voted for Donald Trump are being called racist and sexist. You're refusing to grapple with the central tension.
My understanding.
Frank, it's an option.
Hold on.
Frank, it's an
because
option
my
for
understanding
Trump.
is of the voter.
Frank,
that is what I do.
It is an option.
What about
for
the immorality and the incompetence
Frank,
of
it's an
blaming
option
DEI
for Donald
for what
Trump.
happened?
All right,
You can all jump on me. That's
No.
fine.
I'm not jumping on you. I'm trying to have a conversation with you. Okay, look, it is an option for Donald Trump to respect his voters and not scapegoat race in a situation like that. He chooses not to every time. Why?
He is saying, and I do not defend him, and I've not defended him on this program, because there are things that are more important than Republican and Democrat, and it's why some people lost primaries and some people are not members of Congress anymore. I'm trying to tell you the truth.
Well, look, you don't have to listen. I just
Hold
won
on,
my
Dare.
primary,
Hold on.
but you don't.
Yeah. Oh man, I think his name is Frank. This man right here is literally talking about facts, okay? Real life situations, okay? Things that Americans actually care about. And everybody around him is just like, well, you're wrong. This is why millions of people voted for Trump. People are like, well, Trump is a bad person. Well, he's a common sense person, okay? If you do not have common sense, like you should, I mean, things like boys in boys' bathroom, and you know what I mean? Like, just common sense stuff like that. But nobody cares, okay? Nobody cares about normal common sense. Everybody wants to talk about total BS. That's what people want to talk about. But here you have it. And this person is not like this guy. Like I said, I think his name is Frank. It's like, he's not even like I wouldn't say he is a Trump fan or a dedicated Republican person or whatever, voter. He's not. Because I've heard him talk bad about Trump for like a long time. And now it's like, maybe we were wrong. Maybe we were wrong now. And still, people are still arguing. It's like, just learn from your mistakes and actually talk about things that Americans care about.
You don't have to lecture me.
Hold on, Mondare. Let me let him finish.
I mean, if you're gonna throw shots,
Mondare, just a second. Let me let him finish.
Here we go.
This is why this show is such a challenge for me. because I really am. And I've been on this show and criticized him many times. I've been on the show and praised him. In the end, how do we get beyond how we look? How do we get beyond how we sound? Because in the end, we all have a right to a point of view, and I respect yours, regardless.
I just don't respect the gaslighting and the bad faith conversation.
I also think you cannot talk about getting beyond all of those things, race, hyphens, whatever it is, when at the highest offices of the land, you have someone saying, because there is diversity, there is a lack of merit, there is a lack of quality, there is a lack of experience. That is a racist view, that people who have characteristics that they cannot change about them, that don't tell you anything about their intellect, about their experience, are by definition not experienced. Do you understand that?
I do, because I listen to this, I hear this, and I internalize it. And for those who feel like they're being marginalized, we have to do more. I agree with you.
It's not even just about being marginalized. It's just about recognizing
I just said I agree with you.
I know. I'm saying, but look, I'm not trying to use academic. I'm not trying to use academic language to talk about this. I'm just saying that there are people. Look, a couple days ago, there was a Harvard-educated Olympic track star was told that she wasn't qualified to have gone to Harvard, that she was basically a DEI admit to Harvard. I mean, that just from a human
Yes, that's
perspective,
wrong.
that is
we
wrong.
all agree
right?
that's wrong.
May I ask you a question
we
about
all
this?
agree with that, but there's nothing I can say to you on this panel for any of you that's going to satisfy
No.
you.
May I ask you a question about
And
this?
that's the problem.
So you're saying Americans felt alienated by the way Democrats talked about
And
some of these things.
Yes.
Okay, but do you think that this is the antidote? That I think that's the question here. I mean, you can be critical of terms that Democrats have used, but it's not clear to me how this approach is better. In fact, it seems exponentially worse to be scapegoating, whether it's hyphenated Americans or otherwise, any group of Americans for this tragedy, to be purging government data from websites under the guise of DEI and rooting out wokeness. I guess that's where I think there's a bit of a disconnect here. It's like,
I agree with you.
okay.
I agree with you. And you're probably surprised. That's the goal in all of this. How do we get to the point when we are judged by our merit, when you're judged by our performance? I've had two experiences. Number one is my house almost burned down in Brentwood. I wasn't even there to see it. And I want the best people possible to be on the front lines fighting that fire. I landed 55 minutes before this plane landed. I could have been on it. So I feel it. I hear this and I get it. And you're correct and you're correct. The question is, do we beat up on it and yell about it and complain, or do we try to get a solution? Do we try to get beyond it? Mm-hmm. And the problem is, there's nothing I can say that's going to convince you.
Well, but in order for us to get beyond it, Donald Trump and the woke right, they have to stop talking about it. The reason that we're talking about it is because it was a deliberate decision that the Trump administration made. I would much rather be talking about the economy and some of the other things that I know that the Donald Trump administration is going to do, but we're not in the now second week of the Trump administration. We are ending it talking about DEI because this was a decision that they made.
And to be clear, our discussion of it is not out of nowhere. It's not something we created out of whole cloth. It doesn't mean that we're harping on something that the American people would rather we not talk about. It is responding directly to something that happened.
And the only person who, to your point, injected race into this is Donald Trump. We could be having a very normal investigation into a national tragedy, comforting these families. But this is the conversation that not only do they want to have, but they are making it the only conversation around what happened here. And that is not just wrong from a moral perspective, but it's also a missed opportunity to keep Americans safe.
Well, both the president and Secretary Hegseth, I believe, said in that press conference in the briefing room that elevation was probably the issue here. It seems to be the case with the helicopter. And to your point, I mean, they were likely right in the moment, immediately after. And here it has been completely hijacked by something else. I do think, though,
that's just a nice use of the passive
Can I
tense.
just say one thing about that? Just because we just had a whole conversation about this crash, the elevation is a fact, right? They were at the wrong elevation. The question is, and what the investigation will find out, is what actually caused that to happen. And yes, he did say, oh, the elevation is the problem, but then he said it's because of DEI and because of a lack of standards as a result of diversity initiatives. So Trump is diagnosing the problem by saying that the blame is actually on this thing that we don't know had anything at all to do with it.
Right, which is the part where I said then he hijacked the point that he was trying to make about the elevation. But, Frank, you're the master of language, so you probably have a better way of articulating this than I do. The conversation that I do think needs to be taking place in this country, and unfortunately Donald Trump uses DEI as the euphemism for it, is we have lowered standards across the board. We have lowered standards across the board in the name of entertainment, in the name of whatever, and it's happening. It's happening in education, it's happening in sports, it's happening in the workplace, and that is a conversation that I think is legitimate and needs to be had.
That's facts. I mean, a lot of people would say, this whole DEI initiative is like bad, which for sure I think is like, you don't want to get employed based on diversity, equity, and inclusion, or whatever that is.
Cabinet that has perhaps more Fox hosts than people who
you know what makes them
people of
qualified?
color.
Yes. No, don't do it. Let her finish.
And I would just ask Scott, if race is not the issue, then why is DEI mentioned every
5
single
seconds.
day as a solution to every single problem that faces this
Because of how pervasive it is,
but do you
and
think
how
it's
hateful
really
it is
true?
to an actual conservative ideological view.
But do you think it is true that all of America's ills, from the plane crash to whatever it is, wildfires, due to DEI for real?
I think that if you believe in the fundamental principle of America, which is that we guarantee everybody an equal chance, not an equal outcome, but an equal chance, then trying to go around that principle, conservatives don't believe in it. And most people who believe in America don't believe in it, number one. Number two, the concept of not hiring the best person for the job in government or anywhere else has been repeatedly rejected by the American people, the Supreme Court, and everything else. And so
What do you mean? So I guess what I'm saying is, like, if that is the case, then people are questioning the actual qualifications of many people Donald Trump hired for jobs.
Yeah.
So do you think that he actually...
Why?
Because Elon Musk doesn't even go here.
Do you think that he...
That's why.
This is the question people are asking. This is the question that Ryan Clark just asked. Did Donald Trump, for Health and Human Services, find the person with the best expertise to address
this is not a.
When it comes to the Department of Defense, did he find the person with the best expertise to address those issues, or did he just find people who he liked?
Political appointees have one qualification. They serve at the pleasure of the president because the president believes that person's going to best carry out their agenda. That is the only qualification.
And to protect and defend the Constitution.
And
against
that is the only.
also
That's the only qualification for a political appointee.
Competency doesn't matter.
Of course they're competent. Of course he believes they're competent. If he didn't believe they were competent, he wouldn't appoint them.
I'm not being fair with that. You're not being fair with that response. She asked you a very simple question, yes or no. Look at the appointees. Do you believe DEI had anything to do with those appointees? Do you believe they were qualified? Do you think they would protect and defend the Constitution that represents all of the people of the United States of America?
I think Marco Rubio.
I think you all have literally no idea how the government works, is what I actually
do. I do. I served at a higher level than anyone here.
A couple people at this table have served in the government.
Yeah, me too.
Including for this former president.
I just want to say that I think the premise that DEI exists and therefore the people that got the opportunity, perhaps because of DEI, are not qualified is a flawed premise.
Correct.
And I think that is what is so frustrating about the argument around DEI. We know in this country historically, and even today, there are still injustices in this country based on race, based on gender, based on ideology.
Based on who your daddy played
golf with. Yes.
Okay, that happens every single day. We know that.
But it happens every single day all over the planet.
That's
the
what I'm
planet Earth. It is human nature.
That's
it is human in every single. And we're the best at it. We're the best at trying
We
to
know
include
Donald Trump's our
people.
president.
Arthur, I guess that's exactly my point. I agree with you. I think that it is true that there have been preferences not for merit since the dawn of time. And that in this country right now, the same people who are going after DEI, which is about giving opportunities to people who have been historically marginalized, are just as willing to hire their friends.
Is that what equity means? Giving opportunity or guaranteeing outcomes?
It's giving access.
Because that's what equity means. It's a difference. There's a difference between equality and equity.
No, it's giving
Harry,
access.
I just want to answer his question because I think
Wouldn't
this
talent
is super,
and hard work
Scott,
give you
I think this
access?
is incredibly
In theory.
important for you to understand and for everybody to understand at home, okay? This is where I think we go crossways on this issue. You just asked the question, what does equity mean? Does it mean equality or does it mean access to opportunities? And conservatives want to define it a particular way, but you have to acknowledge, I'm asking you to acknowledge that people who believe in DEI do not define it that way. They do not define it as equality.
I think they define it as trying to guarantee outcomes, and I think they define it as trying to punish people they don't like.
Scott, that's
politically, wrong race, wrong
Speaking
gender.
from more
I
of
think that's
the
what it's
middle
all
of the
about.
country who's not hyper-partisan on this issue, I think that people generally think diversity is a virtue. It makes businesses better. It makes institutions better. But they also don't like when you have companies or organizations that are spending huge amounts of money to stand up DEI office. As an example, Fairfax County Public Schools, $400,000 spent on a DEI office, but kids are not reading at the levels that they should. They're not advancing at the levels that they should. It's not.
And that's true. That right there is facts. Kids are, well, most kids in the United States are now reading on or above their grade level, which is bad.
The issue
But were
of
they
diversity.
doing that before the office was stood up?
Well, no, and probably not. And so I'm not saying the connection.
So maybe
it's
implementing DEI might actually help people have a
But it's not an
better
argument
educational
against DEI. It's how much of our resources are we actually putting?
But that's
to
not that's not the way the conversation is being posed in America today. The conversation about DEI and woke and all of that sounds about marginalized Black and brown people who already are threatened seem to be threatened in this community, in this society, and they're not getting the same opportunities. It was the same thing with affirmative action. Went to UCLA, they got rid of affirmative action. Everyone said you got in because of affirmative action. When I graduated, affirmative action didn't take my test. Affirmative action didn't help me get to where I'm at today. It gave me access that I didn't have based on the opportunity that I lacked because of the circumstances I was born into, which had nothing to do with me, but the country in which we live in. So the reality is...
Have you seen the test scores of UCLA Medical, by the way?
My point being, Scott, is that everyone doesn't have the same access. People like to hire their friends. They like to hire the people that they like to be around.
Do you think they like to hire the best people for the job?
But I also think around the idea of diversity.
No, Donald Trump hired all of his friends.
Well, she's right and she's wrong. She's right and wrong. She's right and wrong.
The issue in this country right now is we live in different realities.
That's right.
I live in a reality where I know I do not have the same opportunity as you. I know I don't.
And you know
and
that
I know
too.
what, Scott?
I got it.
And you know that.
Let me just tell you about me.
I'm gonna let you finish, but I want to answer this.
I'm not talking about how you feel. I'm talking about how I feel. Me, a Black woman in this country.
But not in this city.
And I will run. And if you want
Look,
me
I'm a
to,
New Yorker, not in
I
this
will
city.
run
You cannot
the
say that.
facts.
You
I
can't
will
say that
run.
in this city. I have a.
I'm not talking about New York. I'm talking about Ashley
let her finish.
Allison
Okay,
right
let her
here.
finish. Let her finish.
I got a law degree, a master's, and 2 bachelors. Probably more education than all of y'all added up together at this table,
Fine
right?
by me.
And I have always been the least paid person on payroll at every institution I have worked in. And it's not
Even
because...
in the White House?
Even in the White House.
Well, whose fault is that? I don't think you worked for George W. or Trump.
Well, guess what happened when I was there? DEI.
Scott.
Look.
I think, look, there are so many successful colored people in the United States. So, like, if you don't bargain or negotiate your salary, you're not going to get paid what you think you deserve. You have to go talk to whoever pays you and tell them, you know what, I think I deserve a raise, or I think I bring value to this corporation or whatever company you work for. And then really it doesn't matter if you're, well, whatever you are, you have to speak up for yourself. And then if the terms and conditions are now what you want, you find somewhere else. You go somewhere else. You don't complain about, well, everybody has their own opinion, okay? I just don't believe in complaining about something for a long time. Okay, if it's not working for you in that environment, just change it and go get paid somewhere else. Like, come on.
Go ahead, Scott.
Look,
You're my friend. I respect you tremendously. I think you're probably the smartest operative in the Democratic Party, and they should listen to you more. That's number one. Number
Sure.
two, you and I share a comparable background. We're both from the Midwest. We both come from middle-class families, lower middle-class families maybe. I actually think we share a lot of similarities in our journey. But I think you made it, and you are the most respected voice often at every room or every table you're in, not because of anything other than your talent and your work ethic. And that's all anybody ever is asking for, is for people with talent and work ethic to make it. And that's what I see in you. That's how I see you.
But let me tell you something about my story and my family story, is that
He just agreed with you. He said your work ethic, okay? You worked hard. You deserve this. You're smart, intelligent. You're smart and intelligent. He just told you that. But she said, no. Let me tell you something about our family, about my family. Okay. All right. Here we go.
we have faced discrimination. I have faced discrimination. I just said I was the least paid person, even in this moment sometimes, to my counterparts. It is just the reality of the country we live in. And I'm not saying, I do believe I'm qualified. I know I'm qualified. You won't ever tell me I'm not qualified. But the system that I live in doesn't matter about my qualifications.
I don't
agree,
think we're
because
there
I-
in
when I-
2025.
Oh,
I
come
don't think
on.
we're there in
Come
2025.
on. You can't don't
That's just not true.
That's just not true.
There's,
I don't know.
There's a mountain of evidence that suggests that you are wrong.
Think about this, okay? Just think about this. This is in my opinion, this is a respected woman, okay? Respected colored woman. Because people like to, talk about colors. So I'm just gonna say, okay, it's a colored woman speaking on CNN. Okay, CNN is known worldwide, okay, to be a respected. You might say they're fake news or whatever, but CNN worldwide is known to be like one of the giant of like information, news, and stuff like that. She's here and she's telling her own her own opinions here on one of the biggest, the largest, the giant company that actually tells news. And here she is talking about, well, I don't get paid much. This is the height right here. You're like, millions of people want to work where you are right now. They want to be where you are right now. And people are like, somebody just said she had to do extraordinary to even get that respect. Well, everybody has to work hard. Everybody has to work hard. I mean, it is what it is. However, we now live in a different world. People think we're still living in 1960, 1940. No, it's 2025. Of course, BS happens, okay? However, the people that lived way before us, like in 1940s, 1950s, 1960s, if they actually see the movie of what's going on today, like 2025, on TV, wherever they are right now, they'll be like, what? These guys are living the dream. Okay? So take advantage of whatever you have right now and just make the best out of it. That's just what I believe in.
Okay, let's just
Again,
take
I'm
Ashley.
I'm a
let's
New
just-
Yorker, so I'm jaded. I have
Okay.
the Attorney General is a
I'm
black
not-
woman.
okay,
The
we
mayor's
just
a
went- we
black
just
man.
went
The
from-
head of the Senate is a
we
black
just-
woman.
Okay, New York is a small
Okay.
representation.
Well, small.
of the
New York is
United
not that
States
small.
of America.
Politics. Let me just talk. Let me talk about
Every judge I
numbers.
appear before
Because
is either a
Ashley
woman
just
or a
gave-
person of
Ashley
color.
just gave an anecdote, but the numbers also show black women are one of the most educated demographics in this country and one of the least paid. Why would that make
He's
any
right.
sense?
Why would that make any sense? And don't talk to me about the judges you stand before. Talk to
Why?
me about the
Whoa,
theory.
hold on.
Talk to me about the
But
world
it
in which
also-
we live in and
Let's
the
look at
system
the
that
United
we live
States
in.
Supreme Court. How could you say we're not going to look at that from the top to the bottom? And I'm talking about the
okay,
legal
New
system.
York is a more
that I live in.
progressive
And we
state.
just got a black woman.
Hold up. Let me.
We just got a black woman on the
Okay, but you had a black man from
You brought
the
up the
70s.
You brought up the Supreme
Or
Court.
the 60s.
One.
Did you know, Arthur, that there are many?
Hold on. What percentage of it does it represent the United States of America?
Why
So
is
why
it
does it matter?
but why
So
is
we
it
gotta
so
go by
hard?
Guys, one at a
Why
time.
is it-
but
why
guys,
is it so
So
hard
we
for
gotta-
you
we
to
can all one at a time.
acknowledge?
This right here is why the Democrat Party, this is why they actually lost the election in 2024. Conversations like this, because they're all about, the only thing they care about is division. It's about dividing people with conversations like this. It's like color, it's about being black and being a black woman and then being a black man and then being a black this. Okay. If you're like comfortable in your own skin, you don't have to like go back and forth and talking about like as a black man in the United States. Of course you are. I am a black man in the United States. I mean, Jesus. Am I gonna live my life every day talking about I'm a black man in the United States? I'm a human being in the world. Okay. Of course I am. I happen to live in the United States. Okay. I get it. But don't be like, oh, I'm a black man in the United States. All the days of your life. That's all you're gonna talk about. I'm a black woman in the United. Okay. Do you know how many black women on earth wants to be in the United States? Like people would do anything to get into the United States. Black, white, green, gray, purple, old, young, average, whatever age, wherever nationality, they want to come to the United States. So people who live here should actually be grateful to God, especially if you were born here. Okay. I wasn't born in the United States. All right. I became a United States citizen. All right. So I am absolutely grateful for that because people are like, oh, nah, I don't take United States for granted. Okay. I'm grateful for the opportunity to be a part of something greater. Okay. Something that can actually change and is currently changing the world. So it's like, I don't get it. Just enjoy the perks because it's like you have perks if you are in the United States. Your life literally has perks. You can be anything if you actually decide to become something.
What she just said.
can
Why is
only
it
have
so
13%
hard?
Why is it just
of
one?
justice.
Why
it
is there
so-
only one Italian American?
No, but why is
Why?
it so hard for you to acknowledge what she just said about
didn't-
black women
I
being the most educated
I
and
did
the most
acknowledge it. I said
underpaid?
that's
And
not
you-
my experience.
Okay,
If that
but
was the
we're
case,
because
we
you're
would
not
have
a
more
black
black women on
woman.
the
No,
Right.
I'm a
But
New
New-
Yorker,
but
and that's
New
not
York
the
is
way
not
it is in New
representative
York.
of the rest
You're
of America.
correct.
That's
You
that's
are
also what
correct.
It's also the most diversity in the country.
Well, that's exactly.
Like
So of
white
course
women.
there's more
I think it's a
representation
little
in
more
women.
representative.
And Scott, I think if you really see you said something very beautiful. This is your friend. You guys share a lot of the same values. You guys
All right, here we
think
go.
alike. You guys are literally friends off air. You text, you have good conversations. There is the yes and in that. There is something that says to me that you know what she's saying is true. You think she's smart. You know that she's smart. She's more educated than mostly everyone at this table. And so what she's saying isn't a lie. What she's saying is a real life experience. And so why is it so hard to understand why something like diversity, equity, inclusion needs to be a part of what we do in a system that never even acknowledged a group of people, never saw us as a human commodity, just literally never noticed who we were. And now here we are years later asking for some simple rights, some simple civility. She's asking to be paid like you get paid. She's asking to be acknowledged like you get acknowledged. And she knows that that is not the case because she is a black woman.
She had a high-ranking position in the White House of the United States of America.
Dear friend,
she is one of the most celebrated political operatives in the country.
There's a
It's like, okay, please become the United States president, ma'am. Madam President. That's what, like, because it's like, what are you talking? I just told you guys, she works here. We are literally watching one of the most respected people, like on TV, on CNN. She worked with the Biden administration. It's like, what are you even talking about? But it is what it is. People just like to complain. I'm telling you. People just like to complain. You're here on CNN, like, huge platform. And then she's talking about, we're not being paid. But if she does the same job as this guy right here, I think she should be paid the same. Whoever does the most gets paid the most, in my opinion. I don't care if you're a woman or a man or whatever you are. Whatever. Okay? As long as you do the most, you should get paid the most. That's my philosophy. Okay? You cannot do the bare minimum and expect to get paid the most. I mean, Jesus, bro. If she's doing the most job, if she's doing the most work, then she has to get paid the most. So, and I think that's how it works. I don't think you would be doing the most job or the most work in your or any organization if you don't go and tell whoever like employed you and say, you know what, I do this, I do this, I do that, and I bring this to the table. You have to actually negotiate your salary. Like, people don't get it. You have to actually go negotiate your salary. Because if you just keep getting paid what you've been getting paid and you're doing like the most, you can take your expertise, your talent, your experience somewhere else. Like, don't be tied down.
You know how hard I had to work to get that.
Do you know how hard the son of a garbage man had to work at it? So I'm just telling you.
I'm not saying that, but
talent and work ethic are everything, and that's why I think you're here.
It's not true. It's just not true. It's just not true.
The other thing is, the access to opportunity is. I know you don't want to think that that is true, but access to opportunity is what DEI is supposed to address. And not just when it comes to race, although race is important, but when it comes to women, when it comes to people with disabilities, when it comes to people from different socioeconomic brackets, from rural parts of the country.
I think that's the biggest issue. There's different socioeconomic brackets more than race and gender.
Now we're trying to say that everything is equal just because I say it is, even though all the evidence.
Who said everything is equal?
Well, that's literally we're already living in a meritocratic society, is what Scott and his colleagues want to say, when that's actually factually not true.
Do you not think everything is equal?
But I think it's generally.
I don't think everything is
true.
So actually,
but I think it'll seek its own level. I don't think the government should be telling us to seek its own level.
But you literally earlier just said.
DEI is not about the government. Y'all are talking to private companies and telling them you can't
operate
the way
you want to operate.
But Arthur, you literally just said, I don't think it will seek itself out, because you literally just said human nature. That's how we operate.
That's right.
Sometimes, which is why the civil rights movement was so important.
I think it's more socioeconomic than it is.
This is why, like, when they talk about like canceling the Department of Education, why they talk about the federal government. The reason why the federal government was so important, particularly for Black people to seek justice in this country, is because it was the one bastion of hope that people had when states took control and they had discriminatory practice laws.
Okay, but
the
that was a long
Supreme
time
Court.
ago.
It's like, this is why the Democrat Party lost the election in 2024. I could say this all day. She's been talking about, and they all have been talking about the same thing. What? Discrimination. Like we are in 1940s, 1930s. Am I saying like at every level in this world, in this life, there would always be bad actors, okay? There would always be bad actors no matter what, okay? You would meet good guys, you would meet bad guys, okay? That's just how the world works, okay? You would meet people that would be, mean to you, and you would meet people that would be actually, like, good people to you, like, actually great guys and great ladies or whatever, okay? Some people are bad, some people are good, all right? And that's how it goes at every level in this world. But most people don't get it. It's like, oh, that person is like, no, they're just bad. It's not because they're like Black or because they're white. They're just actually like, they're not good people. It's just what it is. Okay. So to me, I just look at people like that. I don't look at people like, oh, this person's a racist or what. If you're not a good person, you're not a good person. Okay. It is what it is. However, going back to DEI or whatever these guys are talking about, these ladies right here, talking about these beautiful brown skinned ladies right here, these ladies are a dream come true for their ancestors. They are. These ladies right here, they are dream come true for their ancestors. And the ancestors are wherever they are right now, looking down and like proud for what they have become right now. Because this is great. And we've also had a 44th president of the United States, okay, who happens to be Barack Obama. All right. So it's like, I feel like all that type of like division conversation should just end because Americans are like totally tired.
I really feel like I look at this Trump-Elon relationship. You ever had a homeboy who had a girlfriend nobody liked?
All the time.
And he has to act like everybody is, no, we're fine, we're happy. Like, it is going to take a consecutive series of brave people to keep this administration from going off the rails from some of the decisions. To Kerry's point in the last break, you have a brave district attorney. Well, you're going to need a bunch of brave judges because he's going to come for their heads too. And whichever FBI agents get replaced by the Jan 6 FBI agents that are eventually going to get fired, you're going to need brave ones there too to keep standing up to this.
I'm not sure that is happening. I mean, there's a lot of infatuation with Elon Musk. He also, I just want to play this because he was at the World Government Summit in Dubai, or virtually, he was speaking virtually. And it's unclear what capacity he was speaking in because he was saying things like this.
I think we do need to delete entire agencies as opposed to leave part of them behind. Because if you leave part of them behind, it's easy. It's kind of like if leaving a weed. If you don't remove the roots of the weed, then it's easy for the weed to grow back. There's like National Endowment for Democracy, but I'm like, okay, well, how much democracy have they achieved lately? I don't know, not much. The United States has been kind of pushy in international affairs. I think we should, in general, leave other countries to their own business. And basically, America should mind its own business.
I mean, look,
He wearing a T-shirt on a Skype at a conference.
He's the richest man in the world. He can do whatever he wants. Yeah. But really, it's a serious question. Is he Elon Musk's special government employee, the most powerful man, maybe second to the president of the United States, or Elon Musk, the billionaire, most wealthy businessman in the world, speaking to potential investors.
He's a special employee appointed by the President of the United States who ran around the country with Donald Trump, who said, if I get elected, I'm going to let this man run crazy through the government and toss it. He says there's a lot of agencies. Yes, there's more agencies than there are years that we've been a country, most of which most Americans have no idea what they do. For every new law, there is 18.5 new regulations, according on average by DOGE's numbers, that are added onto the books. That lawsuit that was brought up, to me, was bananas. They said he's an agent of chaos. You know what's chaotic? A debt of $36 trillion in a treasury that has no way of accounting and rectifying their bills. That's chaos. And a history lesson, you said the AGs made a note in there that our founders would be sick at seeing Elon Musk. If they showed up and saw a government that was functioning like it is now and growing at the size it is now and hiring as many faceless bureaucrats who are making these crazy shipments of cash overseas for crazy, ideas, they would be horrified, and they say burn it all.
They would be horrified also because the United States is so much larger and more expansive now than it was then.
And here's an idea. If the government is so out of control, why don't you have Congress pass a law or pass a budget shutting down the agencies they don't like? Well, instead, you have Elon Musk on his own deciding what
Jeff,
agencies.
you can't ask Congress to do anything. They have been dysfunctional for a decade.
You cannot ask
Congress to do it. They haven't done their job.
Republicans, and by the way, Arthur, Republicans, you remember that Republicans right now hold all the levers of power, right?
Listen,
they control the House, they control the Senate, and they control the White House. Under what circumstances would that not be a recipe to pass laws that they want?
Because they just don't. They don't look at the bureaucracy, this huge thing. Elon Musk is on the spectrum. He's the first one who says it. He's got a special brain. He figures things out that Jeffrey Toobin and I have not figured out. How to get a thing into space.
How to be
have
so rich.
How to have,
I wish I figured that out.
That's it. Well, it's because, so they put a guy in charge and they said, look, find why we're paying $100,000 for a bolt in this crazy agency and save us taxpayers who pay 53% of our monies in taxes. Save us some money. Do I think he should be doing it with a scalpel more than a hatchet? I do. But maybe the only way to do it is with a hatchet and then start giving some of the money back.
Let's not forget, Bill Clinton came into office and says wherever it says the president shall, the president will. He said, I want to cut government by 12%, the employees of the government by 12%. He said he started wanting to roll agencies into each other. He started that process. That's what Elon Musk is doing with USAID.
I think that's actually a very good point.
No one's arguing that point.
Because Bill Clinton did do that, but he didn't do it the way it's happening right now.
Well,
he did it through a process.
Well, it didn't really
Abby,
work.
He actually did.
It did work.
TW, he actually did shrink the government. And I think one of the challenges here is, a lot of this is good show, but how much money is really being saved?
And where is it going?
Yes.
Why are we not asking?
No, seriously, how much money
and
is
where
it?
is it going? And then where is it going?
They're not touching anything that actually accounts for the largest spending.
But TW, to your point, I agree. Bloated. Everyone's not arguing. It's definitely an issue. No mismanagement of funds. No one's arguing that. No one at this table. No sane person is saying that. What I am saying, and I want to focus on the word you used, was this infatuation. While, yes, he is the richest man in the world and arguably has a brain that's different and special than all of ours, where in the world does that give him the authority and the agency to operate a government?
Elon's goal.
You just said it, okay? You just answered your own question. You said he has a special brain, okay? And then you went ahead and said, what gives him the authority to operate our government? You just said it. He has a special brain. You just said he has a special brain. And then you say, who gives him the authority? The special brain. Okay.
Isn't to run the country. His goal is
Sure
to find.
it is.
It is to find waste, fraud, and abuse and streamline what government
And put
is.
more
He
money in
posts
his
that-
pocket.
He posts that meme all the time of an engine going from this super complex thing to this more sleek, powerful option. That is what he is doing, and he is unleashing programmers into departments
All right.
to go
I
through
want to
antiquated systems.
Roy,
and find
before
foreign waste.
you
It's
weigh
great.
in, I just want to show everybody this picture of Elon and the Prime Minister of India, Modi. You were just saying he doesn't want to run the country.
The problem here is Elon Musk is smart. He's a smart man. He's a smart businessman. He's a giant. He's a whale, actually. It's like the biggest whale in the ocean at this point, okay? And people can argue, people can say, well, whatever you say, okay, just understand this. Elon Musk, his dream, okay, what he thinks about, according to him, he says, his goal, his life's mission is to um, get to Mars, okay? Create civilization in Mars. He's not really thinking about any of this stuff. I mean, he is because he's involved. However, his goal is civilization in Mars. He's the richest human being when it comes to money financially in the world. And it's like, how much can you pay him? Okay. Well, you can say he's doing this because he wants to make sure he has all the regulations that he needs, whatever he needs to make sure his goal, which is civilization in Mars, to, I guess, become a reality. I could say, yes, I get it. If you say that's what is working, or all of this is doing is to make sure his dream, civilization on Mars, become a reality. I would get it, okay? But like, he's doing it so he can line his pocket. No, I don't think so, okay? I don't think so at all. I don't think so at all. I think Elon is smart. I think the United States should actually utilize his brain and his genius level activities, and the fact that he's shown time and again, every single time, that he is he can actually multitask, and he's what he's a very successful human being. Now, is he an elected official? Actually, no, absolutely not. However, the president of the United States can actually um, bring whoever he decides to work with into his administration, because, like it or not, the president is the commander in chief. Okay, so he can do what he wants and consult whoever he wants, and he's decided to um, bring the smartest human. Well, I wouldn't say the smartest human being, but like one of the greatest innovators of our time, Elon Musk, into his, I guess, his administration at this point. But do I support everything Elon Musk says? Absolutely not. But do I think he is an addition to the Trump administration? Actually, I think so. I do think so. There's been a lot that he has been able to accomplish with the Department of Government uh, Efficiency, DOGE. So a lot of people are just gonna like not like Elon Musk or whatever, but he's actually doing a good job. And with time, I feel like people would see that this is actually for the people. Well, okay, this is the facts, okay? People who actually voted for Trump, people who actually voted for Trump, okay? People who actually voted for Trump are happy about every single thing he's doing right now. Like everything he's doing right now, people are happy. I voted for Trump, okay? The deportation, he promised he was going to deport people. All right. He said illegal immigrants, if you illegally migrated to the United States, you will be deported. He said it. And I voted for him. Okay. He said it was going to secure the border. And I voted for him for that. Okay. He said it was going to, end the wars. And he's already doing it. Bring back the hostages. He's already doing it. okay, man and women sport and all that stuff. He stopped it. So it's like a lot of people are gonna talk. Okay, a lot of people are gonna talk. It is what it is. However, I voted for Trump because of most of the things he's already doing, and it's just like a month. He's just been here for like a month. So it's like he's already done more than a lot of people are saying. What, like, I believe, like, I truly believe he's already done more than Biden has done in 4 years or did in 4 years. And that's just the facts. Okay. Somebody said, Elon, go back to South Africa. Oh, okay. You would have to convince NASA for that. I don't think NASA would let him go back to South Africa because America needs Elon Musk. It's like, can't you see that?
But
Sure he does.
looks like
Sure he does.
might be the guy running the country, Roy.
Yeah, I just don't think that we can assume that everything Elon is doing is just out the goodness of his heart. I'm just here to renovate your government a little bit. This is
maybe he wants to be the first trillionaire. You said he wants to line his pockets. His pockets are pretty full. $400 billion.
Well, when have you ever met a rich person who says,
I don't want any
that's
more money.
enough.
I'm
don't
Right
need
here,
any
Jeffrey
more money."
Tubin.
Right.
But you know,
besides me.
look, guys, we got to go. But look, I mean, the one thing that money can't buy you really is power. He's getting pretty close, though.
When it comes to questions about who is the administrator of
Okay, so we this is a question I want to ask you guys. Okay, do you guys think money can buy power? I pretty much think money can buy power. I mean, to an extent. Okay, I feel like to an extent, money can buy power. If you have money to an extent, if you have like crazy money, you can actually truly buy power. Okay, but then it's like, because in my opinion, the people are actually the power. Okay, so if the people are on your side, then you actually have some sort of power. Okay, that's like, you know what I mean? That's why um a lot of people voted for Trump, because he was out there. He was actually saying, see the difference between 2016 to 2020 and 2020 to 2024. And people were like, you know what? I think I prefer 2016 to 2020 because I had better gas prices, better grocery prices, I had better interest rate, better mortgage rate, better border, okay? More money in my savings account. This is why people were like, you know what? I think I want to go back. I want to go back to safer borders, okay, affordable groceries and gas, which a lot of people are saying like groceries are still very expensive. You got to give this guy time. He's only been here for 30 days, y'all. Come on.
DOGE, actually. Do you believe that's an important question to have the answer to?
No, the issue is not who is technically the administrator, who has the title. Elon Musk is clearly running the show, the wealthiest person in the world, who has enormous conflicts of interests, who is helping to fund right-wing extremist organizations all over the world, who is looking forward to get massive tax breaks from Congress. He's running the show.
So if he's technically...
He's already going to get tax breaks, okay? I mean, he's been the wealthiest human being for like 4 years straight now. Like, I think 4 years or 5, I guess. It's like, he's going to get tax breaks. He knows this tax codes. He's not doing this for the money anymore. I mean, I would assume he's not, because he's already the richest man alive. What more do you want out of like this world? You want money? Or you want to actually make a change and create a legacy that people would talk about for a long time and say, you know what? Because he was here, the earth is better. I think that's what he's trying to do.
If he's running the show, but not on paper, as they essentially argue, but you say in practice, he basically is. You're a branch of government as a senator on
Are
Capitol
we?
Hill.
I kind of thought so, but I think you have to explain that to the president.
Do you feel that you have oversight when it comes to what Elon Musk is doing?
Look, what we're seeing right now, Caitlin, is a very dangerous moment. I'm laughing here, but it is not funny. This country is moving very rapidly under Trump into an authoritarian form of society. You know, the founding fathers, way back in the 1770s, these were nobody's fools. And what they had fought the King of England, an autocrat, had all the power, and they said, you know what? We don't want that in the new country. We're going to set up 3 separate equal branches of government. And every kid in the 6th grade knows who they are. But Trump does not. And what Trump is doing now is trying every day to usurp the powers of Congress, to challenge the powers of the court. It is a very dangerous moment.
Well, the question, though, when it comes to what this looks like is we haven't seen a ton of resistance from Capitol Hill, and we have seen some efforts in the courts. These Democratic attorneys general stepped in. But today, a federal judge here, Tanya Chutkan, she's well known to our audience from the Trump trials, she declined to block Musk and his team from getting access because she basically said she wasn't getting specific enough examples from these AGs about how Musk could cause irreparable harm to their state. And if they can't prove that in court, what does that say?
Well, I tell you what I happen to believe. At the end of the day, the struggle against Trump, the struggle against oligarchy, which is led by Elon Musk, the struggle against authoritarianism, the fight to make sure that the working class of this country gets a fair shake, that is not going to be won here in Capitol Hill. It's going to be won by millions of people all over this country standing up and saying, you know what? We fought and died for democracy. We're not going to move toward authoritarianism. We fought to create a country that works for all, not just the billionaire class. That's the struggle, and I'm going to be active in trying to rally the American people to do just that.
Well, and you're embarking on this tour to combat this. It's a national tour. You're starting in Nebraska and Iowa. How do you break through to people, though? There are some people, Trump voters who are even independent voters who like what Elon Musk is doing and say, yeah, the federal government does spend too much money and it is too bloated.
And the truth is the federal government is a bureaucracy. We have to acknowledge that. Federal government perfect, far from it. Do we need to bring about reforms? Absolutely. But let us be clear what these guys really want to do. Do you think that Elon Musk is staying up night just worrying about excessive spending in the CDC? I don't think so. At the end of the day, what these guys want and what Trump wants is to cut programs that working class people need. They're talking, the House Budget Committee released their report, their budget, $880 billion in cuts to Medicaid. Do you know what that means? It's not only that.
So I know sometimes some Democrat actually watch this show and it's like, I just want to say this, okay? I respect everybody. I respect everybody, okay? It don't matter what you are, whatever you are, okay? I respect you, all right? But I just want to say this. I don't think I can take an opinion of a person or the opinion of a person who has actually been in politics since the 80s, okay? Bernie has been in politics since the 80s, okay? He was the mayor of Burlington in 1981, all right? So whatever you say right now is like, man, we can't really listen to you, actually, if you think about it. Because this guy just started politics in 2016. And every one of these guys that have done things to the United States people that have actually hurt people when it comes to the cost of living have been in politics for years and years and decades on decades. Like, look at the former president, Joe Biden. He's been in government for like 50, 55 years. He was in government. And then for some reason, Trump is the entire problem. He is the problem. He's doing this, he's doing that. He's going to destroy the country. Bro, this guy was only president for 4 years. And yet, Trump is the issue. He is the problem the United States has. How? How? Because it's trimming down government, because it's saying we don't want us, he doesn't want the United States to spend too much because it's trying to save, conserve money. So now he's the bad person. It's like, how does that even work? But you've been in government since the 80s or 70s. You didn't change it. You didn't change it, okay? And now someone is here who actually wants to change it, is actually changing it, currently changing it, working every single day to create an atmosphere that would allow change. It's so obvious because you see, even CNN is saying 72% of Americans are in support. They are in support of President Trump. 72%, with everything that is going on, they still support Trump. That's how you know that the people are actually in support. They like what he's doing. They voted for him because of all of these things that he's doing right now. This is what the people want. It's like, how hard can that be? All right, Bernie, here we go.
Millions of people, kids, are going to be thrown off the health insurance they have. Devastating to nursing homes. 40% of the revenue.
It's like everything they keep talking about is like chaos. Trump is going to be chaos. He's going to change. He's going to make sure the United States is in shambles. He's going to destroy the United States. No, that's the same thing you said in 2016, and we didn't have any chaos. Okay. And then in 2021, you were like, this is the best economy we're going to have. And then everything went this way. Boom. And now you want to say the same thing in 2025. You want to sell the same story. You want to sell the same product. It's not going to work because the people are just tired. The people are like, man, bro, things are already expensive, okay? We're just waiting for the prices to come down at this point. So, Bernie, I don't know.
Coming into community health centers. 30 million people get their health care, community health centers. That's coming from Medicaid. You cut Medicaid, you're going to dismember an already broken health care system. What are they going to do with that money? They're going to give it to tax breaks for the richest people in America. Over $1 trillion goes in tax breaks to the top 1%. That is what these guys want. They want more wealth. They want more power. American people.
This is old, same story. Oh, he's catering to the wealthiest people in the United States. He's trying to make sure they have low taxes. These are the same thing you said years ago. I think these guys actually need new content on Trump. They need new conversations, new whatever subject or something new for the people to actually like think about, like, oh, maybe Trump can actually do that, because all of this stuff about taxes, catering to wealthy people only, him being a bad person, the people are just tired. Okay, the people have moved on onto greater things, and they actually just want to be united, don't want to be constantly divided every single time. Okay. Because what? We're not going to support the president of the United States for the next 4 years? For the next 4 years, you're not going to support a duly elected president of the United States? I don't think so. Come on, man. You're going to have to support and just fall in line.
are going to have to stop them.
Well, and what you're referencing, this is like the blueprint, essentially, that we got from House Republicans. It's not clear what realistically they're going to be able to pass here, but they're looking to have 4.5 trillion in tax cuts.
Right.
And basically, this plan instructed the Energy and Commerce Committee, which oversees Medicaid, to find those $880 billion in cuts. Realistically, what should voters be worried about if you hear from some moderate Republicans who say, we're not going to touch Medicaid, that's not going to be on the table?
Well, no one is saying that. I mean, right now, what we are trying to do in a House which is almost evenly divided,
There's nothing you're trying to do. Don't be saying what we are trying to do. There's nothing you're trying to do. This man has been in government since the 70s and the 80s, and no, is what we are trying to do. No, Elon Musk is here, and you're gonna find out. It's like now it's like everybody has to be accountable for their actions. You cannot be here for 30, 40 years and there's nothing you can actually say, you know what? We did that. Speed. Speed is back in the White House. Adults are back in the White House. And Trump is saying, you know what? Look, it takes 20 years to get that done. No, we're going to get it done in 2 months, in 2 weeks. Because these people just actually just cruise. They are on cruise control because they get paid regardless. I mean, it's just what it is. It's just what it is. And now you're saying what we're trying to do. You can't be saying what we're trying to do. No. If you've had 30 years to actually like effect change, I'll say 10 years. But you've been here for more. And now you're saying what we're trying to do. No. Americans are like, no. OG Trump, go fix it, okay? And take your squad with you. And of course, Elon is in the squad. So, I mean, y'all better strap in, buckle up, and get ready for the flight.
2 Republicans, 2 out of 435 members, say, you know what? We're not going to vote to give tax breaks to billionaires and cut programs that children and the elderly and the hungry desperately need. 2 Republicans, their proposal is dead. And we're going to work hard to make sure not only do we get 2, they'll get a hell of a lot more than 2.
On the Elon Musk front, when it comes to Social Security payments and what is actually wrong with government and what's exaggerated, we're hearing this line from the White House that tens of millions of people are getting Social Security fraudulently. Either they're dead or...
Yeah, I don't believe that for a second.
We've gotten no evidence of it, but I looked into this, and what we do know is that there's a lot of people that still remain in the database, but as far as people who are actually getting payments, it was 44,000 who got payments according to an audit that was done in 2023.
Right. So I saw a tweet. Well, saw an X. Would you call it X now? Yeah. Saw an X write-up on Elon Musk's account. And I'm like, there are people that are actually dead and gone getting money from the government. Come on, man. Come on, man. We can't do that. No, we can't be doing that, yo.
Of how many millions?
There's tens of millions. So when they say tens of millions, that would be
this is what we are dealing with.
Security.
We're not only dealing with oligarchy, the incredible power of the very, very rich. We're not only dealing with a move toward authoritarianism, we're dealing with what is new to America. You know, politicians have always lied, nothing new about that. But the level that we're seeing right now, the big lie, over and over again, and it goes out, there's a big lie, and then it goes out on Musk's Twitter to, several hundred million people, repeated over and over again. And now the word is out there, people on Social Security, 150 years of age. Can you believe it? The whole thing is corrupt. It's broken. Well, where does that lead you, Caitlin? What's the next step? If government can't do anything, if Social Security doesn't work, if Medicare doesn't work, if Medicaid doesn't work, we're going to get rid of all of those programs and we're going to give it over to the billionaire class to run it.
Well, to manage it. And of course, DOGE is not something that would exist forever. They already, Elon Musk and Trump and then Vivek were they're only going to operate DOGE for, I think, 2 years just to trim out the fat and get everything back in shape. And then they're going to dissolve DOGE. It's not like forever, but they have to actually do what they have to do so they can save, conserve money, pay back some debt, get back the economy running right the way it's supposed to. But this typical politicians that just say the same thing over and over again.
That's what you think they're ultimately trying to do.
Yeah, at the end of the day, not only do they,
Social Security.
they want massive cuts to programs for the working class in this country in order to give tax breaks to the very rich, and then they want to move to the privatization of every important government agency. Just the other day, and this really upset me, because I used to be chairman of the Veterans Committee, and I feel very strongly about making sure that those men and women who put their lives on the line to defend this country get a fair shake. Right away, 1,000 employees at the VA laid off at a time when the VA healthcare system certainly needs more help than they have right now. So at the end of the day, yeah, they're going to want to privatize Veterans Administration, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and the post office, by the way.
If President Trump were seated next to you, he might say, well, I pledged on the campaign trail that I'm not going to touch Social Security.
Yeah.
What would you say to voters who bring
I
that
think
up?
the president has many attributes, but credibility and honesty are not one of them. So I would have my doubts.
Yeah. That's why over 77 million people voted for him. Won all swing state. And he doesn't have any credibility. How did he win an election without credibility?
I'm not saying they're going to go after Social Security tomorrow. They're not. But this is the groundwork. I mean, this is what you do. You destroy the credibility of programs that are complicated.
You guys actually, okay? Most people would say the Biden DOJ actually tried to destroy the credibility of the 45th, now the 47th, Trump, the time, going to his home, raiding his home, taking him to court while he's running for an election, presidential election. It's like, you're going to destroy the credibility of this? No, you tried to destroy his credibility first. Y'all tried, not you, but like the whole team tried to destroy his credibility. Now it's like you're worried about credibility of the government. The government is supposed to serve the people. The government is supposed to serve the people. So it's like the people have spoken and they're saying that they like what Trump is doing. How is that not a W? Okay. That is a W. Tom Homan is doing a great job. Everybody acknowledges that. Okay. But people are like, well, they're sending the people that'll pick up the crops. Well, we're going to talk about Tom Homan, okay, because this might be a longer stream than usual because this is my first stream in like a long time. But we're going to have some good time, okay?
Programs that have tens of millions of people. This is the welfare queen again. Look at this person. They got this, they got that. Kill the whole program.
Well, the interesting part about that is actually before Trump took office, the Treasury Department clawed back and recovered $31 million in payments from Social Security that shouldn't have gone out that went out. That was something that they were doing over a 5-month period to deceased individuals. But the point is, I think, that what the DOGE team says they're doing was already happening. They were going back and getting the money that was being
And all that I would ask the American people to understand is that when you have programs dealing with tens of millions of people, is anyone going to say, hey, there is no fraud, everything is running efficiently? Of course not. There are going to be problems. Every bloody program out there are going to be problems. But you don't throw the baby out with the bathwater.
So what's the solution?
The solution
someone's at
is
home and they are concerned about
the
fraud,
solution
and
is
bloat.
the solution is that, of course, we try to get rid of fraud and waste and abuse. And maybe they want to take some of their attention onto the corporate world the kind of price fixing that goes on there as well. But we want to get rid of fraud and waste. But at the same time, we want to make sure that programs that people desperately need, like Social Security, remain strong. And you know what? You go out and ask the American people whether they want to cut Social Security. They don't want to cut it. They want to expand it. They want to expand Medicare to cover dental, hearing, and vision. They want to expand Medicaid. In fact, as you well know, we're the only major country on earth not to guarantee health care to all people. Health care should be a right. Most Americans agree with that.
You're an independent, but you caucus with the Democrats.
Right.
We have heard from a lot of Democrats privately, some publicly, who say they don't essentially know how to respond to Trump on Capitol Hill. Are there things that you could be doing to respond to them claiming Social Security is
Yeah, of course, we got to,
fraud?
I think there's an effort to bring forth a war room. There's a ton of lies and misinformation going out there to respond to that. But the truth of the matter is
a war room, is that enough? I mean, Trump was elected 3 months ago.
Yeah, well, one of the things,
nearly a
what's
month.
not enough is that Elon Musk could say the most outrageous thing tomorrow. It goes out to hundreds of millions of people. Democrats do not have that capability, which takes us to a couple of other issues. It takes us to the fact that should a guy who put, what was it, $270 million into Trump's campaign now become the most important person in the government? Is that really how democracy is supposed to?
So the tables are turned, and this is what happens. The left used to have the power of the media, which they still do, which is like the mainstream media. However, influencers or journalists or, podcasters or whoever, or shows like this have really opened the eyes of a lot of people, and people are now open to saying the things they truly believe. They're not scared to say, you know what, I actually like Trump. Back in the day, I'm saying like 2017, 2018, a lot of people could not say, I actually like Trump, okay? People could not even say, you know what, I think I'm going to vote for Trump, or I voted for Trump. A lot of people just hide it. But now it's like people are just tired, sick, and just disgusted by the last 4 years. And now they're openly saying, you know what, support Trump in every single thing he's doing.
Not Stephen A. threatening us.
Well,
we had him on the show talking about this very issue around this time, actually, probably a year ago. So this has been floating around for a while.
But can't you make a little bit of an analogy of that? That's what happened with Trump.
Yeah.
In other words, he was like, look, Jeb Bush, what are we going to go? Bush, Clinton, like,
Right.
And I don't see anyone else out there who's so great. So I'm going to go in there and he won. Now, I don't know if Stephen Smith is going to win for the presidency.
These hurt people. Who was calling Stephen A. Smith?
Well, he said he would take it. If
somebody did call,
if they need him, he'd be like, I'm more than willing. This Stephen A., if you're watching, classic you. He's a wonderful human. He's going to do it for America.
I'll tell you,
I'm not.
Do the
I
Democrats
believe
need an
no. I
outsider
believe he
is
would
the
be
question.
great. I'm not even being funny. I believe that he would be great. I need someone to match the bombacity, the outrage, the performance of what we have going on right now. Stephen A. could do that.
I disagree with that. I do think that someone needs to come out. The Democratic Party is now all about anti-Trump, and that's not going to work. When you think of Bill Clinton, you think of home ownership. You think of Obama, you think of health care. You think of Trump, you think of immigration. We need somebody to step up and have an issue-spotting agenda where they can say, here's how I'm going to directly help America.
And you think he has?
I don't think Stephen Smith can do it, but clearly somebody has to.
If Democrats drafted a Stephen A., a personality, as somebody who has sort of pop culture resonance, would that concern you as a Republican?
Yeah, I want to say to Stephen A., stay where you are, because as a Republican, I want the Democrats to keep doing what they're doing. Because
you think he'd be good.
Yes, I don't want to. Yes, I would say stay where you are. Because I think that.
I don't actually think that the person who is the president has to be a career politician.
I agree.
I think they should have some strong understanding of the government, because if you don't, then you get a DOGE. But for a long time, people were trying.
These guys just never learn. They never learn. So she's simply implying that Trump doesn't know anything about the government. That's why he established DOGE. So then you get a DOGE. These types of attitude, this is why the Democrat lost the election in 2024. And this is why they're actually going to lose in 2028 and 2032. But if they're smart, they're going to reverse this type of energy. But if they keep going on with this energy, which it's fine because the people are just going to be like, you know what? I'm just going to keep voting Republicans. Because this is the type of conversation, the type of talks that made Kamala lose the election. Well, Kamala was just like, wasn't going to win anyway. However, they sank her campaign with talks like this. Oh, equality. Oh, because woe unto me. I'm a victim. Victimization mindset. Nobody wants to live in that manner. Okay? Nobody.
Was the former first lady, but she wasn't a
They wanted
Michelle
Michelle to do it. Sure.
Obama. They wanted
Sure.
Oprah. They've talked about The Rock.
Yeah.
I think there's nothing wrong with wanting to serve your country in any way, shape, or form in government or running for public office. I just think whoever it is has to have the qualifications to be able to understand how bills are made.
Wait a
how
second.
budgets
Wait,
are
hold
made.
on. I don't know if that's true, Ashley.
Yeah,
I just don't think
I
that's
mean, that's
true.
what I want.
Yeah,
I think that,
but I don't think that's
I think
necessary.
that we've proven, look, a lot of times at this table, the answer to the question of why is Donald Trump doing X, Y, and Z is, oh, I don't think he knows how this works. So I don't know that knowing how it works is a...
This is how they try to discredit Trump. It's like, well, I don't think he knows what he's doing. He's just doing stuff. You know, he doesn't know what he's doing. He doesn't know what he's doing yet. He's bringing back the hostages. He doesn't know what he's doing. Well, he doesn't have an understanding of how the government works. Yet, he is deporting people, illegal migrant. He is securing the border. He doesn't know how things work. He doesn't know how things work, yet 77.3 million people voted for this man that doesn't know how the government works to lead the government. 312 electoral vote. I think that answers the question. Okay. He doesn't know what he's doing. He actually knows what he's doing. Okay. And the American people support him. Like, you guys just keep doing the same thing every single time.
Prerequisite for...
I think Stephen A. would be great. That's all you have to do. That's the point. He can deliver a really good message. He is very effective. He is the kind of person that you listen to him, whether you agree or disagree, you're paying attention. He controls the room. And I'm not saying it's all about showmanship, and I'm not saying he should be president. But what I'm saying is, it's not crazy. Look where we are right now.
It is a little bit about showmanship. Let's play SOT 2, because this is what Stephen A. had to say about this.
Get Trump-like. What I mean by that, Tom, is be your real, true, authentic self, for better or worse. Can you genuinely tell me, as a person who covers this stuff for a living, that Trump surprises you? What?
No.
Think about how he acts. Think about the things that he says. And then he goes and he tries to do it. For better or worse, he's letting you...
Authenticity, okay? That is the word. Shout out to Stephen A., man. Authenticity, guys. He has changed. Trump has changed the landmark when it comes to voting, when it comes to politicians talking to the people about what they're going to do. Okay? He's changed it. Even the way people vote, he's changed it. He campaigned on the exact things that he's currently doing right now. Now, the people are like, oh, shoot. This man is back. Like, even if you don't like Trump, like, people don't A lot of people don't like Trump. I get it. Okay. He can be wild sometimes. However, even the people who don't like Trump, they're like, oh, snap, he's back. You know why? Because they know he is a person of actions, okay? He takes massive actions every single day. Every day something is going on. For like a month now, the United States has been hot, like absolutely hot. The world knows something has changed. And you know what happened? The people elected Trump. That's what happened. And all of a sudden, the United States is bubbling. You can hate him. You can hate this guy's butt or the fact that he never quits, the fact that he can never lose. He's lost so many times and now he's learned how to win in life and in politics. So, of course, he's so easy to hate. He's so easy to hate because he says what he truly wants. He's authentic to who he is, true to himself. And people don't like that, okay? The truth is bitter, okay? When you tell people the truth, they're like, oh shit. But when you lie to them, they actually like it. And Trump tends to say the truth and the people don't like it.
No, I don't care.
Speaking truth.
And then
He's
he
speaking
shows,
fact.
he shows up at the Super Bowl.
It's
He
fact.
shows up at a NASCAR game.
Yeah.
Like,
He does whatever he wants.
He is putting himself. We were actually just talking about this in the last segment. He inserts himself into the culture. You cannot ignore him.
Yeah, and look, you may disagree here. He's authentic, and that's what people. Donald Trump. That's what people like about him is that he is authentic.
Right, but he's an anomaly because I'm a criminal defense.
Everybody at the table just said he's authentic, and she still said, who, what?
Attorney, he has been so good to criminal defendants with the First Step Act and helping people get out of jail, people who were sentenced under the draconian crack laws who got 10, 20 years for 2 or 3 vials of crack. He's the guy who turned that around. Today he does IVF. He's the president who's making it easier for women who are struggling to get pregnant to get the funding to pay for it.
Well, okay, I just want to say about the IVF executive order. It says he's directed his government to study the issue. So we will see what comes out of that.
I mean, think about it. Just think about the fact that these people also campaigned. Oh, man, I miss doing this. I miss you guys, man. I miss you guys. Look, Kamala Harris campaigned on the fact that Trump was going to make IVF very hard for women to get access to. And it's like, now this same person that it spoke about that he's going to be a disaster to IVF, women's choice, reproductive system or whatever, he's assigning people to go study IVF in the first 30 days. Man, I'll vote for Trump again and again and again. Okay? Because you cannot hide the truth. Okay? You can delay the facts, but you can never hide the truth. You can never hide the truth. His intentions are good. He's proven it every single time. His intentions, okay, because it's all about intentions. His intentions are actually good for the people.
But to your point, the laws of political gravity don't apply to Trump in the same way. You know, he did the First Step Act, got pilloried by conservatives. And
I just think
they
to
reelected
the
him.
original question, I think Stephen A. would not be a ridiculous candidate. I think he's sitting there and talking about it and thinking about it. And I know that sounds crazy for a lot of people.
But I think there's someone else that we
There
can
is
find
someone
that
else.
has-
I'm not saying. I'm not saying.
I'm going George Clooney.
Listen, I am
I'm
not.
going George Clooney.
No, but I'm like,
George
look what
Clooney.
we have now. Is it too far off?
No.
Could he be Trump-like?
That's what I'm saying.
Could he talk like Trump? You just said you would be afraid if Stephen A.
Even the mainstream media, because of course CNN is the mainstream media for sure. Like even CNN, everybody's happy, yo. You can say whatever you want to say, but people are actually happy that for the past 4 years, you haven't had this much fun when you talked about the leader of your country. Okay, now you have a man that you know for a fact that the world leaders, the people that actually make decisions in this world, respect your president. They respect your commander in chief. People respect Trump. You can lie and argue and try to say some BS like people are laughing at Trump. No, they're not laughing. And that's why they're taking back illegal immigrant into their countries. That's why they're changing their trade deals. This is why everything is changing. This is why hostages are being released. Hostages are being released, y'all. And of course, Democrats are going to say, well, Biden negotiated those deals. Anything that happens in this next 4 years, any great thing that happens, they're going to say, Biden did it. Just like they said, Obama did everything Trump did in 2016 to 2021. It's like, what are you talking about?
Was actually the front man for the Democratic Party, because
right,
it would worry you.
Well, I'm
correct?
saying I want the Democrats to keep doing what they're doing right now.
You don't need a Stephen A. So he's saying don't
yes, actually.
So,
I'm okay.
Our friend Stephen A. is welcome to join us and finish off this conversation, everyone.
And that's true. Everything the Democrats are doing right now, that's what they should keep doing. Keep doing it.
So the Democrats, followed by former Transportation Secretary.
Oh, this is going to be interesting. Somebody said 2028. So 2028, Harris, whatever his name is in the middle, and Newsom, okay, which President Trump calls Newsom. So Harris, for real? Man, it's over. If Harris is still like the number one contender for 2028, it's over, y'all.
Pothole Pete Buttigieg at 9%, Gavin Newsom at 7%, and the recent vice presidential nominee Tim Walz sits at 3%. 1 point behind him is our friend Stephen A. Smith, who is currently the star of First Take on ESPN, and he said he might consider a run. Really, Stephen? Look.
The Democratic Party looks so pathetic after this election. I might entertain running. I just might change my mind one day. I doubt it, but I might. Because how much would it take to beat y'all? And Trump can't run again.
Now, Stephen A. also has come out strong against Trump's recent actions to dismantle the DEI wokeness that took over our government under Biden and, of course, before him, Barack Obama. And he is preparing for a presidential run. Let's ask him. Stephen A., how are you? Okay, what you said is, I might.
If Stephen A. actually runs for president under the Democrat Party, yeah, he's gonna lose. He's going to lose supreme. He's definitely going to lose because at this point, people are tired of entertainers when it comes to politics.
I might entertain running for president. You can't afford the pay cut by your own admission. And if you run, your party would never nominate you because you're far too reasonable, although I have a couple of bones to pick with you tonight.
Well, first of all, but number one, you're absolutely right. My lifestyle is quite lovely, and I would not want to ruin that by running for the presidency of the United States of America. I have no interest, but I was just trying to make a profound point, and that is that I think the Democratic Party in the state that they find themselves in, I think somebody like me could actually win. I certainly think that I could beat any of those candidates that you put on the screen. I can tell you that right now. I certainly think if I was running up against somebody like you, I would win that race too. So when you think about the candidates that you possibly go
if you
up
run,
against,
I'm running. If you run, I'll run.
Listen. You have no chance in hell of beating me because you're too rigid. You don't have any patience for people that disagree with you. You would lose your mind.
No,
on
you're
the other
going to lecture
hand,
people on patience? Okay,
I'm the man of the people. Whatever the American people wanted.
I'm the one that wants lower taxes, limited government. I'm the one that wants energy dominance, controlled borders, law and order, better schools.
You want it all.
I'm sorry, you're going to lose that debate. Now, but put that aside for a second.
I wouldn't lose it. I know how to compromise. But go ahead.
Okay,
what you mad at me
you
about?
actually said about DEI. What you're really saying when you talk about DEI, what you're really saying is we want white dominance again. Let me put up on the screen, and this was first instituted, as it relates to the FAA under Barack Obama. Their diversity push includes focus on hiring people with severe intellectual and psychiatric disabilities. Now, Stephen A., you fly a lot. Do you want people with intellectual and psychiatric disabilities in that control tower?
Not at all. Not at all. And by the way, quote me accurately. I don't know how many times I have to tell you this. Quote me accurately. My issue with the eradication of DEI was not that on its premise. It was the explanation that the Trump administration and others were giving about it. I don't want to hear DEI automatically being about people who happen to be minorities that are unqualified. That is what I was saying. I said it's one thing to get rid of it altogether. It's another thing entirely to articulate and verbalize the position that, excuse me, everybody that was associated with DEI are unqualified individuals. We don't want unqualified individuals, particularly in public safety. I'm saying that's how people were coming across. That's how people. Of course, we agree on it. Of course, we agree on it. But when you have somebody like Hegseth, well, for example, let's use him because he was speaking about your former colleague at Fox News. Hold on. That's not a defense secretary. Excuse me. Listen, I respect. Listen, I'm not bringing up anything personal. I'm simply saying, my God, Sean, when you're talking about people who are unqualified, I wish him nothing but the best. He served our country, in the military. I get all of that. But when you are a weekend host on Fox News, and now you're the defense secretary of the United States overseeing 3.5 million people.
Let me ask you, did you serve? Did you?
How is that not qualified? He was given an opportunity, and he took it, and now he's doing the best he can. In Germany, working out with the troops, geez. No defense secretary has ever done that.
You serve in Iraq, Afghanistan, and Gitmo?
No,
did you go to Harvard? Did you go to Harvard? Did you go to Princeton? Yeah.
No.
Well, he's certainly a pretty intelligent guy. So I would say.
I didn't say he wasn't intelligent.
Why don't we give a real soldier an opportunity? All right, I got another.
That's fair.
All right, one thing I'm not qualified for.
But say that.
I just said it. All right, the last thing.
Okay, absolutely.
I'll say I'm not qualified for this, and we're going to show it at the end of the show. But I'm going to be in a Super Bowl ad, and you're at the Super Bowl.
Oh, God. You in a Super Bowl ad? What the hell is this world coming to? What kind of Super Bowl ad are you going to be in? You with your non-sports knowing self. Talk about staying in your lane. That's you. You in a Super Bowl commercial? Who did this? Did Trump pull strings to make this happen? What the hell is going on, Fox? Well, Brett Baer, that's a different animal. Brett Baer's a different animal. He's a different animal. Go ahead.
You know what? You're jealous.
Jealous of what? What do I have to be
jealous of? I'm in the Super Bowl ad and you're not. You're jealous.
Wait for it. Wait for it. My time will come. My time will come. Don't worry. I'll be around a long enough time. My time will come. I'll be in the Super Bowl commercial. You can book that. That's going to happen. That's going to happen.
Right,
I'm not as big time as you, but it is what it is.
Oh, here we go. Who's going to win the Super Bowl?
I'm not telling you that. I got 2 shows to do. I got 2 shows to do before Friday. I'm not giving you that information. I'm not giving the information to Fox News.
Who do you think is going to win?
All right, we already seen that. Everybody knows who won the Super Bowl.
there's a court filing today in the hearings, some of the hearings that have been going on, saying the defendants are aware that a select set of agencies, in fact, terminated a number of employees at the end of last week. How many? They can't say. Why?
Do we really care that much? Do voters care that much? No, let me say this. Do voters care that much? Do voters care that much? That's a serious question.
About what? Care about what?
About whether he is in charge or isn't in charge. We have a president of the United... Hold on.
Do they care about the jobs or Elon is what I'm trying to clarify.
I'm saying, do they care whether he's in charge or not in charge, or do they care what's getting done every single day? Because from what I'm seeing... What's that?
Yes, they have the right to know?
No, we have a president of the United States who executes and makes these decisions every single day. He made that clear in their press conference with them.
Why would they avoid the same accountability that every other agency head has? I mean, if the public has a right to know about who's the head of the Department of Homeland Security, why not the head of DOGE?
Well, he is, from what I understand, what's called an SGE, a special governmental employee. That happens all the time throughout government, where people come into the government, they are unpaid,
now, are
and
they
serve
from
as
South
advisor
Africa?
And save advisors for roles. That's what I'm saying. That
Are they
happens
from South Africa?
Let me finish. This is what happened. Yeah, this is.
Are they from South Africa? He was born in South Africa. He is an American and a Canadian and a South African. Okay. So it's like a South African. For people who don't know, okay. So Arnold Schwarzenegger was the governor of California for 2 terms, okay? And he was born in Austria. Okay, so it's like if Arnold was born in Austria and he became the governor of California, and nobody said, "Oh well, he's from Austria. He was born in Austria. Why is he governor of California?" Because he became an American. Okay. Elon was born in Pretoria, South Africa, and now he is an American citizen. What is hard to comprehend? How is that hard to comprehend? She's talking about a South African.
This is what happens in government all the time. But everybody's worked up because of what they're doing. That's my point. The president is the president. He has advisors all the time around him. Are we worried about every single agency and who's doing what at all times? No, of course we're not, because it's Elon Musk and Donald Trump. That's why we're blowing it out of proportion. But I would argue...
I think it's also because there are reportedly tens of thousands of people, maybe many more than that, losing their jobs, entire functions of the government no longer functioning. I'm just saying it's not just because people are suddenly interested in the nitty-gritty details. It's because all of a sudden, whole swaths of the government that were functioning before are not anymore. And don't you?
Actually, no. No, they were not functioning, okay? They acted like they were functioning, but they were not functioning. And now someone is here to make them function or just eliminate them entirely. And most of them are being canceled, like just shut down entirely. And people are like, "Oh, you've not produced anything tangible in a long time and you want to keep operating. How is that even possible?" No, you need to get shut down, and we need to divert that money, that capital somewhere else. Okay.
Well, no, I don't think that's true. What do you mean the government's not functioning?
The entire Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is not functioning. That's an entire
yeah, but that's,
that's a congressionally authorized agency. Go ahead, Ashley.
I think two things are happening. I actually don't disagree with what you're saying. I think that Donald Trump and Elon Musk are placing a bet that the American people actually don't care. But I think Democrats have a responsibility.
Actually, the American people care this time. That's why they voted for Trump. That's why they voted for Trump. Because they were involved and they want a better economy, a better border especially the economy. So it's like this notion of the people don't care, only uneducated people vote for Trump or this, nah, that's not going to fly.
Ability to explain why they should.
Yeah.
My sister's a teacher. She talks about her students being terrified that it's in Washington, D.C., that their parents are losing their jobs. It's impacting the students and how they show up to learn every day at that school. There are people in Kansas, farmers in the Midwest, who are not getting access to grants. Trump voters. That is what we need to be telling the American people.
And yet, 70%, over 70% of people are saying they actually support everything Trump is doing right now for the first 30 days. I get it, okay? Some people would be affected by, all of this speed, okay? Because this man is operating with crazy speed. In 30 days, he's done a lot, okay? He's done a lot in 30 days. So Americans are like, oh, shoot, snap. This is wild. People knew he was going to stand by his words because he prides himself. I always say this, okay? I think he prides himself in being a man of his words. Sometimes, man, we fail to be accountable sometimes. And sometimes you can't really decide what happens. You just work as hard as you can and hope something good happens at the end of the day. So it's like, oh, you didn't stand by your words because you didn't get that done. No, I tried, but it didn't happen. Okay. But I knew this man prides himself in being a man of his words. And I knew he was going to get it done, but I didn't know he was going to get this much done in 30 days. It's just unbelievable.
I think what Donald Trump and Elon Musk are doing is terrible. And as someone who loves our government and thinks that it's important, I do want to know all the ins and outs. But when Americans, we just learned this on November 5th, they actually might not care as much as who is in charge, but they do care what they are doing. This is where I disagree with you. And I think what Elon Musk and them are doing right now, deciding to fire FAA officials when it seems like we have a plane crash in this country every other day. People don't feel safe to fly in the air right now in this country. And what Donald Trump is doing feels like it's tone deaf. What Democrats have a responsibility to do is to translate that into the American people, not in Washington, D.C., but on Main Street, where their eggs are still too expensive, bacon is still too expensive, bread is still too expensive.
Government waste exists. Government waste exists.
It does exist.
And I applaud them.
Then why do you guys keep defending it?
But here's the thing. We're not defending cutting government waste, but you can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't have on X a numbers thing running with the amount of money you're saving, but then say, how dare you ask us how we're doing it or who's in charge of it? You can't do
or
that.
Where it goes. This is the other thing.
Where it goes.
I want the American people also to pay close attention to the tax fight that's about to happen. And I know we don't like to talk about the specifics of tax fight, but they're talking about all this money being saved. Well, you might want to expect then a check from the government to come back into your pockets, but most Americans aren't going to get that check. But do you know who will get that check? The 1% of billionaires and millionaires who are going to get benefits from these.
It's not going to make up for it. I mean, I'm just telling you the facts are. DOGE says that they have cut about $16 billion, which is a rounding error in the federal.
The Trump administration, they're cutting all of this fat. They're trimming out the fat from the government because they're trying to pay back the debt that the United States has. That's what he said during the election campaigns, okay? The roundtable conversations, the events, all right? The campaign events. Where is the money going to? All the money they're saving right now. Paying off debt. It's like, Jesus, how is that hard? He told you he was going to cut the fat. He was going to trim the fat and it was going to pay back debt. Drill, baby, drill. Secure the border. Okay. End the wars. Bring back affordability. And you're asking, the money is cutting. Where is it going? He's paying. They're paying back the debt the United States has. Like, oh, you want him to call you on the phone and be like, we just got $50 million, so we're going to pay back the debt now. Understood? And call everybody like that. He already promised you, okay? And you can already see your promises. Like he always says, he was like, promises made, promises kept. Promises made, promises kept. I'm just waiting for Jur, baby Jur at this point.
Government's budget. But of that $16 billion, they claim they saved $8 billion. This is according to the New York Times. $8 billion on a single contract. Turns out it wasn't $8 billion. It was $8 million.
Yeah, of course.
So we're talking pennies here. In the scale of the $6 trillion federal budget, it's pennies. And to Ashley's point, there is going to be a tax bill. There's going to be a budget put forward, and it's going to add trillions in spending. So where is DOGE actually making a difference, or are they just cutting things that ideologically don't fit?
Well, I don't think there was ever a promise made that we're going to pay for a tax cut bill with what DOGE did or what they're doing. That was
I
never.
thought Elon said he was going to cut $2 trillion.
Well, that may be true, but I don't think the commitment was ever we're going to pay for a tax bill.
We're 1 month in.
Yeah.
Like, we're 1 month in. Now, we're not even 1 month in,
But
right?
all
So it's
they're
not even February 21st. So, you know, like, it's 28 days. It's 4 weeks.
Okay, wait, hold on.
Let's see what happens.
But Ashley, help me. Can someone help me? Why are we? And maybe you can. Maybe you can help me. Why are we talking about Elon Musk as someone who can come in and slash the government spending because he is in charge, and we're not like? The guy who made my Tesla's in charge of the federal government. Tell me what are his qualifications? What are his qualifications?
No hearing,
the president trusts him.
The
president trusts him.
Do not, because the president.
The president trusts him. That's the president's prerogative.
That's fine.
You're going to be on the United States Supreme Court. You're going to be a Secretary of State.
That's fine.
No. Everybody that you just mentioned, though, goes through a hearing. A separate hearing.
That is my point.
But you can tell us. But you can tell us more than anyone.
There's no law.
How many positions there are very close to the president that are not confirmed by the Senate. You lived it.
Yes.
This man is asking for important information, and he wants to play in my taxes.
We go through a 6-month security clearance, whether
Who
you
is
are
this
answering
man?
the phone or whether you're in the Oval every day. You literally, if you are answering the phone or you are in the Oval office every single day, you go through a FX68 or FS, you know, the number, some form. It is about 100 pages long. You have to fill it out before you can even walk in. People get calls for 6 months from the FBI checking your background, asking questions. And then if you're on any boards, if you own any stocks, anything like that, you have to relinquish them before you get a .gov.
Okay, just explain this to me. If you get elected in January and you're taking office in 2 months, where's the 6 months that the FBI vets everybody?
You go because as soon as you win,
right? That's November 5th.
Right, you have vetting attorneys that are already on your transition team.
Go ahead.
You get an interview from a vetting attorney, and you it's an expedited. Somebody at that level, quite honestly, at Elon's level, would get an expedited vetting process that could be done in 6 months. But the due diligence happens for 6 more months.
But how do we know that's not happening?
So
I'm just asking, how do we know it's not happening?
It didn't happen.
Isn't there already a shortage at the FAA? Why do this now, especially considering what's happened in the States? And now, of course, you have this other incident and a few others.
Yeah, well, this one happened in Canada, but
yes.
I can only tell you what the Secretary of Transportation says. There are 45,000 employees at the FAA. We're talking about fewer than 400 people, and he says 0 air traffic controllers and critical safety personnel were let go. So if that's true, I don't really have a problem with it, to be honest with you. I do like the idea of keeping the people who are in the direct chain of command of safety and the air traffic control system and so on and so forth. But I have a hard time believing that there is a single government agency that doesn't have a bloat of administrative personnel that we could probably do without. And I think that's why a lot of voters are happy that Donald Trump and Elon Musk are finally going through the federal government and trying to take out some of this bureaucracy that we probably just don't need. So I'm reading to you what Sean Duffy says. He's the Secretary of the Transportation. I have no reason to doubt his numbers.
Karen, when you hear this, I mean, look, Americans are concerned about bloat in the federal government. They have been for a very long time. What do you make of how it's been meted out?
So the concern that I think a lot of Americans have, we can all agree there's bloat. We can all agree that we need to deal with that. At the same time, what we're seeing is speed for the sake of creating momentum to create a sense of things are happening. At the same time, look what happened Friday. We had nuclear scientists fired, and then they said, oops, we need those people because they have a technical skill that nobody else has. So the problem that I have with the way they're doing it is, and I went to the DOGE website to see if they would say anything about, look, we are conducting this process to make sure we don't harm American safety, their health, or take money out of their wallets. They don't say that. And we're finding out the consequences and the impact of some of these things. If you're a doctor for the VA in the Midwest and you're told you're going to be fired or you're waiting for this court to play out, what are you supposed to do with your client the veteran who's got PTSD? Are you trying to find them someone else to go see because you're not sure if you're going to be there in 2 weeks? Or are you assuming you'll be spared because someone will figure out that it's probably not smart to get rid of doctors who are at the VA who may be working on a critical function? So that's the concern. I think this could have been done with a lot more thoughtfulness about how do we protect people's safety. Even if you said, look, we're going to take 2 weeks at each agency and try to do some kind of rubric to make an assessment, not putting it into an AI system, by the way, which is some of what we've read that they've done. And I think what we're going to find is a number of these oops moments that could be dangerous.
I just think they need to read the room. I mean, there have been 3 major plane crashes in just less than a month. One of them was just a few blocks from the high school I went to in Northeast Philadelphia. And, tell that to the little boy with the metal in his head, trying to protect his sister during that plane crash. I think that not only do you have to protect the safety of Americans physically, but I think you have to protect our safety mentally. We see you laying off people from the FAA. At this point, nobody at the FAA is dispensable. I think you have to keep everybody there at least, for the time being, because we've had these major plane crashes that you haven't seen in 16 years.
Kevin, the optics of this is what you're referring to.
I think the issue is they're not whacking enough. There's this concept in private equity when you get a bankrupt company and you go in there, you cut 20% more than your initial read. And then you find like a pool of mercury, the organization gels back together again. Always cut deeper, harder when there's fat and waste. The FAA, it's not the people. The code is cobalt. It's from the 60s. It needs CapEx put into it for the technology to be upgraded to make it safer. Fat like a chicken. All of these agencies are like big fat chickens dripping over barbecues of fat. This is the best barbecue I've ever seen, but I don't think it's happening fast enough. They're not cutting enough. Keep slashing, keep hacking while you have a 24-month mandate before the midterms. Cut, more cutting. Believe me, it's going to work out just great. Everybody should be happy
with the
about
nuclear
this.
codes.
He's right. He's absolutely right. You need to save money, okay? You need to pay down your debt, the United States debt. And then the economy is going to soar. It's definitely going to soar if you're paying down debt, getting people out, bringing expertise into the United States, investors into the United States, like more jobs, more made in America. So it's like, I support it. Cut everybody, every organization in the government that is not being productive.
Cut them too?
Cut everything. Because if you don't see what they're doing and they can't show you that they're adding value, you whack.
But it's not clear that they're even asking people to show us what you're doing. Again, this was a story Friday. And
yes, show us what you're doing. What do you mean? because you work in the government or you work for the government means you should not be accountable. Like you should not show production. There should be evidence that you're actually producing. If you're not producing, then what are you doing?
Literally, Elon said, "Oops, we gotta rehire them because nobody knows how to do what these people know how to do."
And that's fine. And that's fine. Elon can make mistakes, okay? The Doge team, even the Trump administration can make mistakes. Nobody's immune to mistakes, okay? You're gonna make mistakes. This is the world we're living in right now, okay? We make mistakes, okay? But you're gonna fix it. All right? He said, "Oh shoot, we've got to bring these people back." He realized he made a mistake, and then he's rectifying his mistakes. What do you want him to do? Like, not change his mind because his ego is too fat? No, he made a mistake. He realized he made a mistake, and he changed it.
Okay, gets it wrong once in a while. Big deal. So what?
I agree with that.
That's 10% of the time.
It's okay. I actually think it's okay if they run into a stumble here or there because the project is so massive. The need to cut is so massive.
Thank you.
The government is so massive. It's inconceivable that you wouldn't make a mistake here or there. But I think that's acceptable if the greater goal is achieved, which is a smaller government, more efficient government. Trim the fat.
Even if someone dies, or even if someone, because
Are
we're
you
talking
alleging
about,
that someone has died from this?
we don't know. I'm talking about when the rubber meets the road. I'm talking about, for example, Kansas City, 30,000 government employees might be laid off. It will destroy the economy of Kansas City. That's okay.
Why do you say that?
Because I'm reading what the individuals from Kansas City have been saying, that they're very concerned.
What do you think they're going to say when they're going to get
Of
whacked?
course they're going to say that. But my point is, do we think that's smart
Does
to
the-
live in an American city just go under?
How many American cities need a massively oversized federal government to stay afloat? I mean, isn't that said more about the city than the government?
But when did we get to the point where presidents are measuring themselves by how many people they put out of work instead of how many people they get jobs
Not a
for?
moment too soon.
Yeah,
Not
this
a moment
is
too
crazy.
soon.
This is
Because
absolutely
the government
and
only
if
ever
they're
gets
big
bigger,
fat
never
chickens,
smaller.
hopefully they lay some eggs, and maybe then we can afford it.
This strikes me as something that was done just for the sake of doing. And I think it was a tone-deaf move. It wasn't a big enough cut to do anything. It was a completely tone-deaf move. I mean, I find people are always interested in efficiency as long as it doesn't affect them. And it's strange to me that we got enough people to go and ride around the racetrack behind the presidential limousine and such, and to guard 3 residences. And we're never cutting people from there. But to come now and make sort of a tone-deaf move to cut the FAA is again, this is an image thing, and they want to be seen as doing something.
Cap on cap. Cap on cap.
The Trump administration scoring a big victory in court as a judge rejects calls from blue states to block Elon Musk and the Department of Government Efficiency from obtaining federal data. Our chief legal affairs correspondent, Paula Reed, is on the story for us. What are you learning, Paula?
So, Wolf, here we're talking about Judge Tanya Chutkan. She's the Obama-appointed judge who oversaw Trump's criminal case related to allegations of election subversion. Today, she declined to block Elon Musk and DOGE from accessing data at a slew of federal agencies. Now, this lawsuit was brought by a group of Democratic state attorneys general. They were also asking Chutkan to block DOGE from being able to fire federal employees or place them on involuntary leave. Now, Chutkan declined this request. She said that, quote, they have not shown that they will suffer imminent, irreparable harm absent a temporary restraining order. That's what they were asking for. She went on to say, the court is aware that DOGE's unpredictable actions have resulted in considerable uncertainty and confusion for plaintiffs and many of their agencies and residents. It remains uncertain when and how the catalog of state programs that plaintiffs identify will suffer. And this is DOGE's second big legal victory on this issue just today. Earlier today, another Obama-appointed judge here in Washington, Judge Randy Moss, ruled that DOGE would not be blocked from accessing data at the Department of Education. And that came after a group of students that receive financial assistance sued to try to protect their data. But again, the judge ruled that they had not shown how they would be harmed. And at least 4 times, In recent days, emergency lawsuits and legal actions against DOGE have failed, mostly on this idea that judges say, look, you haven't shown that you have been harmed, but these judges have left the door open that if in the future plaintiffs or challengers can show that their data was compromised or improperly used, they may be able to return to court. Wolf.
All right, Paula Reed reporting for us. Thank you, Paula, very much. Our political and legal experts.
DOGE is a new idea, okay? It's a new system that the Trump administration brought into play to sort of kind of like audit the government, okay? They're trying to make sure the government is efficient. And they're going to make mistakes. They're going to, confuse people. And people are going to like get worked up and be like, what's going on? It's new. It's a new initiative. And they're going to make mistakes, like I said. But so far, they have been very productive, and the people are seeing it, and the people support it, and that's all that truly matters.
Are joining us right now, and Elliot Williams, let me start with you. What do you make of these decisions?
Right, and picking up on Paula's last point there, this is certainly a win for DOGE, but it wasn't an unequivocal one, Wolf. And there's some nuance in the judge's opinion. Yes, as Paula had said, the states did not establish that they were actually harmed. What the judge says is that, well, they're speculating. They think that in the future, if this thing happens, perhaps the residents of my states might, and it was speculative, the harm. But in the future, they can come back after, whether it's terminations or funding changes or whatever, and raise their arguments again. That was one. So they can revisit it. The other thing, and there was a big point made in here, she makes a statement about the appointment of Elon Musk and questions whether there is an appointments clause problem under the United States Constitution. Was this individual who was heading this entity properly appointed? She just put it out there, said that this is something that's going to be litigated. This is not the end of this case, but no, this was certainly a win temporarily for the Trump team.
Keyword temporarily. We'll see how that unfolds. Actually, at the end, as you know, Trump was asked today about Elon Musk's role with DOGE. This is what he said. Listen to this.
Elon is, to me, a patriot. So, you could call him an employee, you could call him a consultant, you could call him whatever you want, but he's a patriot.
How do you interpret that?
I mean, listen, we don't know who Elon Musk is. I mean, Elon Musk hasn't gotten security clearance. Why would you want someone who doesn't have security clearance to gain access to my secure data? I'm going to speak on behalf of the American people, if you don't mind, Wolf. What does getting sensitive information or access to grainy sensitive information have to do with cutting government waste? What does getting that information, access to that information, have to do with the price?
His team, the DOGE team, they have to get this information to see what the government is doing. That's the whole point of making the government efficient. That's the whole point. He's auditing. Well, his team, the DOGE team, they're auditing the government. Just like, any audit, you have to see what's going on internally.
Of eggs in Iowa. Absolutely nothing. The fox is in the hen house at this point, and Donald Trump is asleep at the wheel. He cannot tell us what information is being accessed, who's accessing it, and for what purpose are they using it. If you ask me, this is all, the only explanation at hand is that Donald Trump is bought by Elon Musk, and Elon Musk has carte blanche to do whatever he wants and to sell out Americans' sensitive data. The American people have to wake up to what's happening right now. This is not a test. And here's the other thing that I think is most concerning. This is only what we know, Wolf. It's what we don't know that Elon Musk is doing that is most alarming and should be most alarming to the American people.
Brian Lanza is with us as well. Brian, as you know, both Musk and Trump repeatedly gave the impression that Elon Musk is running, in fact, DOGE. So how do you square that with this new White House claim that he isn't?
Listen, I think an advisor comes in and does certain things, but they don't have to get into details. Elon and his team, they're advisor to these agencies, they're advisor to the administration, and they're advising where the fraud, waste, and abuse is taking place. And yes, sometimes they do need data. They need, sometimes they need social security numbers to make sure there's not duplicates going on.
Banking information to determine how to cut government. What does that have to do with government?
They have to look at everything. Listen, when your bank account has been breached, you look at everything that's going place. You don't just say keep spending money and say I'll do research later.
But why do you need access to my personal bank account information? That's the problem. Is accessing people's personal information, and we don't know anything about Elon Musk.
We do. He's received security clearance for his contracts he's received. I mean, let's be clear. Elon has passed extensive security background checks because he's gotten these agreements during the Obama administration.
Exactly. This man shoots rocket into space, okay, into the sky, and he doesn't have clearance. He has some sort of high-level clearance. And I'm sure definitely now he's had more clearance. Like, now she doesn't have anything to say. Here we go.
During the Biden administration. So it's a lie to say Elon has not been vetted. He has been vetted by the FBI. He has been vetted by this government, or he would have never received those contracts. So I get that's a talking point that you want to confuse the American people on that. But the reality is he does have all these clearances, so he does have these access. The question becomes is why is the deep state sort of fighting this resistance of what President Trump was elected to do? Elon is a tool and a weapon to what President Trump wants to do, and he wants to shrink the size of government. And he's told people.
Can you imagine Elon? Oh my goodness, this is the greatest time to be alive, man. This is the greatest time to be alive when it comes to, politics, and when it comes to just enjoying what's going on in the world, especially seeing that you have a capable leader in the White House. This man right here just said Elon is a tool that the president is willing to use. Now I get that. If deploy Elon, he's gonna deliver. It's like he's shown time again and again and again and again and again and again that he is capable. So let's go, Trump.
That he's going to shrink it. He got elected on this purpose, and you need data to make those decisions.
But I don't think you need people's personal data. That's the line we have to draw at some point.
Listen,
is that this is a man who's going in not just from Treasury
to other federal employees that access have. So he's not treated specially.
But the intent is not to. Those federal employees have access not with the intent of cutting government waste.
So your criticism is he should not have that data because he's going to because he wants to cut government.
No, because he has access to it, and we don't know what he's doing with the information. Trump can't even tell us what he's doing with it.
Every employee at that level has the same access that Elon has. It's not special access.
Let me get Elliot back into this conversation.
I was enjoying that.
I was enjoying it too. Judge Chutkan also warned that the Department of Justice, as you know, has to make truthful representations to the court. What do you make of that?
That's a little bit of an ouchie from a federal judge, and having appeared in front of a lot of judges and clerked for two of them, you read between the lines about some of the statements they make. Now, look, making truthful representations to the court is the basic core responsibility of any member of the bar or anybody who's appearing. A judge doesn't make a statement like that unless she has at least some sense that there was either some, if not falsehood, twisting of the truth a little bit in what they presented to her. Let's keep an eye on that and see exactly what she was getting at, and if she really is saying that the Justice Department was either lying or making falsehoods to her.
All right, guys, everyone, thank you very, very much.
Thank you for tuning in to the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. Double tap your screen. Double tap your screen. Subscribe to the channel. Like I say, well, I have been off for like 23 days. So most of what we're going to be talking about is going to be recaps. And of course, what is going on in real time. But with that being said, we're going to run back Trump's executive order signing from Mar-a-Lago yesterday. Let's get it.
3 weeks, and they've made in 4 years, especially with respect to the reputation of our country. And people are respecting us again as a country and as a powerful country, and maybe a smart country, but maybe not so smart, because when you look at some of the waste, fraud, and abuse that's being uncovered by DOGE and the people at DOGE, these are young, often young, but super brilliant people, incredible computer scientists and other things. And they're finding levels of fraud and waste and abuse like I think nobody ever thought possible. But before we do that, I just want to ask Will to come over. I've just finished signing some executive orders, and if we could start with that, Will, you might want to come up here and just explain what we did. Thank you.
Good afternoon, y'all. A short while ago, President Trump signed three items. The first is an executive order relating to the affordability and availability of in vitro fertilization and other fertility treatments. These are treatments that have become unaffordable for many Americans, or have been unaffordable for many Americans. And the executive order is a directive to the Domestic Policy Council to examine ways to make IVF and other fertility treatments more affordable for more Americans. The second item that we signed was a presidential memorandum imposing radical transparency requirements on government departments and agencies, in keeping with President Trump and the administration's broader commitment to governmental transparency. What this presidential memorandum would do is require, as waste, fraud, and abuse is uncovered, as programs are canceled, and ultimately as taxpayer dollars are saved, this presidential memorandum would require departments and agencies to make all of the details of that freely available to the public. Lastly, we have another executive order that President Trump signed relating to independent agencies. This executive order would establish important oversight functions in the Office of Management and Budget and its subsidiary office, OIRA, supervising independent agencies and many of their actions, and also reestablishes the longstanding norm that only the President or the Attorney General can speak for the United States when stating an opinion as to what the law is.
Thank you very much, Will. That was the primary purpose of this conference, to explain that they're all very important in their own way. Fertilization, I've been saying that we're going to do what we have to do, and I think the women and families, husbands, are very appreciative of it. But that was it. I do want to say while I'm up here, I've been contacted by some of the biggest companies in the world. And because of what we're doing economically and through tariffs and taxes and incentives, they want to come back into the United States. And we'll be announcing various very large companies, the biggest actually, and they'll be coming back, having to do with chips and having to do also with cars and lots of other things. We're going to be announcing some very, very big, momentous decisions are being made by companies all around the world, the biggest, and they want to come back into the U.S. Car plants are being canceled in other locations now because they want to build them here. And you read about a couple, not that I want to mention names or anything, but you read about a couple of big ones in Mexico just got canceled because they're going to be building them in the United States. And that's very simply because of what we're doing with respect to taxes, tariffs, and incentives. And I think it's a very important thing. And you'll be seeing this over the next probably over the next 2 years, to be honest, but you're going to see a lot of it over the next couple of weeks. A lot of big ones are going to be announcing. And so while we're here, I guess we can take a couple of quick questions. Go ahead, please. Please.
Mr. President, have you decided specifically what the auto tariff rate should be?
Yeah, I probably will tell you that on April 2nd, but it'll be in the neighborhood of 25%.
And pharmaceuticals?
It'll be 25% and higher, and it'll go very substantially higher over a course of a year. But we want to give them time to come in because, as you know, when they come into the United States and they have their plant or factory here, there is no tariff. So we want to give them a little bit of a chance. Yes, thank you.
The EU... Andrea Shalom. The EU representative is going to be here in Washington tomorrow. He's going to be meeting with Hassett and Greer and Letnick. What can the EU do to sort of avoid the reciprocal tariffs that you've talked about? And, you know, you've talked a lot about the VAT. Do you expect them to reduce that?
Well, they did already, as I understand it, reduce their car tariff all the way down to what we have. And a lot of that will take place, and I think some won't do it and some will do it. But The EU had a 10% tax on cars, and now they have a 2.5% tax, which is the exact same as us. So already we've saved a tremendous amount. That would be great. If everybody would do that, then we'd all be on the same playing field. Because essentially what we're doing with the tariffs is, they charge us, we charge them, same amount. And it's called reciprocal, actually. And whatever they charge us, we're charging them. And so the EU is... I appreciate that they did this, but, the EU has been very unfair to us. We have a deficit of $350 billion. They don't take our cars. They don't take our farm products. They don't take almost anything. They take very little. And we're going to have to straighten that out, and we will. I have no doubt about it. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could you tell us a little bit more about the Russia talks, your impression of how they went today, and if you're perhaps more confident or less confident of a deal after what happened today?
Well, much more confident. They were very good. Russia wants to do something. They want to stop the savage barbarianism. I mean, what's going on over there? It's soldiers are being killed by the thousands on a weekly basis. It's ridiculous. And they're not American soldiers, they're Russian soldiers, and they're Ukrainian soldiers largely, although a lot of Koreans have been killed, as you know. Quite a bit of them have been killed. They came over to fight, and a large portion have been wiped out. But we want to end it. It's a senseless war. It should have never happened, would have never happened if I was president, and it's a shame to see it. And I see pictures that you don't see, but I see pictures of fields that look just horrible. It looks like Gettysburg. If you see the old pictures of Gettysburg, it's soldiers lying all over the field, body parts all over the field. They're all dead. And this is going on a daily basis. It's a horrible thing. Both Russia and Ukraine, they're losing thousands and thousands of soldiers. And a lot of people have been killed, too. I think that's one of the things that you'll see historically and you'll see later on as it goes along. I think people are going to be surprised at how many people, not only soldiers, have been killed in Ukraine. A lot more people than you think. Yeah, please.
President Trump, as part of a peace deal with Putin, would you be willing to consider removing all American troops from Europe?
Well, nobody's asked me to do that, so I don't think we'd have to do that. I wouldn't want to do that. But that question's never really come up. Yeah. Please.
Sir, do you support stationing European peacekeeping troops in Ukraine as part of this peace deal?
If they want to do that, that's great. I'm all for it. If they want to do that, I think that'd be fine.
Even if the Russians are...
I mean, I know France has mentioned it. Others have mentioned it. UK has mentioned it. But if we have a peace deal, I think having troops over there from the standpoint of Europe, we won't have to put any over there because, we're very far away. But having troops over there would be fine. I would not object to it at all. We're talking about this now, peace. We have either a ceasefire or a peace itself, and we're looking to do both. We'd start off with the ceasefire, and if they want to do that. I know France was willing to do that, and I thought that was a beautiful gesture. Yeah, please.
Do you have any message for Ukrainians who, after 3 years of fighting, might feel betrayed or disappointed at not having a seat at these initial talks in Saudi Arabia?
Well, I think I'm really disappointed in what's happened. I've been watching this for 3 years. It's a war that would have never happened if I was president, and I've been watching these people being killed at levels that you've rarely seen, not even close, since the Second World War. And I'm very disappointed. I hear that, they're upset about not having a seat. Well, they've had a seat for 3 years and a long time before that. This could have been settled very easily. Just a half-baked negotiator could have settled this years ago without the loss of much land, very little land, without the loss of any lives, and without the loss of cities that are just laying on their sides. You have those magnificent golden domes that are shattered, will never be replaced. You can't replace them. 1,000-year-old domes that are so beautiful, you can't replace that. A whole civilization has changed because of what. So when they're worried about not being seated, you mean somebody that should have gone in and made a deal a long time ago? You could have made a deal. This is one that could have made a deal. There was no talk of this during the Trump administration. Putin would have never, ever done it. And by the way, we wouldn't have had October 7th, you know that. We wouldn't have had October 7th either in Israel, and we wouldn't have had that mess that's going on over there. It's like we have great fire people here. We're putting out fires. All over the world we're putting out fires. So that wouldn't have happened. And you know what else wouldn't have happened? Inflation. Because it was caused really by the cost of energy going through the roof because of their bad energy policies and also their spending, their terrible spending, wasteful spending on the Green New Scam. It's a scam. It's a whole big scam. Yeah, please.
Yes, sir. I want to ask you a little closer to home. What would it take for you to reconsider the restrictions on the Associated Press? And secondly, some of your advisors are concerned with the Associated Press's style guide, using language and giving guidance to not use words like illegal immigrant or to use phrases like gender-affirming care. And they're concerned about that being an encroaching of liberalism in the way in which the press writes about things. Do you share those concerns?
Well, I do think that some of the phrases that they want to use are ridiculous, and I think, frankly, they become obsolete, especially in the last 3 weeks, because many things have happened in the last 3 weeks. And I didn't know about that, but I would say that if they want to use certain phrases like that, and I guess some are okay, but many aren't, but the Associated Press just refuses to go with what the law is and what is taking place. It's called the Gulf of America now. It's not called the Gulf of Mexico any longer. I have the right to do it, just like we have the right to do Mount McKinley, and nobody's even challenging that. But only the essentially, it's primarily the Associated Press, and I don't know what they're doing, but I just say that we're going to keep them out until such time as they agree that it's the Gulf of America. We're very proud of this country, and we want it to be the Gulf of America. Now, the Associated Press, as you know, has been very, very wrong on the election, on Trump and the treatment of Trump, and other things having to do with Trump and Republicans and conservatives. And they're doing us no favors, and I guess I'm not doing them any favors. That's the way life works. But, you know, thank you for the question. Who are you with? Very good question. Thank you. Yes.
We're hearing that Russia wants to force Ukraine to hold new elections in order to sign any kind of a peace deal. Is that something that the U.S. would ever support?
Well, we have a situation where we haven't had elections in Ukraine, where we have martial law, essentially martial law in Ukraine, where the leader in Ukraine, I mean, I hate to say it, but he's down at 4% approval rating, and where a country has been blown to smithereens. You got most of the cities are laying on their sides. The buildings are collapsed. It looks like a massive demolition site. The whole, I mean, so many of the cities. I mean, they haven't done it in Kiev because I guess they don't want to shoot too many rockets in there. They've done it 20%, but they haven't done it 100%. If they wanted to do it 100%, it would probably happen very quickly. But you have cities that are absolutely decimated. And yeah, I would say that, you know, when they want a seat at the table, you could say the people have to, wouldn't the people of Ukraine have to say, like, you know, it's been a long time since we've had an election. That's not a Russia thing. That's something coming from me and coming from many other countries also. You know, Ukraine is being just wiped out. Look at what's happening to the cities. There are cities, there's not even a building standing. It's a massive, you talk about Gaza. I mean, it's literally, these cities look like Gaza. Actually, many have, percentage-wise, more buildings knocked down than in Gaza. So, you know, people are tired of it. People want to see something happen. And, you know, the other thing that it's been bothering me for a long time, because I solved the problem with NATO. They paid hundreds of billions of dollars into the funds of NATO when I said you got to pay, because the United States was paying for European countries, and then they take advantage of us on trade. But I've seen it. Look, they have to pay. They have to find out, where is the money going to? We have, I believe, President Zelensky said last week that he doesn't know where half of the money is that we gave him. Well, we gave them, I believe, $350 billion, but let's say it's something less than that, but it's a lot. And we have to equalize with Europe, because Europe has given us given a very much smaller percentage than that. I think Europe has given $100 billion, and we've given, let's say, 300 plus, and it's more important for them than it is for us. We have an ocean in between, and they don't. But where is all the money that's been given? Where is it going? And nobody, I've never seen an accounting of it. We give hundreds of billions of dollars. I don't see any accounting. So I want to see peace. Look, you know why I want? Because I don't want all these people killed anymore. I'm looking at people that are being killed, and they're Russian and Ukrainian people, but they're people. Doesn't matter where they're from on the whole planet. And I think I have the power to end this war. And I think it's going very well. But today I heard, oh, well, we weren't invited. Well, you've been there for 3 years. You should have ended it 3 years. You should have never started it. You could have made a deal. I could have made a deal for Ukraine that would have given them almost all of the land, everything, almost all of the land, and no people would have been killed, and no city would have been demolished, and not one dome would have been knocked down. But they chose not to do it that way. And President Biden, in all fairness, he doesn't have a clue. What he was so bad for this. He was so bad, so pathetic, so sad. But with all of that being said, look, it is what it is. When I left, there was no chance that this could have happened. But it happened because we had incompetent leadership at many different levels. But when you see what's taken place in Ukraine with millions of people killed, including the soldiers, millions of people killed, a big percentage of their cities knocked down to the ground. I don't know how anybody even lives there. You know, when they say they took a poll and Zelensky's at 4%, who's living there? You know, I mean, it's hard to believe that people live there. Their cities are being knocked down. And this is something that would have never happened. And by the way, for 4 years, it didn't happen. It was never going to happen. Go ahead.
One follow-up question. How would you counter the perception, because Russia's pushing for this, obviously, they don't really hold true elections, that would be a capitulation of some sort. How would you guard against potentially Russia installing a puppet government? And then finally, how would that new election have an impact on getting Zelensky to sign the rare earth minerals deal?
Look, you have leadership, and I like him personally. He's fine. But I don't care about personally. I care about getting the job done. You have leadership now that's allowed a war to go on that should have never even happened, even without the United States. Look, we had a president who was grossly incompetent. He had no idea what he was doing. He said some very stupid things, like going in for portions and all of the things. He made a lot of bad statements, but he's grossly incompetent, and I think everyone knew that. This is something that should have never happened, would have never happened. And I used to discuss it with Putin. President Putin and I would talk about Ukraine. It was the apple of his eye, I will tell you that. But there was never a chance of him going in. And I told him, you better not go in. Don't go in. Don't go in. And he understood that. He understood it fully. But I'm only interested. I want to see if I can save maybe millions of lives. This could even end up in a World War III. I mean, to be honest with you, you've been hearing now Europe is saying, well, I think we're going to go in and we're going to go. All of a sudden, you're going to end up in World War III over something that should have never happened. And, you know, it's a very sad situation. Yeah, please.
In a court filing, the White House said that Elon Musk is not a DOGE employee and has no authority to make decisions. Can you clarify for us today
well, Elon
what his
Musk,
exact role is there?
Yeah. Elon is, to me, a patriot. So, you know, you could call him an employee, you could call him a consultant, you could call him whatever you want. But he's a patriot. I mean, look at the kind of things. I just said, just write it down, just in case that question got asked, right? And which I'm surprised it took so long, actually. But you know what? Ukraine's a bigger deal because people are dying by the thousands a week, thousands. But look at this, from 90 to 99, Social Security, 6,054,000 people. Well, that's okay. Maybe that's possible. You know, 90 to 99, maybe it's possible. It's a lot of people, though, at that. But people that live to 100 to 109, 4,734,000. Wow, that's a lot. That means over 100 years old. They're 4 million people. I don't know too many. I know people that are doing great in their 90s, but not too many people over 100. But over 120, from 120 years old, people that are 120 years old up to 129, 3,472,000 people. Wow. You know, that can't possibly be because the record is like, I think it's one person, a woman, lived to 127, but they have 3,472. Okay, but now we're going really in. People from 130 years old to 139-year-old, 3,936,000. Wow. I wonder if people are getting paid with all this. I mean, are these checks? And that's what we're checking right now. People from 140 years old to 149 years old, 3,542,000, 140 years old and beyond. Now we're really going, because we're looking to break the record by 25 years. People from 150 years old to 159 years old, 1,345,000. These are in the, by the way, these are in the computer files. This is what they do well. They're super. I asked Elon, who are these DOGE people? He said they're super brilliant computer people and they love the country. It's simple. Wait a minute. People from 160 years old to 169 years, 121,000. So 160-year-old people. 170 to 179,000, 6,087. But now, let's go into the real numbers.
Here we go.
From 200 to 209 years old, 879 people. From 210 years old, I haven't met any of them. And if I did, I would bless them. I would worship the ground they walk on. 210 to 219 years, 866. From 220 years old to 229 years old, 1,039. And then you have two people. From 240 years old to 249 years old, one person. And there's one person that's 360 years old. That's just that. And then, where's the money being spent, right? Let's go into that for just a second. $520 million for a consultant on the environment. It's called Environmental, Social, and Governance. Investments in Africa and mobilize private sector resources. $520 million. Somebody got $520 million for an environmental, sounds like an environmental study. I've always been one that paid a lot of money for my environmental studies, but I paid like $50,000, not $520 million. $520 million for ESG. $25 million to promote biodiversity, conservation, and promote licit livelihoods by developing socially responsible behavior in the country of Colombia. Well, it's nice, $25 million to go into Colombia for something that nobody ever heard of. $40 million to improve the social and economic inclusion of sedentary migrants. $40 million. $42 million for Johns Hopkins, great place, to research and drive social and behavior change in Uganda. $42 million. What about us? What about social change in our country? $70 million for a center at Purdue to research university-sourced, evidence-based solutions to developmental challenges. I mean, these are massive numbers on things that nobody ever heard about. $10 million for Mozambique voluntary medical male circumcisions. $10 million for circumcisions in another country. $9.7 million for UC Berkeley to develop a cohort of Cambodian youth with enterprise-driven skills. In other words, let's teach them something about enterprise. What about our people? Can't we teach them about enterprise? $2.3 million for strengthening independent voices in Cambodia. $32 million to the Prague Civil Society Center, which is a very liberal group of people. Wonder how much of that money came back to the people that approved it. $14 million for improving public procurement in Serbia. $486 million to the Consortium for Elections and Political Process Strengthening, including $22 million for inclusive and participatory political process in Moldova, and $21 million for voter turnout in India. Well, why are we giving $21 million to India? They got a lot of money. They're one of the highest taxing countries in the world in terms of us. We can hardly get in there because their tariffs are so high. I have a lot of respect for India. I have a lot of respect for the Prime Minister. He just left, as you know, 2 days ago. But we're giving $21 million for voter turnout. It's voter turnout in India. What about like voter turnout here. Oh, we've done that, I guess. We did 500 million, didn't we? It's called the lockboxes. $20 million for fiscal federalism in Nepal. Listen to these numbers. This is all fraud. $19 million for biodiversity conservation in Nepal. $1.5 million for voter confidence. We want to give them confidence in Liberia. $14 million for social cohesion in Mali. $2.5 million for inclusive democracies in South Africa. $47 million for improving learning outcomes in Asia. Asia's doing very well. They're doing a lot better than we do in the schools, aren't they? $2 million to develop sustainable recycling models to increase socioeconomic cohesion among marginalized communities in Kosovo and Eshkali and in Egypt. We're talking about hundreds of billions of dollars. I could, by the way, I could read this all day long. I could go on all day long, and you'll see hundreds of billions of dollars, and we're doing it. But when I saw the Social Security numbers, I said, wow, that's really something. So we have, let's just go above 100 years old. We have millions and millions of people over 100 years old. Everybody knows that's not so. We have a very corrupt country, and it's a sad thing to say, but we're figuring it out. Now, the good thing about Social Security and what I read is if you take all of those numbers off, because they're obviously fraudulent or incompetent, but if you take all of those millions of people off Social Security, all of a sudden we have a very powerful Social Security with people that are 80 and 70 and 90, but not 200 years old. You know, so it's a very positive thing. How about over here? Yeah, please.
Your reaction to Michelle King, the head resigning after the DOGE?
Who resigned?
The head of Social Security.
I don't know. I mean, I resigned or got fired. I think got fired. You know, when you fire somebody, they always resign, and then they say, we resigned. But when you have numbers like that, I think really it's got fired. They have to get fired. Who would keep them? How could you have numbers like this? Now, the big thing is, how many of these people got paid? Were they getting paid? Were they getting paid? How many of them were getting paid Social Security? Because if that's the case, it's a massive fraud. We'll have to call those great Palm Beach police into this situation, right? You guys would figure that out very quickly. But how many of them are being paid? I mean, maybe millions of them, but it's a total fraud. Also, a lot of illegal immigrants are in Social Security that shouldn't be there. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Mr. President, there was a big wave of probationary federal workers who were fired over the weekend. Some of these workers focused on nuclear weapon security, were immediately rehired. Do you have any concerns about how these terminations have
No, not at all. I think we have to just do what we have to do. It's, you know, you're going to, it's amazing what's been found right now. It's amazing. If we feel that in some cases they'll fire people and then they'll put some people back, not all of them, because a lot of people were let go. Don't forget, I got elected on the basis of making our government stronger and smaller, because we have millions of people that obviously they're paying millions of people that shouldn't be paid. And that has also to do with workers. Yeah, please. No, go ahead. Actually, yes, New York Times.
Sorry. Mr. President, given your concerns about corruption, you said that if there were any conflicts of interest with Elon Musk, you wouldn't let him anywhere near it.
That's right.
DOGE and SpaceX employees are now working directly at the Federal Aviation Administration and the Defense Department, agencies that have billions of dollars in contracts with Musk's companies or that directly regulate his companies. How is that not a conflict of interest?
Well, I mean, I'm just hearing about it, and if there is, and he told me before I told him, but obviously I will not let there be any conflict of interest. He's done an amazing job. They've revealed, in fact, he's going to be on tonight, a big show called Sean Hannity at 9 o'clock, and he's on and I'm on, and we talk about a lot of different things. And any conflicts, I told Elon, any conflicts, you can't have anything to do with that. So anything to do with possibly even space, we won't let Elon partake in that. Yeah, please.
On immigration, sir, you said you would be sending the worst of the worst to Guantanamo Bay. What we're finding out is that there are a lot of low-risk migrants who don't have a criminal background who are also being sent. Are you thinking about this differently now?
No, they're going to be brought back to their countries. And with some persuasion, every one of those countries, everyone in the, as you know, every country is taking the people back. So some of them are going to be brought back to, many of them, any of them that are low risk, as you say, are going to be brought back to their countries. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Can you give us a bit of an update on where you stand with Venezuela?
Yeah,
It's oil. There's basically a monthly license that can soon extend.
Well, you know, we had Venezuela on the run, and it looked like that was going to be very good. And when Biden came in, as he always does, he screws it up. And they started buying millions and millions and millions of dollars of oil, billions of dollars actually, of oil, and it gave them a new life, a new really lease on life. But we'll see. We had some pretty good discussions with a lot of people within our government, in the United States government, that are involved in that. And Venezuela's a little bit early, but, you know, we were not buying from Venezuela when Biden came in for whatever reason. Instead of just taking the beautiful, as I call it, liquid gold, we have more than anybody, they started paying a fortune to Venezuela. And we're looking at that, actually. Why did they do that? Why were they doing that? Why would they go to the enemy and give them billions and billions of dollars? Now, with that being said, as you know, Venezuela has said very strongly they will not take any illegal immigrant, any of the people that they sent over to us. They sent their gangs, probably the worst gang anywhere in the world, as bad as MS-13, maybe worse. And they came out of the jails of Venezuela. They emptied their jails into our country. And they said, we'll never take them back. Well, they took them back, and they're taking them back. And they are taking them back rapidly. They were sending a lot of people to Venezuela. They said they wouldn't take them back, and they are taking back. But we're looking at Venezuela very seriously, and we're going to be able to. Don't forget, I've only been here for 3 weeks. Yeah, please.
Just a little clarity on, are you inclined to continue to allow Venezuela, through, I think, Chevron and other oil companies, to export those petroleum products, or are you
maybe not
to pull back?
Yeah, maybe not. We're looking at that now. I just got here. When I left, they weren't doing anything. They were ready to go. We give up. And then Biden came along and he gave them literally billions of dollars. I couldn't believe it, actually. And we have so much under our feet, liquid gold. We have so much, and it was pretty amazing. So we're looking at that whole situation, why he did it. All right, how about one more? Yeah, please.
What can you tell us about the CIA drone flights over Mexico? Is this the next step in the war against the cartels?
Well, we're going to see.
Should they have authority to take lethal action?
Mexico's allowed a tremendous number of people to go through their country into ours, and even people coming from Mexico, and illegals, totally illegal. They've allowed people to empty jails into Mexico and then let them come through with this totally ridiculous open border policy of the Biden administration. So millions of people have come in, and hundreds of thousands, and actually millions, are criminals. They came in from jails all over the world. They'd release them into Mexico, and they come into our country. And they also came in from Canada, by the way, large numbers through Canada. In fact, when we closed up the one border, they came in through the other border. So Canada is not an uninterested party. But I will say this. We're dealing with Mexico. I have a very good relationship with Mexico, but I think Mexico is largely run by the cartels, and that's a sad thing to say. And if they wanted help with that, we'd give them help. But Mexico, if you look at what's gone on with Mexico for years now, but now especially, it's run by the cartels. And they've allowed millions of people to come into our country from jails and prisons of other countries from all over the world, not just South America. Africa, Asia, all over, a lot from the Congo in Africa, a lot. They opened their jails, they came in through Mexico, and we have some of the worst criminals coming in from the Congo and other places. So it's not just South America, and it's not just Venezuela, but they opened their jails. And you know, the crime rates in Venezuela and other places all over the world has gone way down. You know why? Because they've given us their prisoners, they've given us their drug lords and their gang members And it's hard to believe that we accepted this. It's hard to believe that we allowed open borders, and we're taking in, hundreds of thousands and millions of people coming in from all over the world that are absolute stone-cold criminals. In fact, 11,088 murderers, and many of those people have murdered more than one person. Why are they giving us these people, and why are we taking these people under Biden? You had a border czar that never went to the border. Happened to be a vice president, never went to the border, never called the border people. I call them all the time. I speak to them all the time. But here's the good news. We have the most secure border we've ever had right now. As secure and even more secure than I had it 4 years ago. And the Border Patrol is doing incredible. ICE is doing incredible. Tom Homan's unbelievable, and Kristi Noem has been just working very, very hard, very, very hard. And we have the best numbers we've ever had, and we're going to keep it that way. And we're going to find out how a thing like this could have happened to our country, because who would allow this to happen? What they've done to our country is so sad. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, President. Before the end of the month.
Thank
you, Press. Straight out. Thank you. Out the back. Thanks, guys. Thank you, Press. We're heading straight back. That was my question. So thank you, Press. Straight back.
Can we do a live?
Yeah. Thanks, guys. Out the back door.
Thank you for tuning in to the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. Welcome to the channel. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing. If you haven't double tapped your screen, if you haven't liked this live show, make sure you like the live show. And yes. Okay, so I have this new update right here for you guys. So the White House, all right, give me a moment.
Live feed.
Let me get you here. All right, we're gonna come here. Okay. All right, everybody. If you don't know, the White House this morning is considering giving the American people another stimulus check. Listen to this.
Your top political headlines this morning, we're learning the White House could consider refund checks for taxpayers as part of the administration's push to cut federal spending. That comes as the new Department of Government Efficiency got some good news from a federal court. But as Doug Luzada reports from Washington this morning, the legal challenges continue.
Now, that right there would be interesting to see because, a lot of people said the stimulus check created inflation, okay? Because, of course, government spending out of control. But now it's like, well, they're recovering or recouping some money back through the effort of the Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE. So it's like, is this a good idea? I mean, a lot of people are going through a lot of things now in the United States. It is facts, okay? It is what it is. A lot of people are just living paycheck to paycheck, especially with the high grocery bills, the gas prices that they've had to endure for the past 4 years. But is this a good idea for stimulus check? Is this a good idea? Let me know in the comment below right now. Thank you for tuning in to the live show. You know what time it is.
Cost savings are mounting because of federal cutbacks, but so are the controversies. And the president's chief cost cutter is mulling the possibility of DOGE dividend checks.
I think he's going to find $1 trillion.
Yeah, I think so. President Trump and Elon Musk setting their sights high for spending cuts during an interview with Fox's Sean Hannity. And while federal employee layoffs have sparked protests, Musk says the goal is essential.
If the deficit is not brought under control, America will go bankrupt. This is a very important thing for people to understand.
And Musk's Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, has a running count of the savings, now pegged at $55 billion. When a user on X suggested cutting checks to taxpayers to refund some of those savings, Musk replied, "We'll check with the president."
This is nothing more than a money grab.
Democratic critics have been unsparing in their criticism of his cuts. But a federal judge told a group of Democratic state attorneys general that she will not cut off DOGE's access to federal systems without clear evidence of imminent, irreparable harm. The current record does not meet that standard, she wrote. Still, Democrats plan to keep up their opposition.
DOGE is simply taking.
You got to respect this OG, man. You got to respect the OG Trump. And a lot of people have stuff to say, okay? Everybody has their own opinion, like I always say, okay? Because I get to say what I want to say, and you should get to say what you want to say as well. You know, that's why we don't really block anybody in the chat. We just let you say what you want to say, okay? However, okay, be nice. Be nice in the chat. But with that being said, greatness is upon us, ladies and gentlemen. Greatness is upon us, and a lot of people don't like it. A lot of people are scared of it. A lot of people don't know what to expect because it's like happening so fast. But just relax, enjoy the ride because it's here. You can't stop it.
Start with this. So he's working for free with DOGE. He's kind of put a lot of his life on hold. And you sued Twitter a number of years ago. You just made him pay you $10 million?
That's right. That's right.
That's right.
Well, I sued from long before he had it.
Yeah.
And I mean, they really did a number on me, you know. And I sued, and they had to pay. They paid $10 million settlement.
You're okay with that?
I mean, I left it up to the lawyers and you know the team running Twitter. So I said, you guys do what you think is the right. It makes sense.
I think it's funny.
I think it's a very low. I was looking to get much more money than that.
So you gave him a discount with the lawsuit.
He got a big discount. I don't think he even knows about it.
He's become one of your, if you read and believe the media, he's become one of your best friends. He's working for free for you.
Well, I love the president. I just want to be clear about that.
You don't care about that.
I know. I love the president.
You love the president.
I think President Trump is a good man, and he's, you know.
It's nice the way he said that. You know, there's something nice about it.
It really is. You know, because I mean, the president's been so unfairly attacked in the media. It's really outrageous. And I've at this point spent a lot of time with the president, and not once have I seen him do something that was mean or cruel or wrong. Not once.
You know, I've known him for 30 years.
Yeah.
And I've never seen anybody take as much as he's taken.
Yeah.
And we've discussed this, and I'm like, how do you deal with it?
Did I have a choice?
Well, you would say that to me. I'm like, what am I going to do? Worry about it? And, you know, and then culminating in 2 assassination attempts, which resulted in your endorsement.
Well, I was going to do it anyway, but that was
it.
Precipitating event, yes.
That speeded it up a little bit?
Yeah.
The day of the assassination.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. It sped it up, but I was going to do it anyway.
Mr. President, with your indulgence, I'm convinced that people only know a little bit about Elon. I don't think they know everything about Elon because as I studied and prepared for this interview, I learned a lot about you that I didn't know. I think people will think about Tesla. Democrats are demonizing you and trying to make the country hate you. I just want people to understand you a little bit better and the person that you've gotten to know and have now put a lot of trust in.
Sure.
And, you know, just let's go over a little bit of your bio, starting with PayPal and how you became involved in Tesla and SpaceX and Neuralink and all these.
Take a while. I mean, you know, I think the way to think of me is like I'm a technologist, and I try to make technologies that improve the world and make life better.
Your shirt.
Yeah, and that's why I like my T-shirt says tech support because I'm here to provide the president with technology support. And now that may seem like well, is that a silly thing? But actually, it's a very important thing because the president will make these executive orders, which are very sensible and good for the country, but then they don't get implemented. So if you take, for example, all the funding for the migrant hotels, the president issued an executive order where, hey, we need to stop taking taxpayer money and paying for luxury hotels for illegal immigrants, which makes no sense. Like, so obviously, people do not want their tax dollars going to fund high-end hotels for illegals. And yet they were still doing that, even as late as last week. And so, we went in there and we're like, this is in violation of the presidential executive order. It needs to stop. So what we're doing here is one of the biggest functions of the DOGE team is just making sure that the presidential executive orders are actually carried out. And this is, I just want to point out, this is a very important thing because the president is the elected representative of the people. So he's representing the will of the people. And if the bureaucracy is fighting the will of the people and preventing the president from implementing what the people want, then what we live in is a bureaucracy and not a democracy.
No. You're both aware, you have to be keenly aware, that the media and the punditry class, not that, I think you've proven they have no power anymore because they threw everything they had at you and they didn't win. And that was, the New York Times, Washington Post, 3 networks, every late night comedy show, 2 cable channels. They threw everything, lawfare, weaponization.
Sure.
And now I see they want you two to start, they want a divorce. They want you two to start hating each other. And they try, President Elon Musk, for example. You do know that they're doing that to you.
Oh, I see it all the time. They tried it, then they stopped. That wasn't. They have many different things of hatred. Actually, Elon called me. He said, they're trying to drive us apart. I said, absolutely. They said, we have breaking news. Donald Trump has ceded control of the presidency to Elon Musk. President Musk will be attending a cabinet meeting tonight at 8 o'clock. And I say, it's just so obvious. They're so bad at it. I used to think they were good at it. They're actually bad at it, because if they were good at it, I'd never be president. Because I think nobody in history has ever gotten more bad publicity than me. I could do the greatest things. I get 98% bad publicity. I could do, outside of you and a few of your very good friends, it's like the craziest thing. But you know what I have learned, Elon? The people are smart. They get it.
Yeah, they do, actually.
They get it. They really see what's happening.
Yes.
And at the end of this interview, what I would like is I want people to know the relationship and know more about you. What is the relationship, Mr. President?
Well, I respect him. I've always respected him. I never knew that he was right on certain things, and I'm usually pretty good at this stuff. He did Starlink. He did things that were so advanced and nobody knew what the hell they were. I can tell you in North Carolina, they had no communication. They were wiped out. Those people were, they had rivers in between. Land that never saw water, all of a sudden it was a river and a vicious, like rapids. People were dying all over. They had no communication. They said, do you know Elon Musk? They didn't really know I knew him. I said, yeah. He said, could you get Starlink? It's like the first time I ever heard of it. I said, what's Starlink? A communication system. That's unbelievable.
I have it.
Yeah. And he said, I called him and I said, listen, they really need it. And he got like thousands of units of this communication, and it saved a lot of lives. He got it immediately, and you can't get it. I mean, you have to wait a long time to get it. But he got it to him immediately, and I said, that's pretty amazing, and I didn't even know he had it. We watched the rocket ships, and we watch Tesla. I think, something that had an effect on me was when I saw the rocket ship come back and get grabbed, like you grab a beautiful little baby. You grab your baby. It just
hug the rocket.
I've never seen
everyone needs a hug, including rockets.
And he said, you can't really have a rocket program if you're going to dump $1 billion into the ocean every time you fly. You have to save it.
Right.
And he saved it. First time that I've ever seen that done. Now, nobody else can do it. If you look at the U.S., Russia, or China, they can't do it. And they won't be able to do it for a long time. He has the technology. So you learn. I wanted somebody really smart to work with me in terms of the country, a very important aspect. Because, I mean, he doesn't talk about it. He's actually a very good businessman. And when he talks about the executive orders, and this is probably true for all presidents, you write an executive order and you think it's done. You send it out. It doesn't get done. It doesn't get implemented. They don't implement it. Maybe they're from the last administration, and they are in some cases. You try and get them out as fast as you can. But as soon as he said that, I said, you know, that's interesting. You write a beautiful executive and you sign it and you assume it's going to be done, but it's not. What he does is he takes it, and with his 100 geniuses, he's got some very brilliant young people working for him that dress much worse than him, actually.
Yeah,
they dress in just T-shirts. You wouldn't know they have 180 IQ.
Wait a minute. So he's your tech support.
No, he is.
I actually
but
literally
he's
am
much
tech
more
support.
than that. Yeah.
I literally am tech support, though. But
But he gets it done. He's a leader.
Yeah.
He really is. He gets it done. You get a lot of tech people, and you have people that are good with tech, but he gets it done. You know, I said in real estate, you had guys that would draw beautiful renderings of a building, and they'd draw the rendering. It would be great, and you say, great, when are you starting? But they were never able to get it built. They couldn't get the financing. They couldn't get the approvals. It would never get done. And then you have other guys that are able to get it done. You know, they could just get it done. I was in real estate. Same thing in this. He gets it done. So when he said that, he said, you know, when you sign these executive orders, a lot of them don't get done, and maybe the most important ones. And he would take that executive order that I'd sign, and he would have those people go to whatever agency it was. When are you doing it? Get it done, get it done. And some guy that maybe didn't want to do it, all of a sudden, he's signing. He just doesn't want to be bothered.
Do a lot of those executive orders have to be codified into law? You need the Republican Congress
and
to
they
follow
will be.
up?
A lot of them will be, yeah.
They will.
But look, in the meantime, we have 4 years. The beauty is we have 4 years. That's why I like doing it right at the beginning. Because an executive order is great. I mean, the one problem, it's both good and bad. Because when they did all these executive orders, I've canceled most of them. They were terrible. I mean, we're going to go radical left communist. Okay, it was crazy. Their executive orders were so bad. If they ever got them codified, you'd never be able to break them. So the damage that Biden has done to this country, and it's not even Biden, it's the people that circled him in the Oval Office, okay? But the damage they did to this country, in terms of, let's say, open borders, you know, there's so many things, but open borders where millions of people poured into our country, and hundreds of thousands of those people are criminals. They're murderers, they're drug dealers, they're gang members, they're people from prisons from all over the world. And we have a great guy, Tom Homan, and he is doing so incredibly. You saw the numbers, they're now like 96%.
95%.
He is a phenomenal guy. And Kristi Noem is doing an unbelievable job. And he wanted her. He said, she's so tough. And I said, I don't think of her as that way. You know, she's very nice. He said, no, she's so tough. And she is. I see with the horses, she's riding the horse. Let's go. She's great. But the team we have is really unbelievable. But those executive orders, I sign them, and now they get passed on to him and his group and other people, and they're all getting done. We're getting them done.
Let me go back a little bit to your background, because it's beyond impressive. You were the chief engineer, for example. You were an early believer in Tesla. You became the CEO, and then the chief engineer, which was phenomenal. SpaceX, same thing, which is unbelievable. I mean, you were the first private company to send astronauts successfully into space, first private company to send astronauts into orbit.
Yeah.
That's pretty deep.
He's going to go into orbit soon.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, he's going to go to Mars. He's
Starlink.
At some point.
Huh?
Yeah.
Is in over.
But they always ask me, like, do you want to die on Mars? And I say, well, yes, but not on impact.
Starlink is in 100 countries. This is going to be hard. I feel like I'm interviewing two brothers here.
You go ahead.
Star Shield, which could be used for national defense.
Yeah, it is already being used for national defense.
Then you have what is it called? Optimus, a part of Tesla.
The robot, yeah.
A robotic arm. Then you have an AI arm. And then you have something that really fascinated me, and it's called Neuralink.
Yes.
You might help the blind to see, and people with spinal cord injuries, that they can recover, where in the past, how close is that becoming a success?
Neuralink, we've implanted Neuralink in 3 patients so far who are quadriplegics, and it allows them to directly control their phone and computer just using their mind, just by thinking. It's like, so we call this product telepathy. So you control your computer and phone just by thinking, and it's possible to actually control the computer and phone faster than someone who has working hands. then the next step would be to add a second Neuralink implant past the point where the neurons damaged, so that somebody can walk again, and so they can have full body functionality restored. And
you like Bobby, right?
I like Bobby, actually. Yeah, I think I supported Bobby Kennedy. I think he's unfairly maligned as someone who is anti-science, but I think he isn't. He just wants to question the science, which is the essence of the science. The scientific method fundamentally is about always questioning the science.
Well, they didn't tell us the truth about COVID.
Correct.
That's for sure.
Yes.
And we learned a lot with the Twitter files. And that just then raises a question. You're the richest man in the world. You may not like that part.
Yeah.
You're pretty competitive.
It's neither here nor there.
I've known you a long time. But
that's why.
But he's on your team. Well, that's true. He can't top that.
He's good. You know, I wanted to find somebody smarter than him. I searched all over. I just couldn't do it.
Yeah.
I couldn't.
You really tried hard.
I couldn't find anyone smarter, right? So we had it for the country.
But this is the thing.
We settled on this.
Well, thanks for having me.
So
I'm just trying to be useful.
But this is the interesting. This is where we are as a society, and I hate to do this to you, but I'm going to do it anyway. You're doing all of these things. Nobody at DOGE gets paid a penny, correct?
Well, actually, some people are federal employees.
They're helping.
But it's fair to say that the software engineers at DOGE could be earning millions of dollars a year, and instead of earning a small fraction of that as federal employees.
Okay, so
and they're very committed people.
So
yes.
you're committed to helping the blind see, people with spinal cord injuries recover.
Yes.
You're committed to getting to Mars. You're committed to rescue. You're going to help rescue next month 2 astronauts.
It's like, how many things does he do? Elon, wait a minute, bro. How many things do you do? You are so efficient. Well, of course, the 45th, now the 47th, only works with efficient people. Because he's hardworking, probably, or the most hardworking president we've ever had. And that's facts.
That I think we're abandoned. They dispute that in an interview.
At the president's request or instruction, we are accelerating the return of the astronauts, which was postponed kind of to a ridiculous degree.
They got left in space.
They've been there. They were supposed to be there 8 days. They're there almost 300.
Biden.
They were yes, they were left up there for political reasons, which is not good.
Okay, it's not good. Now, if I had the weight of the pressure of doing that successfully on my shoulders, I think I'd be, But when we spoke before we did this interview, you are very confident. You think this will be a successful mission.
Well, we don't want to be complacent, but we have brought astronauts back from the space station many times before, and always with success. Mm-hmm. So, as long as we're not complacent.
When are you going to launch?
I think it's about 4 weeks to bring them back.
About 4 weeks?
Yeah.
And
we're being extremely cautious. Yeah.
You now have the go-ahead.
Yes. Well, thanks to you.
They didn't have the go-ahead with Biden.
What's that?
He was going to leave him in space. I think he was going to leave him in space.
Well, it's like when we were growing up, lost in space.
Yeah, he didn't want the publicity. Can you believe it?
Unbelievable. And so I want to echo something that the president said and then ask an overarching question. So people get hit with Hurricane Helene. They have no communication with the outside world. You come to the rescue. You donated that, I believe?
Yes.
Okay. You donated to the people.
He saved a lot of lives in North Carolina. He saved a lot of lives.
And California after the wildfires?
California, but I mean in North Carolina where they were really in trouble. They had no communication. People were dying. They were dying of starvation. He saved a lot of lives in North Carolina.
Okay. Now you're going to rescue astronauts. And now, and again, you do all of this. I would think liberals would love the fact that you have the biggest electric vehicle company in the world.
Yeah, I mean, I used to be adored by the left,
Yeah, not anymore.
Less so these days.
He killed that, huh?
I mean, less.
I really didn't.
Well, I mean, this whole sort of like, they call it like Trump derangement syndrome, and I didn't. You don't realize how real this is until you can't reason with people. So I was at a friend's birthday party in LA, just a birthday dinner. And it was like a nice, quiet dinner, and everyone was behaving normally. And then I happened to mention, this is before the election, like a month or two before, I happened to mention the president's name. And it was like they got shot with a dart in the jugular that contained like methamphetamine and rabies, okay? And they're like, wow! And I'm like, what is wrong? Like, guys, like, you just can't have like a normal conversation. Yeah. And it's like they become completely irrational.
He has no idea, but if you're friends with him, you pay a price. You know, it's like I walk into a restaurant in New York and it's like half the room it's daggers and they want to.
No, the eye daggers level is insane. Yeah. I mean, there was like I had like some invitation because I got invited to like basically a big sort of damn event like that was, but it received the invitation like the beginning of last year, and I still attended even after I'd endorsed President Trump, and I didn't realize how profoundly that would affect how I was received. I mean, I walk into the room and I'm getting just the dirty looks from everyone. Like, if looks could kill, I would have been dead several times over.
But that was not before Trump.
BT. Ashes on the floor.
Before Trump, that never happened, right?
No.
Elon is just a man who has worked really hard, smart, intelligent, of course, blessed by God. Okay. However, it's like he just says what he wants to say. He doesn't sugarcoat anything. He just says what. I mean, when you are that wealthy, you just say what you want to say. You don't care about what people think. You don't care about what people are all about. You just say what you want to say because it's like, bro, I can afford anything that I want in this world. So you're not gonna tell me what to say. And that's why you got to respect him. He has the ability to actually change stuff and he's committed to doing it. You got to respect that, man. I respect that. I'll tell you that much. All right, what else? Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel, and let's have a good time. I am back, baby.
Welcome back to Hannity, and we are back at the White House, and here's part 2 of my exclusive interview with President Trump and Elon Musk. Take a look. This is the $1 million or $1 billion, I'm among billionaires, question. So you have all of this going on, and you stop, in a way. You're still doing it, and you partner with him. And this is what you get from the Democrats. You get, nobody voted for Elon. Well, nobody voted for any of your cabinet nominees. Okay. People are dying because of DOGE cuts. I'll give you a chance to respond to all that. What DOGE is doing is illegal. Elon Musk is more street vernacular for a male body part. It's a constitutional crisis.
Okay. Why are they reacting like this?
Well, first of all, do you give it fly and rip, number one? And
well, I guess we must be over the target or doing something right. You know, if like they wouldn't be complaining so much if we weren't doing something useful, I think. What all we're really trying to do here is restore the will of the people through the president. And what we're finding is that there's an unelected bureaucracy. Speaking of unelected, there's a vast federal bureaucracy that is implacably opposed to the president and the cabinet. And you look at, say, DC voting, it's 92% Kamala. Okay, so we're 92% Kamala. That's a lot.
They don't like me here either.
I think about that number a lot. I'm like 92%. That's basically almost everyone.
Yeah.
And so, but how can you, if the will of the president is not implemented, and the president is representative of the people, that means the will of the people is not being implemented. And that means we don't live in a democracy, we live in a bureaucracy. And so I think what we're seeing here is the thrashing of the bureaucracy as we try to restore democracy and the will of the people. Is this making sense? I mean,
no, of course it does. I mean, to me, if you look at our framers and our founders, and you really become a student of history, Mr. President, and we've had conversations both on air and off air. And if we talk about constitutional order or transformational change, nobody can argue that what's happening here is going at the speed of light. But however, what were the principles of our framers and our founders? They wanted limited government, greater freedom for the people. And we'll get to the specific cutting of waste, fraud, and abuse. That is your goal, is it not?
Yeah, and my goal was to get great people. And when you look at what this man has done, I mean, it was something. I knew him a little bit through the White House. Originally, I'd see him around a little bit. I didn't know him before that. And I respected what he did. And he fought hard. You know, he was maybe questioned for a while. He was having some difficulties. It was not easy doing what he did. I mean, how many people have started a car company and made it really successful and made a better car where it's, you know, beating these big companies that's all they do is cars? I mean, it's really amazing the things that he's done. But I didn't know it as much then as now. I mean, the fruits have sort of taken hold. But I wanted great people. And he's a great person. He's an amazing person. He's also a caring person. You know, he uses the word care. So they signed a contract in a government agency, and it has 3 months, and the guy leaves that signed the contract, and nobody else is there, and they pay the contract for 10 years.
Yeah.
So the guy is getting checks for years and years and years, and he's telling his family, obviously, maybe it was crooked, maybe he paid to get the contract, or maybe he paid that they didn't terminate it. But, you know, we have contracts that go forever, and they've been going for years. And they're supposed to end in 3 months or 5 months or 2 years or something, and they go forever. So the guy is either crooked, you know, where he knew this was going to happen, or he's crooked because he's getting payments that he knows he shouldn't be getting. But they're finding things like that. They're finding things far worse than that. And they're finding billions, and it will be hundreds of billions of dollars worth of fraud. I say waste and abuse, but fraud, waste, and abuse. And he's doing an amazing job. And he attracts a young, very smart type of person. I call them high IQ individuals, and they are. They're very high IQ and high IQ. And when they go in to see the people and talk to these people, you know, the people think they're going to pull it over. They don't. These guys are smart, and they love the country. You know, there's a certain something. But he uses the word care. So people have to care. Like, when I bought Air Force One, I negotiated the price. It was $5.7 billion, and I got them down to $1.7 billion. Now they're not building the plane fast enough. I mean, they're actually in default. Boeing, they're supposed to have been building this thing forever. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
We don't build the way we used to build. You know, we used to build like a ship a day, and now to build a ship is like a big deal. And we're going to get this country back on track. We can do it, but so many things. It takes so long to get things built and get things done. And a lot of it could be something we've been discussing. The regulators go in and they make it impossible to build. They make it very difficult to build anything, whether it's a ship, a plane, or a building, or anything. And some of them do it because they want to show how important they are. Some of them do it maybe because they think they're right. They use the environment to stop progress and to stop things. It's always the environment. It's an environmental problem. It's not an environmental problem at all. But they do a lot of things. And by the way, speaking of that, Lee Zeldin is going to be fantastic in the position. It's so important. He could take 10 years to approve or disapprove something, or he could do it in a month. You know, just as good.
Sure.
And I think you're going to see a fantastic job done by him. He's a tremendous guy.
Newt, you echoed something when I just met you, and it was very similar to what Newt has been saying, that he brought this country to the dance. This is the opportunity to be transformational and to have, I would argue, the most consequential presidency if we really dig down and do something that had never been done before, and that is get rid of this bureaucracy. And I'm going to get to the specifics. You say the same thing. It's not done yet. And what do you mean by that?
I mean, winning the election is really the opportunity to fix the system. It is not fixing the system itself. So it's an opportunity to fix the system and to restore the power of democracy. And, you know, people, like, it's funny how often when these attacks occur, the thing that they're accusing the administration of is what they are guilty of. They're saying that things are being done unconstitutional, but what they are doing is unconstitutional. they are guilty of the crime of which they accuse us.
That's always the first thing they do.
Yeah.
He's in violation of the Constitution. They don't even know what they're talking. Well,
It's
they
absurd.
know. It's just a con job. It's a big con job. And they're so bad for the country, so dangerous and so bad. And the media is so bad. When I watch MSNBC, which I don't watch much, but you have to watch the enemy on occasion, the level of arrogance and cheating, and they're just horrible people. These are
lie.
horrible people.
They tell
They're
conspiracy
liars.
theories.
And they start up with the Constitution. They couldn't care less about the Constitution. CNN, likewise. I mean, I watch them asking questions with, you know, the hatred with the. I said, "What are you asking the question with such anger? You're asking me a normal question, but you see the bias. The bias is so incredible. Those two are bad. PBS is bad. AP is bad. CBS is terrible. I mean, CBS now, they changed an answer in Kamala. They asked her some questions. She answered them like, you know, a low IQ person, the opposite of him, the absolute opposite. But she gave a horrible answer. They took the entire answer out and they put another answer that she gave 20 minutes later into the as the
Part of her
answer.
word
I've
salad.
never even heard of that. I thought I heard of it all.
I'm going to, just for the sake of saving time, because I could spend, and I've done this on radio and TV, I can spend an hour finding the outrageous amounts of money being spent abroad like USAID, and I just want to mention a couple, but I'm going to scroll it. And
I guess at a high level, I think it's what the president mentioned earlier, which is that in order to save taxpayer money, it comes down to two things: competence and caring. And when the president was shown the outrageous bill for the new Air Force One, and then negotiated it down, if the president had not applied competence and caring, the price would have been 50% higher, literally 50% higher. The president cared, the president was competent, the price was not 50% higher as a result. And so when you add more competence and caring, you get a better deal for the American people.
But we were talking about this yesterday. I could give me thousands of bills. I could pick any one of them.
Exactly.
But I could take all 1,000. And let's say it's a bill for $5,000, just $5,000, and it's done by some bureaucrat. And if he would say, I'll give you 3, I don't want to pay you 5, it's too high, I'll give you 3. But they don't do that. If a guy sends in a bill for $5,000, they pay $5,000. They expect to be cut. Everybody expects to be cut. When you send in a bill, you expect to be cut. They send in the bill higher for the most part. This is true with lawyers, legal fees. When they send in legal fees, I can cut. I wish I had the time. I would save so, but I could cut these bills in half, much better than half. But you offer people a much lower number because you know they actually put fat. I'm not even saying it's like a way of business. They put more on because they expect to be negotiated. When you send in a bill to the government, there's nobody to negotiate.
Yes.
You send in a bill for $10,000 and they send you a check back for $10,000. If you would call them and said, we'll give you 5. No, I need more than 5. We'll give you 5. I'm not going to pay any more than 5. Make it 6. No, I'm not going to make it 6. And you'll settle for $5,500. You've just cut the bill almost in half, and it took like 2 minutes. But none of that's
Don't we call that the art of the deal?
But that's caring. No, it's not even the art of the deal. It's caring. He uses the word. It's caring.
Yeah.
It's a certain competence, but I think it's more caring than competence.
If you add either ingredient, either competence or caring, you'll get a better outcome. But it stands to reason that if you don't have competence, you don't have caring, you're going to get a terrible deal. And the problem is that the American taxpayers have been getting a terrible deal because look at the last administration. Can any reasonable person say that the last administration was either competent or caring?
But they lied to us and said that Joe did not.
This is just incredible to witness the greatest innovator of our time and the greatest president, in my opinion, of our time in one room having this conversation with Sean. Incredible.
Have a cognitive
They fully lied.
They said the borders were closed. They said that the borders were secure. They said that, they said Obamacare would save.
They flat out lied.
They flat out lied.
Insane.
Incredible.
Welcome back to Hannity, and we are in the Washington swamp where for years far-left bureaucrats burned through your hard-earned tax dollars on woke, political causes, Green New Dealism, transgenderism, and, even anti-American propaganda. Those days are now over. More of my interview with President Trump and Elon Musk. As I scroll this information, and I'll scroll a lot more than I'll mention to both of you, and this is the cost savings. I want people at home to understand this part. The average American makes $66,000 a year.
Yeah.
Okay? We have $37 trillion in national debt.
Yes.
Now, all the money I'm about to mention and what we're going to scroll on our screen, and all of this is going to foreign countries. It is not being spent here in America for better schools, law and order.
I think the average tax-paying American should be mad as hell because their tax money is being poorly spent.
All right, let me go to the second question first. I want to know, because people like Joni Ernst and
Joni Ernst has tried for a long time, and she's actually got a lot of good data. Senator Ernst has been really helpful, actually.
Okay, but they actually hide what the real purpose of the spending is.
Sure.
In other words, this is a question. How did you decipher? It will say humanitarian blah, blah, blah in Serbia or Afghanistan. We even give money to China, for crying out loud, which I think is nuts.
We'll give money to the Taliban.
But money to the Taliban?
Like a lot.
All right, so
I'm like, for what? But I want to see the pictures of what they did.
But they try to obscure it, but then you got to the bottom line, which is what I'm now scrolling on the screen, and that is $20 million on a Sesame Street show in Iraq, $56 million to boost tourism in Tunisia and Egypt, $40 million to build schools in Jordan, $11 million to tell the Vietnamese to stop burning trash, $45 million for DEI scholarships in Burma, $520 million for consultant-driven ESG investments in Africa, DEI programs in Serbia. The president's favorite. I'm sure you love that taxpayer money was spent on a DEI musical in Ireland, or a transgender opera in Colombia, or a transgender comic book.
It sounds like how can these things be real? But this is actually what was done. It sounds like a comedy sketch or something.
I have 20 pages of this.
Right. It's a list a mile long.
If you had to put a number on it, how much do you think you've identified waste, fraud, abuse, corruption at this point? And again, we're going to be scrolling this throughout the program.
Well, the overall goal is to try to get $1 trillion out of the deficit. And if the deficit is not brought under control, America will go bankrupt. This is a very important thing for people to understand. A country is no different from an individual in that if an individual overspends, an individual can go bankrupt, and so can a country. And the massive waste, fraud, and abuse that has been going on, which is leading to a $2 trillion a year deficit. That's what the president was handed on Jan 20th, a $2 trillion deficit. It's insane.
For this fiscal year.
Yeah, we inherited.
Yeah.
And inflation is back. I'm only here for 2.5 weeks.
That was January.
Inflation
you were there
is back.
For a week.
No, think of it. Inflation's back, and they said, "Oh, Trump inflation." I had nothing to do with it. These people have run the country. They spent money like nobody's ever spent. They were given $9 trillion to throw out the window. $9 trillion. And they spent it on the Green New scam, I call it. It's the greatest scam in the history of the country. One of them. We have a lot of them, I guess, but one of them. Dollar-wise, probably.
DEI and wokeism and transgenderism.
Well, that's all part of it, yeah.
And LGBTQ+.
Yes.
By the way, not in America. Other countries, not here.
You know, the amazing thing is when you see, like, the teaching of DEI, $9 million. How do you spend $9 million to teach? No matter what it is, you could teach physics.
Totally.
You could go to MIT for a lot less.
Expensive.
Yeah,
expensive.
the teaching of
expensive
DEI.
BS.
How much do you believe, Elon, you've identified in waste, fraud, abuse, corruption now, and how much do you anticipate you will?
Sure. I think
1%. No, because it's so massive. This is huge money.
So what we found now is 1%.
We're just getting started.
As good as they are, they're not going to find some contract that was crooked, crooked as hell. I mean, there's going to be so much that isn't found. But what is found, I think he's going to find $1 trillion.
Yeah, I think so.
But I think it's a very small percentage compared to what it is.
Let me go to an area that I think is key, and you talked about this in recent interviews. and that is we don't need a Department of Education. Okay. And what some people are trying to do is stoke fears that, oh my gosh, my kid's not going to get the money for education, or grandma's Social Security and Medicare. This was a big promise of yours on the campaign trail. So I really want to give you both an opportunity to assure the American people you will keep, that money will be allocated for students, but with higher standards. For example, I would assume associated with monies given or
just
vouchers.
So much, and then Elon goes, but look, Social Security won't be touched, other than if there's fraud or something, we're going to find it's going to be strengthened, but won't be touched. Medicare, Medicaid, none of that stuff is going to be touched.
Nothing.
You don't have to. Now, if there are illegal migrants in the system, we're going to get them out of the system and all of that fraud, but it's not going to be touched. School. I want to bring school back to the states so that Iowa, Indiana, all these places, Idaho, New Hampshire, there's so many places, the states, I figure 35 really run well. And right now it's Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Finland, China. China, can you imagine, has top schools. We're last. So they have a list of 40 countries. We're number 40. Usually we're 38, 39. The last time we were number 40. And what I say is you got to give it back. So it doesn't work. I'll tell you what we're number one in, cost per pupil. We spend more money than any other country by far. It's not even close per pupil. Okay. So we know it doesn't work. So we spend the most and we have the worst, right? The worst result. When we give that back to Indiana, when we give that back to Iowa and back to a lot of the states that run well, they run well. There's a lot of them, 35, 37, 38. Now, you're going to have 10 laggards, but you're going to have 5 real laggards, but that's going to be okay. Take New York. You give it to Westchester County. You give it to Suffolk County. You give it to upstate New York, and you give it to Manhattan, but you give it to 4 or 5 subsections. Same thing in California. Los Angeles is going to be a problem, but you're going to give it to places that run well. We can change education. Now, school choice is important, but that will get taken care of automatically. We want to bring education back to the states. You will spend half the number, and I'm not even doing this. I'm not even doing this to save, but you will. It costs you much less money. You get a much better education. If you go to some of these states, you'll be the equivalent of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, places that really have a good school system. You'll have those places will be the equivalent, and your overall numbers will get so much better.
Do you want standards associated?
The only thing I want to do from Washington, D.C. is make sure they're teaching English, reading, writing,
math,
and
science.
arithmetic.
Science?
Okay, a little science.
Science might help.
You know,
computers.
You're not going to have much of a problem with that, but that's it.
So your task now, and I pray to God this is successful. I really do. I wish you Godspeed. You know, Godspeed, John Glenn.
It's going to be, by the way. I really believe.
But there are legitimate areas.
Do well beside this. This is cutting. We're only talking about cutting. We're also going to make a lot of money. We're taking in so much.
What about
money.
his business? What if there is
then we won't let
contract he would otherwise
let
get?
him do it. If he's got a conflict. I mean, look, he's in certain areas. I mean, I see this morning. I didn't know, but I said, do the right thing. Where they're cutting way back on the electric vehicle subsidies.
Yes.
They're cutting back.
You're losing.
Not only cutting back.
Hurt you.
Correct.
Yeah. Now,
you don't care.
I won't tell you. Well, he's probably not that happy with it, but that would have been one thing he would have come to me and said, listen, you got to do me a favor. This is crazy. But this was in the tax bill. They're cutting back on the subsidies. I wasn't involved in it. I said, do what's right, and they're coming up with a tax bill. It's just preliminary. But I mean, if he were involved, wouldn't you think he'd probably do that? Now, maybe he does better if you cut back on the subsidies. Who knows? Because he figures he does think differently. He thinks he has a better product. Yeah. And as long as he has a level playing field, he doesn't care what you do, which is he's told me that.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't asked the president for anything ever.
And if it comes up, how will you handle it?
Well,
he won't be involved.
Yeah, I'll recuse myself if it is.
If there's a conflict, he won't be involved.
Yeah,
I mean, I wouldn't want that, and he won't want it.
Right, and obviously I'm getting a sort of a daily proctology exam here. You know, it's not like I'll be getting away from something in the dead of night.
Welcome to D.C. If you want a friend, get a dog.
Well, I do have a dog, but I also have friends. My dog loves me, poor little creature.
You know the truth with this
I need to bring him to D.C.
I know every businessman. I know the good ones, the bad ones, the smart ones, the lucky ones. I know them. This guy's he's a brilliant guy. He's a great guy. He's got tremendous imagination and scientific imagination, far beyond, you know, you keep talking about a technologist and all, but you're much more than a technologist. You are that. But he's also a good person. He's a very good person, and he wants to see the country do well. And I know a lot of great business people, really great business people, but, you know, they're not really, in some cases, very good people. And I know people that would try and take advantage of the situation. This guy's somebody that really cares for the country, and I saw that very early on. I saw it really a long time ago when I got to know him. He's a very different kind of a character. That's why, you know who loves him? Young people that are very smart.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. I just saw a comment. Somebody said, 2 of the smartest people in the world right now. Do you guys think so? I mean, a lot of people say yes. All right, so right now, Trump he has arrived in Miami, Florida for the Saudi investment event. But yeah, I wanted to show you guys something. Let's see. All right.
In other news, we were all up late last night. You might have been too, watching Sean Hannity's exclusive interview with Elon and with President Trump. You know that they're working on DOGE together, saving us a lot of money. They're saying, what, $55 trillion? Billion.
That's what they say.
$55 billion they have saved so far, and that's just been in the first month. Here's a portion of that interview.
I think the way to think of me is like I'm a technologist, and I try to make technologies that improve the world and make life better.
Your shirt.
Yeah, and that's why I like my T-shirt says tech support, because I'm here to provide the president with technology support. And now that may seem like, well, is that a silly thing? But actually, it's a very important thing, because the president will make these executive orders, which are very sensible and good for the country, but then they don't get implemented. One of the biggest functions of the DOGE team is just making sure that the presidential executive orders are actually carried out. And this is, I just want to point out, this is a very important thing, because the president is the elected representative of the people. So he's representing the will of the people. And if the bureaucracy is fighting the will of the people and preventing the president from implementing what the people want, then what we live in is a bureaucracy and not a democracy.
You write a beautiful executive, and you sign it, and you assume it's going to be done, but it's not. What he does is he takes it, and with his 100 geniuses, he's got some very brilliant young people working for him that dress much worse than him, actually.
Yeah,
they dress in just T-shirts. You wouldn't know they have 180 IQ.
Wait a minute. So he's your tech support.
No, he is.
I actually
but he's much more than that.
I actually am tech support, though. But
he gets it done. He's a leader.
He is a leader. And, you know, his companies have been leaders in software development as well. And one of the things that President Trump signed yesterday was about the Software Modernization Initiative. And that is something this federal government has needed for a while. I mean, how many times have you heard in the last week or two when Elon Musk has talked about, you know, there are a bunch of, according to the Social Security database, there are a bunch of 150-year-old people who would be eligible for Social Security. It's simply because the way the federal government technology is set up, it's antiquated. And it's time to get to 2025 rather than using systems that date back into the 80s.
Yeah, so they're both talking about the roles they're going to play. And what he's doing, too, is leaning out every division. Now he's focused on the IRS. He's just got off of education. And he's going to be jumping into the Pentagon. So hopefully everyone understands they got to go. What he does with his organization, he'll fly in and he'll say, everyone gets 15 minutes of FaceTime with the CEO. At which time you describe what you're doing. A lot of people get raises on the spot. A lot of people say, I think I got to let you go. He will let you go right there. So that is jarring a lot of the federal workforce. And this was one lighter moment from their exchange that people are taking serious as if Donald Trump was looking for someone smarter. Watch.
You know, I wanted to find somebody smarter than him. I searched all over. I just couldn't do it. I couldn't.
You really tried hard.
I couldn't find anyone smarter, right? So we had it for the country.
But this is the thing.
We settled on this.
Well, thanks for having me.
So,
I'm just trying to be useful here. I think President Trump is a good man, and he's, you know.
It's nice the way he said that. You know, there's something nice about it.
It really is. You know, because I mean, the president's been so unfairly attacked in the media. It's really outrageous. And I've at this point spent a lot of time with the president, and not once have I seen him do something that was mean or cruel or wrong. Not once.
You know, I've known him for 30 years.
Yeah.
And I've never seen anybody take as much as he's taken.
Yeah.
And we've discussed this, and I'm like, how do you deal with it?
Did I have a choice?
Well, you would say that to me. I'm like, what am I going to do? Worry about it? And, you know, and then culminating in 2 assassination attempts, which resulted in your endorsement.
Well, I was going to do it anyway, but that was
it.
Precipitating event. Yeah.
That speeded it up a little bit.
Yeah.
The day of the assassination.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. It sped it up, but I was going to do it anyway.
I mean, it is truly. There's so much that has happened under Trump's tenure, even before he ran. I mean, it was just months ago. Ainsley, you and I were here on was it Sunday or Saturday covering his first assassination attempt, and I think there was something to Elon saying, I think you're a good man. You know, you haven't asked me to do anything unethical or anything like that. You're trying to serve the American people. And when you get to the bottom of DOGE and its relationship with Elon Musk, this should be no surprise to anyone. He campaigned on it. He said he was going to send Elon in there. I guess we should only be surprised that it's working, but and the amount of waste that he's found, but we shouldn't be surprised that it's happened.
I thought the interview really humanized them. I liked when they were laughing together. They seemed very relaxed with each other. But they're actually just doing exactly what he promised when he ran. And Democrats have run on the same message to save Americans money, to get rid of all the waste, but they never did it. So Donald Trump comes into office and he exposes how much money is being spent on DEI programs, how much we're giving to other countries, wasteful spending. So it's not a constitutional crisis when you're saving Americans money, and it's becoming more clear what the Democrats were doing. And this is not a hard sell. They're saving $55 billion, and then Elon is showing an interest in the idea that would guarantee a $5,000 payment to every American, the DOGE dividend.
But we're $2 trillion over budget. He's going to get to the point where he's got to cut $1 trillion.
Now that's wild. That is wild, everybody. If the DOGE department actually sent $5,000 to tax-paying Americans, yo, that is wild. Okay, just watch. The Democrat would say, inflation. Here we go. Okay? Because everybody was already saying, oh no. But $5,000 to Americans is just wow. I mean, that's a lot of money. $5,000 each. Let's see how it works out.
And when you cut, it definitely hurts. But if you explain to people what you're doing in the big picture, if the number one expenditure can be on our country and not on debt, everyone understands that because we all took out mortgages. You know, you spend your first 15 years just paying off the interest on your mortgage. And sometimes, I know I did, you have situations where you have a credit card debt and a lot of your money goes to paying the minimum payments. You can't get ahead. That's the mindset. So if the president could just put together a call roll of I know him and Carl don't get along great, but a Karl Rove whiteboard, just say, here's the expenditures, here's our record revenue, and here's the interest.
Brian, I believe this is our only shot. You got Elon Musk, who's the richest man in the world, so he can't be bought. You got a president of the United States that this is it for him. He doesn't need to be reelected. All of the rest of the people in Congress knew that we need to cut. All the former presidents.
They okayed the money.
They knew this the whole time, but they were too cowardly because no one wants to be the bad guy. Right. You got two people that are okay with being the bad guy, right?
Well, here's the thing. Ultimately, I know the Democrats' hair is on fire right now about DOGE, but expect in the future, Democratic presidents in the future, following Donald Trump, are going to do exactly the same tactics
100%.
and have the same legal interpretation of their constitutional duty to do exactly the same thing. So it's new to all of us, but look for essentially the presidency being Trumpified going forward. People are going to do this for
They're going to try
generations.
to programs that the Republicans like.
Really,
The next
really quickly
100%.
before we move on to your great interview that you just had, he also said Neuralink, he's going to help work on the blind to see and spinal cord injuries so that you can walk again. They've already implanted in 3 different quadriplegics to use this computer to help control their thinking and help them all, help these
And
quadriplegics.
just for the record, for people out there, when it comes to being the bad guy, that we are the good cops and Ainsley's a bad cop. So you're always the bad cop.
I'm not jumping
and
on
come
that.
on,
I'm not doing
I
that.
come in
Me
the good
neither.
cop.
I'm not doing that.
That
You're
can be
on
your
your
ranks.
own
That's
with
the way it
You're on your
works.
own with your
You
this
sure?
analysis.
All right.
Me and Steve aren't signing up.
Wait, what made you say that? What are you talking about?
Well, because good cop, bad cop. He comes in, he makes the hard decision, has to get reelected.
Brian,
you make the tough decisions.
We're all good
we
cops.
We are good cops.
We are good.
I want to be a good cop.
couch.
You want a
Good couch.
It's just like I don't want to be the bad guy.
It works. She's got to make. She makes the budget cuts, and we go. I can't do anything.
Okay.
The producers
All
are the
right,
bad
give me your
cops.
bank account.
Man. All right, right here, this is a recap, actually.
Widespread.
Oh, man, I missed a lot. I really missed a lot. Tulsi Gabbard's swearing in. I wanted to actually stream that one, but I wasn't in. I wasn't on Earth. This is so... All right, let's listen to this.
Fraud and abuse.
Oh, yeah. Tremendous fraud. There's tremendous fraud. And it's hard to believe that you can have that kind of fraud. You're talking about are you talking about what? Wait. Which are you talking? You're talking about with regard to all of the investigations that are going on about this stupidity. What we're going to do is tomorrow I'm having a news conference. I'm going to read to you some of the names that hundreds of millions and even billions of dollars have been given to. And if you tell me that we should be giving money to those things, those entities, I think you'll probably have to leave as a reporter because you're not very talented. When you look at the kind of money, billions and billions of dollars being thrown away illegally, and there's no chance. I mean, I say it in front of our Attorney General. There's no chance that there's not kickbacks or something going on. When you give millions and millions of dollars to somebody that stands to look at something for 15 minutes and walks away with millions of dollars, that money's coming back in some form. And that's only one form of corruption. The biggest thing is what they do to our country. They're taking massive amounts of money and spending it on items. I went through a list of 200 expenditures that were made, and I found 3 that looked like they were reasonable. Okay, 3. And we'll be talking about that tomorrow. We have a lot of stuff. And I want to commend Elon because he's done he doesn't need this. You know, he's abused by you people every day. He's found more things than anybody could find. I think he's got the credibility to do it. I know he does. And it's his group of people. You know, they started off with 12. I call them 12 geniuses. They started off with 12, and they went to 20 and 25, and now they're up to almost 100. People are joining to help them because there's a massive fraud that's taken place. And then you have judges that are activists, and they sit there and they say, oh, as an example, $59 million going to a little small group in New York City. You get nothing going to North Carolina to help nothing. They say, we don't have any money because they've given it away on the border. But you have nothing. What they did to North Carolina is a shame. And then they sent $59 million to New York City for a hotel for a little bit of nothing, what they've done. a hotel that was not luxury, that's getting luxury rates for migrants, where they're making a fortune, and we catch them. We catch them. But a judge says, well, even though it may be a fraud, you have to send the money in anyway. Send the money. I said, wait a minute. We have money that shouldn't go because we caught it before it was sent out, but they want the money to go anyway. And I think you're going to have a lot of things to look at, Pam. I really do. What's going on with this whole thing? And this is just one group. We haven't talked about Department of Education. We haven't talked about the military. We haven't talked about a lot of things that are very big. And what's happened is, as an example, you'll have cases where you have a 3-month contract, and maybe the guy that signs the contract leaves. Maybe he gets rich. All of a sudden he leaves for that reason. But you have a 3-month contract, and maybe he leaves. So the contract is sitting there, and the people signing the checks don't know it's 3 months, and it goes on for years. The 3 months turns out to be 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, just goes on forever. And the guy on the other side of the contract just keeps getting check after check after check, because Elon had an expression yesterday, because nobody cares. It's a great expression. Nobody cares. The guy that signed the contract didn't care. Maybe there, may not be there, maybe crooked, who knows. But you have to care. Otherwise, you can't really run a thing like that, or you can't run a country, really, because there's so many transactions, thousands and thousands of transactions. And if you don't have people that care, you're going to lose control. And that's what's happened. And we've caught it. Now, what we caught is billions and billions of dollars, but it's a tiny fraction of the real number, because you can never catch the real number, because people have gotten away with tremendous amounts of money. But I said we have to make our government smaller, more efficient, more effective, and a lot less expensive. And we could find $1 trillion, but we're being hindered by courts, where they file in certain courts where it's very hard to win, and a judge will stop us, and a judge will say that it doesn't make any difference what you find. You just keep paying the money. That's a hell of a way to be. And I follow the courts. I have to follow the law. All it means is that we appeal. But that gives people time to cover their tracks. And that's what they do. So it's a very bad thing that's taking place. But hopefully, if the courts will be fair. They don't have to be very fair. They just have to be a little bit fair, because this is so egregious what's taken place. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Nobody's seen numbers like this. These are massive numbers. $9 million for somebody to go and stand in a store and see how people shop. Okay? I mean, you take a look at these things. It's a disgrace. And then you have a country that we want to make America great again. It's very hard to make America great again when you have things like this. And you're going to see the same thing. Department of Education is going to be a disaster. The military, I mean, I see it. Look, I came in, they had a contract done, as you know, for $5.7 billion for airplanes. It was Air Force One with Boeing. 5.7. I got it down to $4 billion, little less than that, 1 penny less than that. $3,999,999.99. I said, has to have a 3 in front of it, because I wouldn't sign the contract for $5.7 billion. I was able to cut $1.7 billion off the price, and it didn't take me long. $1.7 billion. If people would care, they'd be able to do that with every single contract that's put before them, and we wouldn't have deficits. We'd have nothing but a tremendously low-taxed, wonderful country. But they have to care. And speaking of that, you know, Boeing, we're not happy with the service we're getting in terms of those planes. They would like to get more money. We're not happy about that whole thing. We signed a very strong contract. I signed a guaranteed maximum contract, which they haven't seen in a long time. And they're saying they're getting hurt by it. But they have to produce the product, and we expect them to produce the product. They have to produce the product. They agreed to build planes at a certain price. They're not used to that. They're used to having time and material contracts, where it's whatever it costs, time and material, no dates, no anything, and it ends up costing 5 times more. You look at some of the ships that have been built. Take a look at the Gerald Ford, the aircraft carrier, the Ford. It was supposed to cost $3 billion. It ends up costing like $18 billion. And they make, of course, all electric catapults, which don't work. And they have all magnetic elevators to lift up 25 planes at a time, 20 planes at a time. And instead of using hydraulic, like on tractors that can handle anything from hurricanes to lightning to anything, they use magnets. It's a new theory. Magnets are going to lift the planes up, and it doesn't work. And they had billions and billions of dollars of cost overruns. I met the architect. I said, have you designed a ship before? This is one of the biggest ships in the world. It's like landing at LaGuardia Airport. But you look at the kind of waste, fraud, and abuse that this country is going through, and we have to straighten it out. We have great people going into the military in terms of we need ships, we need a lot of things. We have great people we have business people going in. But when you look at what's happened to our purchasing, and when you look at the USAID, when you look at the things that they're giving to them, the billions of dollars that they're giving to, and it doesn't make sense. It is interesting that when you're looking for fraud, you look at items, hundreds of items, and you'll find one or two, maybe, if you're lucky. Here's something where you look at it, and they're all fraudulent. You know, by just looking at the topic, they're all fraudulent, except it's the opposite. You'll find one or two that's like a legitimate reason. So I just want to thank Elon for going through it. I want to thank all the people that are working with him. You know, we have a big group of people. I think the lowest IQ is about 160. That's very high. I think you have a couple of...
This man is just genius, man. Genius level. Look, before he won, remember when we would stream the campaigns, the events? And it's like, I said, he won the election, which, you know, we sort of kind of knew he was going to win because everything was just going to total, you know, shit. But I knew that if he won the election, the country would be so interesting, bro, for the next 4 years. We're going to have a lot to talk about. For the past 4 years, what have you had to talk about? There's nothing to talk about for the past 4 years. But now, in just 30 days, you've had a lot to talk about. It's wild.
When you're looking for fraud, you look at items, hundreds of items, and you'll find one or two, maybe, if you're lucky. Here's something where you look at it, and they're all fraudulent. You know, by just looking at the topic, they're all fraudulent, except it's the opposite. You'll find one or two that's like a legitimate reason. So I just want to thank Elon for going through it. I want to thank all the people that are working with him. You know, we have a big group of people. I think the lowest IQ is about 160. That's very high. I think you have a...
He prides himself in IQs and genes. Good genes and high IQ.
I was in the West Wing swearing in Tulsi Gabbard, and so I just came straight back here. So thanks for...
Man, I've missed a lot. Pam Bundy. All right, let's get it.
Being patient with us with the delay. We're here today because we have filed charges against the state of New York. We have filed charges against Kathy Hochul. We have filed charges against Letitia James and Mark Schroeder, who is with DMV.
Oh, dang.
This is a new DOJ, and we are taking steps to protect Americans, American citizens, and angel moms, like the mom standing right behind me, who you're going to hear from in a moment. New York has chosen to prioritize illegal aliens over American citizens. It stops today. As you know, we sued Illinois, and New York didn't listen. So now you're next. Millions of illegal aliens with violent records have flooded into our communities, bringing violence and deadly drugs with them. With me today, I'm so proud to be joined by Tammy Nobles. Tammy is an angel mom. Her beautiful daughter, Kayla Hamilton, was murdered by an MS-13 member in 2022. Kayla had just turned 20 years old, and she was raped and murdered by someone who should not have been in our country. Yet, he was released, flown to Maryland, where he committed this violent murder. I just want you to hear from Tammy. Tammy represents not only herself and her family, but all of the great angel moms around this country who have suffered because of what the Biden administration did, and it is over. Thank you for having me here today and being able to share Kayla's story. Her murderer was able to come across the border knowing that he was flagged as an MS-13 gang member, and he had a criminal record in 2020 in El Salvador for illicit gang activity. He came over as an unoccupied alien child, saying that he was afraid of gang activity in his country. Health and Human Services called him a nice boy, and he showed age-appropriate behavior. That fell so wrong when he murdered my daughter. He ended up in Maryland, where he was able to rent a room in the same mobile home as her. We thought it was a legit company that were renting out these rooms, but it turned out that it was another illegal immigrant who owned these mobile homes, and he knew Walter from El Salvador. He knew him and allowed him to rent a room with my child. Kayla just turned 20 years old 3 days before she was murdered. Her murderer was only living there for 5 days before he viciously strangled her, raped her, and left her on the floor like trash and robbed her of $6. I have been sharing her story for over 2.5 years to bring change, because this should not have ever happened to Kayla, and it shouldn't be happening to other families being hurt by the border. Homeland Security did not do their jobs. They did not check his background. You know, they did say that he was processed. So if they processed him, they knew that he was a gang member and still allowed him here. Health and Human Services did not verify the sponsor and allowed him to go with a sponsor that they don't even know if it was his cousin or his aunt. And he was able to leave the sponsor's house to go live wherever he wanted. And I am going to continue sharing Kayla's story to help save others and to bring awareness of what was happening under the Biden-Harris administration. And I'm so thankful for Pam having me here today, and I'm so thankful for the opportunities I got from Trump and any other platform, people who allowed me to share her story, because this is going to end. No other parent should suffer by having their child murdered by somebody that shouldn't be here. And I'm gonna continue, sharing it, and for Kayla, and also for others. Thank you. And it's my understanding that he also admitted to other murders, correct? Multiple murders. He wrote a letter, and it was intercepted in jail, that he committed 4 murders and 2 rapes. And that's who we were letting walk into our country. And that's why President Trump has directed this to stop. And if you don't comply with federal law, we will hold you accountable. We did it to Illinois, strike 1. Strike 2 is New York. And if you are a state not complying with federal law, you're next, get ready. And the great men and women of law enforcement are standing behind me today. We have FBI, DEA, ATF agents. They put their lives on the line every single day to protect us. And what New York has, they have green light laws, meaning they're giving a green light to any illegal alien in New York where law enforcement officers cannot check their identity if they pull them over. Law enforcement officers do not have access to their background. And if these great men and women pull over someone and don't have access to their background, they have no idea who they're dealing with. And it puts their lives on the line every single day. Violent criminals, gang members, drug traffickers, human smugglers will no longer terrorize the American people. And that is why we are here today. You will be held accountable if you do not follow federal law. It's over, it ends, and we're coming after you. Questions?
There you have it.
We have time for a few questions. David Spott with Fox News.
Madam Attorney General, thank you and welcome to the Justice Department.
Thank you.
I have a quick on-topic and a quick off-topic question. On-topic, in your executive order or in your orders on the first day you were here, you talked about working with the Justice Department or these sanctuary cities, as you say, will be punished. Today you're putting people on notice. Right now, we're just lawsuits. Is this going to go further? What kind of punishment are we talking about? Is there any grounds to charge individuals, charge politicians? How far is this going to go?
Well, we're going to see what they do next, David. We have sued them all. We personally sued the governor, the Attorney General, Letitia James, and Mark Schroeder with DMV because he has the green light laws. So what they have to do, they have to start complying with federal law. If they don't, we're going to appeal it, and we will win. They have to comply with federal law. Did you have a second question?
I did have a second off-topic question in this regard. The judiciary today, Elon Musk, who has enormous influence in the Trump administration, posted on X, quote, there needs to be an immediate wave of judicial impeachments, not just one. As the Attorney General of the United States, how do you respond to that? Shouldn't the process work out in the courts before we talk about judicial impeachments? I mean, these are just TROs now at this time. Shouldn't these just play out?
Yeah, I haven't seen Elon Musk tweet. He is a friend of mine. He is a great man. I think he's very frustrated with what's happening in our federal government. You know, at USAID alone, they're giving out billions of dollars that should not be distributed. We're going to back him up. You know, we work our whole lives in this country, and we all pay taxes in this country. And for people to find out that $2 million is going to Guatemala for sex changes is outrageous. And we're going to back up Elon Musk every way we can. That includes lawsuits against these people who are doing that, and we will be successful.
Do you have concerns about judicial impeachments?
That's not going to happen now. We're going to look at everything. We're going to follow the law right now. We're going to follow the process. These are federal judges with lifetime appointments, but they will be struck down ultimately by the Supreme Court of the United States if the appellate courts don't follow the law as well.
Hi.
Hi.
I also have an on-topic and an off-topic.
Sure.
First of all, can you just briefly walk us through what the legal claims are you're making in this lawsuit?
Yeah, absolutely. So the green light laws are that this is what the green light law says. It's a green light to illegal immigration, which says they can comply. That law is unconstitutional. They can't do that. And what they've done is they have a tip-off provision that requires New York's DMV commissioner to promptly inform any illegal alien when a federal immigration agency has requested their information. So think about the men and women in law enforcement behind me. That's basically, that's not basic, it's tipping off an illegal alien, and it's unconstitutional. And that's why we filed this lawsuit, and that's why we charge Mark Schroeder too, because he runs DMV. Oh, I'm sorry, you had a second question.
Yeah, my off-topic question, I wanted to ask about Mayor Eric
Yes.
Adams' case. As of at least a few moments ago, SDNY still has not dropped that case. Have you or other DOJ leadership spoken to the acting U.S. Attorney and SDNY since the memo was sent earlier this week? And what will you do if she refuses to drop the case?
I have not spoken to her. I know our acting DAG, Emil Bove, has spoken to her, and Chad Mizell may have spoken to her, but that case should be dropped. It was done at the directive of Emil, so that case should be dropped. I did not know that it had not been dropped yet, but I will certainly look into that.
Reagan, Daily Caller.
Hi, how are you?
Tom Homan suggested this week that someone from within the FBI may be leaking information about the ICE raids and that such could be putting officers' lives at risk. Has the DOJ gotten any closer to determining if these leaks are coming from within the FBI? And what will the consequences be if they can identify the leakers from the FBI?
Excuse me. Well, first, I can't talk about anything that is ongoing, and that is ongoing. And it's really for the similar reasons of what I said earlier. The great men and women in law enforcement standing behind me today, they must be protected. And anytime anyone leaks or tips off anything regarding a pending investigation, that jeopardizes lives. You're telling a bad guy what's about to happen. It could jeopardize the lives of all the men and women in law enforcement. We will not stand for it. We will find you. We're going to investigate it, no matter what agency it came from. We don't know for certain. We have an open investigation, so I can't talk about it in detail, but we will do everything in our power to hold you accountable, and it is a crime, and you will be prosecuted when we find you.
I got time for one more. Alana Austin is next.
Hi, Madam Attorney General. Thank you so much for your time. I was also interested in hearing specifically what the interactions have been like with Mayor Adams. And I know he has a little bit of a different tone than some of the other Democrats out of the Empire State. And then also Denver Mayor Mike Johnston, because before the President Trump went back into office, he had issued some words about a potential standoff and then walked that back. So I was curious to see what things have been like out of New York City and Denver officials.
Yeah, well, we're hoping that in New York, Mayor Adams is going to cooperate with us with the sanctuary cities and the illegal aliens. And has the mayor in Colorado been cooperating? Do we know? I believe he might have now. Yeah, I believe Colorado is now cooperating. That's what we want. We don't want to sue you. We don't want to prosecute people. We want people to comply with the law. This is very simple. An MS-13 member murdered her daughter. That's happening throughout this country. We have one angel mom is too many. And we have angel moms throughout this country who should not be going through this. Comply with the law. This is the last thing we want to be doing. We want to be out there, all of us, fighting violent crime. Yet we're fighting illegal aliens, and that ends, and it's going to end today.
All right, that's all we have time for, guys. Thank
Pam Bundy. Fierce. Absolutely fierce. Smart. She's definitely getting the job done for sure. I see why. I see what Trump sees in her. I mean, she's done great work in Florida anyway. But, as the Attorney General, she's doing wonderful.
So thank you very much.
All right, like
Been a
I
busy
said,
day.
this is going to be throwback. All right? Because it's been a while. So let's get it.
Today, the king just left, and we've had a great discussion, terrific discussion concerning Gaza and everything else. We had discussions also about Saturday at 12 o'clock. It's going to be a big moment. We'll see what happens. I don't expect much happening with these people, but we'll see what happens. And we're going to be signing a very important deal today. It's DOGE, and I'm going to ask Elon to tell you a little bit about it and some of the things that we found, which are shocking. Billions and billions of dollars in waste, fraud, and abuse. And I think it's very important. And that's one of the reasons I got elected. I said, we're going to do that. Nobody had any idea it was that bad, that sick, and that corrupt. And it seems hard to believe that judges want to try and stop us from looking for corruption, especially when we found hundreds of millions of dollars worth, much more than that, in just a short period of time. And we want to weed out the corruption. And it seems hard to believe that a judge could say, we don't want you to do that. Well, so maybe we have to look at the judges, because that's a very serious, I think it's a very serious violation. I'll ask Elon Musk to say a few words, and we'll take some questions. Elon, go ahead.
Sure. So at a high level, if you say what is the goal of DOGE and I think significant part of the presidency is to restore democracy. This may seem like, well, aren't we in a democracy? Well, if you don't have a feedback loop, okay, we would have to, if you it's all right. So, tell you, gravitas can be difficult sometimes. If there's not a good feedback loop from the people to the government, and if you have rule of the bureaucrat, or if the bureaucracy is in charge, and then what meaning does democracy actually have? If the people cannot vote and have their will be decided by their elected representatives in the form of the president and the Senate and the House, then we don't live in a democracy, we live in a bureaucracy. So it's incredibly important that we close that feedback loop, we fix that feedback loop, and that the public's elected representatives, the President, the House, and the Senate, decide what happens, as opposed to a large, unelected bureaucracy. This is not to say that there are good people who are in the federal bureaucracy, but you can't have an autonomous federal bureaucracy. You have to have one that is responsive to the people. That's the whole point of a democracy. And if you looked at this, if you looked at the founders today and said, what do you think of the way things have turned out? Well, we have this unelected, fourth unconstitutional branch of government, which is the bureaucracy, which has, in a lot of ways, currently more power than any elected representative. And this is not something that people want, and it does not match the will of the people. So it's just something we've got to fix. And then we've also got to address the deficit. So we've got a $2 trillion deficit, and if we don't do something about this deficit, the country's going bankrupt. I mean, it's really astounding that the interest payments alone on the national debt exceed the Defense Department budget, which is shocking because we spend a lot of money on defense. But if that just keeps going, we're essentially going to bankrupt the country. So what I really want to say is, like, it's not optional for us to reduce the federal expenses. It's essential. It's essential for America to remain solvent as a country, and it's essential for America to have the resources necessary to provide things to its citizens and not simply be servicing vast amounts of debt.
And also, could you mention some of the things that your team has found, some of the crazy numbers, including the woman that walked away with about $30 million,
right,
etc.?
Well, we do find it sort of rather odd that there are quite a few people in the bureaucracy who have ostensibly a salary of a few $100,000, but somehow manage to accrue tens of millions of dollars in net worth while they are in that position, which is, what happened at USAID. We're just curious as to where it came from. Maybe they're very good at investing, in which case we should take their investment advice, perhaps. But just there seems to be mysteriously they get wealthy. We don't know why. Where does it come from? And I think the reality is that they're getting wealthy at the taxpayer expense. That's the honest truth of it. So, we're looking at, say, if you look at, say Treasury, for example, basic controls that should be in place, that are in place in any company, such as making sure that any given payment has a payment categorization code, that there is a comment field that describes the payment, and that if a payment is on the do not pay list, that you don't actually pay it. None of those things are true currently. So the reason that departments can't pass audits is because the payments don't have a categorization code. It's like just a massive number of blank checks just flying out the building. So you can't reconcile blank checks. You've got comment fields that are also blank, so you don't know why the payment was made. And then we've got this truly absurd, a do not pay list, which can take up to a year for an organization to get on a do not pay list. And this, we're talking about terrorist organizations, we're talking about known fraudsters, known aspects of waste, known things that do not match any congressional appropriation, can take up to a year to get on the list, and even once on the list is not used. It's mind-blowing. So what we're talking about here, we're really just talking about adding common sense controls that should be present, that haven't been present. So you say, like, well, how could such a thing arise? That seems crazy. when you understand that really everything is geared towards complaint minimization, so then you understand the motivations. So if people receive money, they don't complain, obviously. But if people don't receive money, they do complain. And the fraudsters complain the loudest and the fastest. So then when you understand that, then it makes sense. Oh, that's why everything they approve all the payments at Treasury. Because if you approve all the payments, you don't get complaints. But now we're saying that, no, actually, we are going to complain. If money is spent badly, if your taxpayer dollars are not spent in a sensible and frugal manner, then that's not okay. Your tax dollars need to be spent wisely on things that matter to the people. I mean, these things, it's just common sense. It's not draconian or radical, I think. It's really just saying, let's look at each of these expenditures and say, is this actually in the best interest of the people? And if it is, it's approved. If it's not, we should think about it. So, there's crazy things like just cursory examination of Social Security, and we've got people in there that are 150 years old. Now, do you know anyone who's 150? I don't. Okay. They should be on the Guinness Book of World Records. They're missing out. So, that's a case where, I think they're probably dead. It's my guess. Or they should be very famous, one of the two. And then there's a whole bunch of Social Security payments where there's no identifying information. Well, why is there no identifying information? Obviously, we want to make sure that people who deserve to receive Social Security do receive it, and that they receive it quickly and accurately. I'll tell you another crazy thing. So, one of the things is we are trying to sort of right-size the federal bureaucracy, just make sure that this. Obviously, there need to be a lot of people working for the federal government, but not as many as currently. So we're saying, if people can retire, with full benefits and everything, that would be good. They can retire, get their retirement payments, everything. And then we were told, this is actually, I think, a great anecdote, because we were told the most number of people that could retire possibly in a month is 10,000. We're like, well, why is that? Well, because all the retirement paperwork is manual on paper. It's manually calculated, then written down on a piece of paper. Then it goes down a mine. And what do you mean a mine? Yeah, there's a limestone mine where we store all the retirement paperwork. And you look at a picture of this mine. We'll post some pictures afterwards. And this mine looks like something out of the 50s because it was started in 1955. So it looks like it's like a time warp. And then the speed, the limiting factor is the speed at which the mine
Trump looking like a proud father
move determines how many people can retire from the federal government. And the elevator breaks down sometimes, and then nobody can retire. Doesn't that sound crazy? There's 1,000 people that work on this. So I think if we can take those people and say, you know what, instead of working in a mine shaft and carrying manila envelopes to boxes in a mine shaft, you could do practically anything else. And you would add to the goods and services of the United States in a more useful way. So anyway, so I think that's an example. At a high level, if you say how do we increase prosperity, is we get people to shift from roles that are low to negative productivity to high productivity roles. And so increase the total output of goods and services, which means that there's a higher standard of living available for everyone. That's the actual goal. Everyone's very quiet, by the way. So are people normally this quiet?
Your detractors, Mr. Musk.
What?
Including a lot of Democrats.
I have detractors?
You do, sir.
I don't believe it.
Say that you're orchestrating a hostile takeover of government and doing it in a non-transparent way. What's your response to that criticism?
Well, first of all, you couldn't ask for a stronger mandate from the public. The public voted, we have a majority of the public voting for President Trump. We won the House, we won the Senate. The people voted for major government reform. There should be no doubt about that. That was on the campaign. The president spoke about that at every rally. The people voted for major government reform, and that's what people are going to get. They're going to get what they voted for. And a lot of times, people that don't get what they voted for, But in this presidency, they are going to get what they voted for. And that's what democracy is all about.
Mr. Musk, the White House says that you will identify and excuse yourself from any conflicts of interest that you may have. Does that mean that you are in effect policing yourself? What are the checks and balances that are in place to ensure that there is accountability and transparency?
Well, we actually are trying to be as transparent as possible. In fact, our actions, we post our actions to the DOGE handle on X and to the DOGE website. So all of our actions are maximally transparent. In fact, I don't think there's been, I don't know of a case where an organization has been more transparent than the DOGE organization. So, you know, and the kind of things we're doing are, I think, very, very simple and basic. They're not, you know, what I mentioned, for example, about Treasury, just making sure that payments that go out, taxpayer money that goes out, is categorized correctly, that the payment is explained, that organizations on the do not pay list, which takes a lot to get there, that actually are not paid, which currently they are paid. These are not individual judgment decisions. These are about simply having sensible checks and balances in the system itself to ensure that taxpayer money is spent well. So it's got nothing to do with, like, say, a contract with some company of mine at all.
But if there is a conflict of interest when it comes to you yourself, for instance, you've received billions of dollars in federal contracts when it comes to the Pentagon, for instance, which the president, I know, has directed you to look into.
Yeah.
Are you policing yourself in that? Is there any sort of accountability check and balance in place that would provide any transparency for the American people?
Well, all of our actions are fully public. So if you see anything, you say, like, wait a second, hey, Elon, that seems like maybe that's, you know, there's a conflict there. It's not like people are going to be shy about saying that. They'll say it immediately, you know?
Including you yourself.
Yes. But transparency is what builds trust, not simply somebody asserting trust. So not somebody saying they're trustworthy, but transparency, so you can see everything that's going on. And then you can see, am I doing something that benefits one of my companies or not? It's totally obvious.
And if we thought that, we would not let him do that segment or look in that area if we thought there was a lack of transparency or a conflict of interest. And we watched that also. He's a big businessman. He's a successful guy. That's why we want him doing this. We don't want an unsuccessful guy doing this. Now, one thing also that Elon hasn't really mentioned are the groups of people that are getting some of these payments. They're ridiculous. And we're talking about billions of dollars that we've already found. We found fraud and abuse. I would say those two words as opposed to the third word that I usually use, but in this case, fraud and abuse. It's abusive because most of these things are virtually made up, or certainly money shouldn't be sent to them. And you know what I'm talking about. It's crazy. So, but we're talking about tens of billions of dollars that we've already found. And now a judge who's an activist judge wants to try and stop us from doing this. Why? Why would they want to do that? I campaigned on this. I campaigned on the fact that I said government is corrupt. And it is very corrupt. It's very, very, it's also foolish. As an example, a man has a contract for 3 months and the contract ends, but they keep paying him for the next 20 years, you know, because nobody ends a contract. You got a lot of that. You have a contract that's a 3-month contract. Now, normally, if you're in a small, in all fairness, it's the size of this thing is so big. Yeah. But if you have a contract and you're in a regular business, you end the contract in 3 months. You know, it's a consultant. Here's a contract for 3 months, but it goes on for 20 years. And the guy doesn't say that he got money for 20 years. You know, they don't say it. They just keep getting checks month after month, and you have various things like that, and even much worse than that, actually, much worse. And I guess you call that incompetence, maybe. Yeah. It could be corruption. It could be a deal's made on both sides, you know, where the guy gets the money, he kicks. I think there's a lot of kickback here. I see a lot of kickback here.
There's a lot of kickbacks.
A tremendous kickback, because nobody could be so stupid to give out some of these contracts, so he has to get a kickback. So that's what I got elected for, that and borders and military and a lot of things, but this is a big part of it. And I hope that the court system is going to allow us to do what we have to do. We got elected to among other things, find all of this fraud, abuse, all of this horrible stuff going on. And we've already found billions of dollars, not like a little bit, billions many billions of dollars. And when you get down to it, it's going to be probably close to $1 trillion. It could be close to $1 trillion that we're going to find. That will have quite an impact on the budget. And you'll go to a judge where they handpick a judge, and he has certain leanings. I'm not knocking anybody for that, but he has certain leanings. And he wants us to stop looking. How do you stop looking? I mean, we've already found it. We have a case in New York where a hotel has paid $59 million, $59 million because it's housing migrants, illegal migrants, all illegal, I believe.
And they were being paid twice the normal room rate at 100% occupancy.
Unbelievable.
So it's a racket.
Mr. Musk, can I ask a question? You
Well,
said
if I may sort of just going for the President's comments, at a high level, you say, what are the two ingredients that are really necessary in order to cut the budget deficit in half from $2 trillion to $1 trillion? And it's really two things: competence and caring. And if you add competence and caring, you'll cut the budget deficit in half. And I fully expect to be scrutinized and get a daily proctology exam, basically. Might as well just camp out there. So it's not like I think I can get away with something. I'll be scrutinized nonstop. But with the support of the President, we can cut the budget deficit in half from $2 trillion to $1, and then with deregulation, because there's a lot of sort of regulations that don't ultimately serve the public good. We need to free the builders of America to build. And if we do that, that means I think we can get the economic growth to be maybe 3-4%, maybe 5%. And that means if you can get $1 trillion of economic growth and you can cut the budget deficit by $1 trillion, between now and next year, there is no inflation. There's no inflation in 26. And if the government is not borrowing as much, it means that interest costs decline. So everyone's, the mortgage, their car payment, their credit card bills, anything, their student debt, the monthly payments drop. That's a fantastic scenario for the average American. I mean, imagine they're going down the grocery aisle and the prices from one year to the next are the same, and their mortgage, all their debt payments dropped. How great is that for the average American?
We had no idea. We had no idea we were going to find this much, and it's open. It's not like complicated. It's not simple stuff. It's like,
a lot of work. Yeah.
We can't believe it. A lot of work. A lot of smart people involved. Very, very smart people. But you're talking about anywhere maybe $500 billion. It's crazy the kind of numbers you're talking
really crazy.
about. You know, normally when you're looking at something, you'll find you're looking for 1 out of 100. Here, you're almost reversing it. You look for one that's good.
Yeah.
And you can look at the title and you say, why are we doing this? Why are we doing that? And the public gets it. You know, the public gets it. You've seen the polls. The public is saying, why are we paying all this money? This for years, this has gone on.
Mr. Musk,
President Trump,
Yeah, go ahead. Wait, go ahead.
Senator Rand Paul today said that DOGE cuts will ultimately need a vote in Congress. Do you agree with that? Is that the plan?
I really don't know. I know this. We're finding tremendous fraud and tremendous abuse. If I need a vote of Congress to find fraud and abuse, it's fine with me. I think we'll get the vote, although there'll be some people that wouldn't vote. And how could a judge want to hold us back from finding all of this fraud and finding all of this incompetence? Why would that happen? Why would even Congress want to do that? Now, Congress, if we do need a vote, I think we'd get a very easy vote because we have a track record now. We've already found billions of dollars of abuse, incompetence, and corruption. A lot of corruption.
If a judge does block one of your policies, part of your agenda, will you abide by that ruling? Will you comply?
Well, I always abide by the courts, and then I'll have to appeal it. But then what he's done is he slowed down the momentum. And it gives crooked people more time to cover up the books. You know, if a person's crooked and they get caught, other people see that, and all of a sudden it becomes harder later on. So, yeah, the answer is I always abide by the courts, always abide by them, and will appeal. But appeals take a long time, and I would hope that a judge, if you go into a judge and you show him, here's a corrupt situation, we have a check to be sent, but we found it to be corrupt. Do you want us to send this corrupt check to a person, or do you want us not to give it and give it back to the taxpayer? I would hope a judge would say, don't send it, give it back to the taxpayer.
Yeah, if I can add to that, what we're finding is that a bunch of the fraud is not even going to Americans. So I think we can all agree that if there's going to be fraud, it should at least go to Americans. But a bunch of the fraud rings that are operating in the United States and taking advantage of the federal government, especially in the entitlements programs, are actually foreign fraud rings. They're operating in other countries and actually exporting money to other countries. We should stop that.
Mr. Musk,
and this is big numbers. Talk about $100 to $200 billion a year.
Sure.
Serious money.
Mr. Musk, you said on X
Yeah.
that an example of the fraud that you have cited was $50 million of condoms was sent to Gaza. But after fact check this, it apparently Gaza in Mozambique, and the program was to protect them against HIV. So can you correct the statements? It wasn't sent to Hamas actually. It was sent to Mozambique, which makes sense why condoms was sent there.
Yeah.
And how can we make sure that all the statements that you said were correct, so we can trust what you say?
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect and should be corrected. So nobody's going to bat 1,000. I mean, we will make mistakes, but we'll act quickly to correct any mistakes. I'm not sure we should be sending $50 million worth of condoms to anywhere, frankly. I'm not sure that's something Americans would be really excited about. And that is really an enormous number of condoms, if you think about it. But if it went to Mozambique instead of Gaza, I'm like, okay, that's not as bad, but still, why are we doing that?
Mr. Musk, can you talk a little bit about how closely you're working with agency heads as you're directing these cuts? Do they have
Everything he's talked about is just common sense, yo. Common sense. Put Americans first. And if the $5,000 Elon Musk and the DOGE team, with the blessing of the executive power, of course, with Congress, if that happens, that's a big deal. That is a big deal. Thank you for tuning in to the live show. You know what time it is. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. This is a recap. Okay, this is a throwback. Somebody just said, when was this? This is probably a couple of days ago.
how much input do agency heads have when you're making these decisions?
Yeah, we work closely with the agency heads. Yeah, there are sort of checks in place. So it's not just us just going in and doing things willy-nilly. It's in partnership with the agency heads, and I check frequently with the president to make sure that this is what the president wants to have happen. So we talk almost every day, and I double check things to make sure, is this something, Mr. President, you want us to do this? Then we'll do it.
USAID has been one of your main targets. Are you concerned at all that some of the cuts or that shutting that agency altogether may lead to diseases or other bigger problems starting in other countries that then come to the United States?
Yeah, so that's an interesting example. So that's something where we work closely with the State Department and Secretary Rubio. And we have, for example, turned on funding for Ebola prevention and for HIV prevention.
You left that, you said?
Yes, correct. And we are moving fast, so we will make mistakes, but we'll also fix the mistakes very quickly. So
do you see it as a worthy cause, USAID?
I think that there are some worthy things, but overall, if you say what was the bang for the buck, I would say it was not very good. And there was far too much of what USAID was doing was influencing elections in ways that I think were dubious and do not stand the light of day.
I can just ask a follow-up to the Pentagon contracts. If you have received billions of dollars in contracts from the Pentagon, and the president's directing you to look into the Department of Defense, is that a conflict of interest?
Are going to do at the president's request.
Does that present a conflict of interest for you?
No, because you'd have to look at the individual contract and say, first of all, I'm not the one, filing the contract. It's people at SpaceX or someone who will be putting for the contract. And I'd like to say, if you see any contract where where it was awarded to SpaceX and it wasn't by far the best value for money for the taxpayer, let me know, because every one of them was.
The president said the other day that you might look at treasuries. Could you explain that a little bit? What kind of fraud and that question goes to both of you, what kind of fraud are you expecting to see or do you see right now in U.S. treasuries?
Yeah, I think you mean the Treasury Department as opposed to Treasury bills, or...
You also referenced treasuries on Air Force One the other night.
Go ahead.
Well, as I mentioned earlier, really, the first order of business is to make sure we're actually collecting... Sorry for this. I thought my son might enjoy this, but he's sticking his fingers in my ears and stuff. So it's a bit hard to hear sometimes. Hey, stop that. No, the stuff we're doing with the Treasury Department is so basic that you can't believe it doesn't exist already. So for example, like I mentioned, just making sure that when a payment goes out, it has to have a payment categorization code. It's like, what type of payment is this? You can't just leave the field blank. Currently, many payments, the field is left blank. And you have to describe what's the payment for, some basic rationalization. That also is left blank. So this is why, the Pentagon, when's the last time the Pentagon passed an audit? I mean, a decade ago, maybe? Ever? Really? And we want to just, in order to actually pass audits, you have to have financial information that allows you to trace the payments. And once in a while, the Treasury has to pause payments if it thinks the payment is going to a fraudulent organization. If a company or an organization is on a do not pay list, we should not pay it. I'm sure you would agree. Like, if it's quite hard to get on that payment, the do not pay list, it means that this is someone that is like dead people, terrorists, known fraudsters, that kind of thing. We should not pay them. But currently we do, which is crazy. We should stop that.
Many transactions. And by the way, hundreds, thousands of transactions like that. We have a big team. And for the sake of the country, I hope that the person that's in charge and the other people that report to me that are in charge are allowed to do the right thing, namely make sure everything's honest, legitimate, and competent. But we're looking at just, when you look at USAID, that's one. We're going to look at the military. We're going to look at education. They're much bigger areas. But the USAID is really corrupt. I'll tell you, it's corrupt. It's incompetent, and it's really corrupt. And I can't imagine a judge saying, well, it may be corrupt, but you don't have the right. You got elected to look over the country and to, as we say, make America great again, but you don't have the right to go and look and see whether or not things are right that they're paying or that things are honest that they're paying. And nobody can even believe this. Other people, law professors, they've been saying, how can you take that person's right away? You're supposed to be running the country, but we're not allowed to look at who they're paying it to and what they're paying. We have massive amounts of fraud that we caught. I think we probably caught way over a lot of billions of dollars already in, 2 weeks?
Yes.
And it's going to go to numbers that you're not going to believe. And much, as I said, much is incompetence and much is dishonesty. We have to catch it. And the only way we're going to catch it is to look for it. And if a judge is going to say you're not allowed to look for it, that's pretty sad for our country. I don't understand how it could even work.
On the buyout program, can you personally guarantee that...
Which one?
The buyout program, the operative federal workers. Can you personally guarantee that the workers who opt in to resign now will be paid through September?
They'll get their money, but they're getting a good deal. They're getting a big buyout. And what we're trying to do is reduce government. We have too many people. We have office space. It's occupied by 4%. Nobody's showing up to work because they were told not to. And then Biden gave them a 5-year pass, some of them, 48,000 of them, gave them a 5-year pass, that for 5 years you don't have to show up to work. And let me tell you, this is largely, much of this stuff is because of Biden. It's his fault. He allowed this country, what he did on our border. What he did on our border is almost not as bad as what he did with all of these contracts that have come out. It's a very sad day when we look at it. I can't even believe it. But many contracts just extend, and they just keep extending, and there was nobody there to correct it. And that cannot be, I can't imagine that could be held up by the court. Any court that would say that the president or his representatives, like Secretary of the Treasury, Secretary of State, whatever, doesn't have the right to go over their books and make sure everything's honest. I mean, how can you have a country? You can't have anything that way. You can't have a business that
accountability. That is what Americans are currently experiencing right now. Accountability. They have a president, a commander in chief, who actually sits down with the press in the Oval Office and they're asking questions pertaining to what he's currently doing. It's been what? How long ago have you had this interaction with the president and the press? It's been a long time. And he's doing it so efficiently. He's working so fast that it is just like mind blowing.
That way you can't have a country that way. Hey, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Man, you done look. I was about to say you done did a lot though, but I'm just gonna say, you know what, OG, I'm glad I voted for you. And if you didn't vote for Trump, just sit back, relax, enjoy the great economy you're about to experience. Okay, enjoy the great border you're about to experience. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the great prices you're about to experience. Don't hate. Don't just enjoy it. Okay, enjoy it.
The people of Crimea, from what I've heard, would rather be with Russia than where they were. Putin's a killer. A lot of killers. We got a lot of killers. Why you think our country's so innocent?
President Putin, he just said it's not Russia. I will say this, I don't see any reason why it would be. It was the G8, and you know, I said, what are you doing? You guys, all you talk about is Russia, and they should be sitting at the table. I think Putin would love to be back.
President Donald Trump there repeatedly echoing Russian talking points about a number of things, including the war in Ukraine, just hours after a U.S. delegation sat down with Russian negotiators in Saudi Arabia to discuss plans to end the war in Ukraine without, we should know, any representative from Ukraine, the country that was invaded, in that room. Trump went so far as to falsely claim that somehow Ukraine and Ukrainians started the war.
I think I have the power to end this war, and I think it's going very well. But today I heard, oh, well, we weren't invited. Well, you've been there for 3 years. You should have ended it 3 years. You should have never started it. You could have made a deal.
The talks between the U.S. and Russia lasted 4 hours. This morning, the Kremlin says talks between Trump and Putin could take place by the end of this month. That's quite soon, while Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is very much pushing back against Trump's latest comments.
Unfortunately, President Trump, I have great respect for him as a leader of a nation that we have great respect for. The American people who always support us, unfortunately lives in this disinformation space.
The U.S. president, he says, living in a disinformation space. Trump's inclination towards Russian President Vladimir Putin is drawing bipartisan criticism, Democrats pushing back against Trump's false claims about the war.
Now with President Trump saying, well, the Ukrainians shouldn't have started a war, it is shocking to have the leader of the United States of America not know the most fundamental elements of how this crisis came to be.
Republican Senator Roger Wicker also rightly called those comments false. Back to the panel now. Kristen, I'm just going to ask you about the politics because you have your finger on this and you test this. Do Republican voters like to see the U.S. president endorse Kremlin talking points?
No. So Republicans are not, contrary to, I think, those who are on the other side of the aisle, they don't love Vladimir Putin. They're not supporting Russia in this conflict. However, Republicans and increasingly Democrats do wonder what's the end game here with the conflict in that region, that they don't necessarily see the possibility of Ukraine taking back all of its territory and there's a ticker tape parade and everybody's excited and they won, that no longer feels like a possibility. And so there's this tension between, on the one hand, very few, if any, voters say, yes, I hope Russia prevails in this conflict, or yes, I'm sympathetic to Vladimir Putin. On the other hand, does Trump have a little bit of leeway because so many voters say, I don't know where this is going, let's just get us out of this?
But that's fundamentally different because that is true. And for instance, on the NATO thing, I wrote about this in my book, that it was a dirty little secret in Europe and even the States that Ukraine getting membership in NATO was largely off the table, at least in the near term. But it is different to have a U.S. president say Ukraine is responsible for Russia's invasion. And it's not entirely new because this president.
First of all, he never said that directly. Okay. He just says that pertaining the invite. It was like, you guys have been there for 3 years. Why haven't you done anything? That's what he said. He didn't say this started the war. But of course, CNN, this is what you get.
Has never definitively blamed Russia for the invasion.
So, I worked in the Clinton administration when Leonid Kuchma, the second democratically elected president of Ukraine, came to the White House. We had a state visit. It was a very big deal. It was important because we were trying to bolster Ukraine. President Clinton went, First Lady Hillary Clinton went. So to now see some 20 years, 30 years, dating myself here, later, you have our president. So we were there to support Ukraine. Now our president is undermining the Ukrainian president and siding with Russia. I mean, I think at a bare minimum, people see that. They may not see the end game. But also, I wonder, do they see that and say, okay, but what about the problems here in our country? What about California? What about Asheville, North Carolina? What about the fact that grocery prices are still going up and inflation is still high? Why are we spending so much time on that? Why, at some point, that there's going to be that question as well.
I mean, there's, I think, a wider issue here about what is Donald Trump's foreign policy? What are we looking at here? Are we looking at a complete change in who our traditional allies are? This is the question that I keep on asking myself. Who are America's allies now? When you are praising Vladimir Putin and you are offending Canada, the European Union,
Denmark
Panama,
over Greenland.
This becomes the broader question of who is the United States actually allying themselves with, and what does that actually mean for our security in the world?
I mean, that is the thing that, Jonah, that came out of Munich, right, is that this was not just Europe worrying about Trump abandoning Ukraine, it's Europe worried about Trump abandoning Europe. Right. And by the way, saying so in so many words, Europe, it's up to you right now, which was the worry prior to the election. I heard it frequently, and now this is the reality they're dealing with.
Yeah, I want to be really clear. I think that Donald Trump has a goldfish's memory of historical, stuff, but he is very similar to a 19th century imperial leader. That, when you talk about his allies, I think he subscribes organically, instinctually to a 19th century notion of spheres of influence, where we're the boss of the Americas and Western Europe, and we can boss them around, and we can treat our allies as really like underlings, because this is our zone. Putin has his zone. He's another strongman. Xi has his zone. And that's one of the things that helps explain why Trump likes to talk, why he heaps praise on dictators and adversaries while heaping scorn on friends, is that he thinks our friends are actually subordinates, right? He thinks NATO is basically a protection.
This man is freeing hostages back home to the United States, securing the border, exposing waste in the government. And yet, he is the bad guy. How? Can somebody just explain to me how this person is the bad person? How is he the bad guy if he's doing all of this stuff?
Racket or a country club, and they're not paying enough dues to him. They're not kicking up to the boss enough. But he sees Xi and Putin as basically rival crime families, and they deserve respect because they are equal strongmen.
And perhaps a recognition of their own spheres of influence, and the U.S. then ceding them, which would be...
They get Taiwan, they get Ukraine, we get Panama.
It would be a dramatic upset of what had been bipartisan U.S. policy and approach to the world for 80 years, right? Going back to World War II.
Man, please. All right, Zelensky, here we go. Here we go.
Security guarantee.
Let's go back. Let's see what Zelensky has to say. First of all, everybody now knows.
Our own Christian Amanpour.
Everybody now knows that you're not going to play the United States, okay? You're not just going to get money for free. especially if you're not a United States citizen, or, you know, you're not in the United States, or you're not for the United States. There's no free lunch anymore. And yeah, it's the new update.
We talked the mixed messages from Washington and also the need for continued dialogue.
Do you understand what America's position is?
Yes.
Which is?
I think, to my mind, they are preparing atmosphere for their dialogue.
For their dialogue, which will be?
For the dialogue between Trump and Putin. And I think this is, it's up to them, but they can discuss everything they want, but not about Ukraine without us. And that's why, in this case, especially in this case, I think it's a little bit dangerous. That's why I said that we need to talk more with the president and to talk more with his people, with his teams. Yesterday, as you said, yes, we had good conversation, and
You guys don't forget. You guys do not forget that when Trump was on his campaign trail, he said that he was going to have a conversation with the president of Russia, Putin. He's going to tell him one thing, and then he's going to go right around and go to Ukraine and tell Zelensky another thing. And then the war is going to come to an end. That might be the play right here. So Zelensky needs to just relax, chill. But of course, I get it. He is the president of Ukraine. And, you know, anybody would want to know the kind of deals you're trying to strike or make on behalf of Ukraine, especially if you happen to be the leader of Ukraine. I get it. But let's see how this plays out.
I think that I opened some new details for vice president. That's why I said it's not waste time. It's really very important, I think, diplomatic investment for the future, just and lasting peace for Ukraine.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I thought you were going to say some more things.
Your order.
Yeah. You just sort of, I suddenly got flummoxed.
I'm sorry.
You said Putin doesn't want peace. I mean, you just said it loud and clear here.
It's true.
So what is the dialogue? And have you convinced the Americans that A, Ukraine has to be at the table, and B, I guess the Europeans have to convince them. Did you get a commitment from President Trump that you would meet with him first? Do you have a plan to meet with the president?
No, we have our plan, of course. It's our country, and that's why it's our plan.
All right, let's go now to CNN's chief national security correspondent, Alex Marquardt. Alex, in his remarks, Zelensky said it would be dangerous for President Trump to meet with Putin before him. Also talked about this army for and of Europe. Give us the headlines.
Well, I think both those things, Victor, really speak to the uncertainty and fear that President Zelensky has about the United States right now, particularly when he sees President Putin cozying up to President Trump and mixed signals, frankly, from different members of the Trump.
It's wild how nobody's talking about a lot of people, thousands of people who have actually passed away because of this war going on. So it's like, if anything, okay, you can support whoever you want to support. Ukraine, Russia, whoever you want to support. Okay, you got your own decision to make. However, it's like, I just want people to stop dying. And when Trump said that, I'm like, yeah, this right here is what we need in the United States. Someone who actually has common sense to realize that everybody, both parties, whoever is in battle, nobody actually wins in a war. Okay, when you have a war, nobody wins. Everybody loses in a war. It's just like, you may get a little something for the spoils of war, but you lost. Okay, because people lost their lives. So stop the war. Start a conversation. Okay, make a deal, and end this unnecessary back and forth.
Trump administration. So this was a really striking set of remarks from President Zelensky, both his own speech and then in that interview with Christian Amanpour. It was, for lack of a better description, a call to arms, both literal and figurative. I mean, he said in no uncertain terms that Europe cannot count on the U.S. anymore, that the relationship with the United States is evolving, and there may come a time when the U.S. simply says no to Europe. He pointed directly to the speech by the American Vice President J.D. Vance just yesterday. Zelensky saying that, basically paraphrasing Vance, that decades of this old relationship between the United States and Europe is ending, and that Europe needs to adjust to that. Here's a little bit more of Zelensky said earlier today.
Some in Europe may not fully understand what's happening in Washington right now, but let's focus on understanding ourselves right here in Europe. We must give strength to Europe first. Does America need Europe as a market? Yes. But as an ally? I don't know. A few days ago, President Trump told me about his conversation with Putin. Not once did he mention that America needs Europe at the table. That says a lot. The old days are over when America supported Europe just because it always had.
And so Zelensky called on Europe to band together and defend their own interests, and he said it should be done through European armed forces. He literally called it an armed forces of Europe, so that Europe's future depends on European needs and European priorities. Victor and Emma, of course, there are major questions about the state of these negotiations, which haven't even started yet, but there have been accusations that the Trump administration has already been giving concessions, has already been doing favors to President Putin. We heard the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, say a couple days ago that American forces would not go into Ukraine, that Ukraine would not be a member of NATO. That's something that has been echoed by the president himself. So there were a lot of questions for J.D. Vance when he got here to Munich from the Ukrainian side, from European officials. He kind of equivocated yesterday in Vance's meeting with Zelensky. He said that he wanted to keep all options on the table, that he was preserving optionality for President Trump. So certainly a lot of concern among the Ukrainians, among the Europeans. These negotiations just getting started in Ukraine, wanting to make sure that they are at the table when the fate of their country is really what's in play here. Victor Amra.
Alex Marquardt, there in Munich for us. Thank you. Let's bring in now former U.S. Ambassador to NATO, Ivo Dulzer. Mr. Ambassador, good to have you back. Let's start here from the framework of President Zelensky's remarks, saying that Europe needs its own alliance. We must build the armed forces of Europe so that Europe's future depends only on Europeans, saying that the U.S. doesn't appear that they really need the Europe as allies. What was your reaction as former ambassador to NATO of that framework from Zelensky?
Well, my reaction was one of sadness, though I think he is also correct. I do think that the United States in the past few weeks has behaved in ways that make it incredibly hard for Ukraine, which is at war, for Europe, which is living on a continent at war, to rely on the United States. The United States is proving not to be a very reliable ally. And the two things that are most shocking over the past week are, one, the fact that the President of the United States decided to get on the phone with Vladimir Putin without talking to Europeans or without talking to Ukraine to promise a peace conference and a peace conversation that would take place between Washington and Moscow, even though Moscow is the aggressor and Kyiv is the victim, and not make them part of it. And then secondly, the lecture that we heard here from the Vice President about the nature of democracy, coming from a Vice President who still does not recognize that in 2000 Donald Trump lost the election and Joe Biden won, was not taken well by people here. And so there is this question that President Zelensky put on the table. Are we really still capable and able to rely on the United States, or should we rely only on ourselves?
And even in that context, President Zelensky said today that there would have to be some security guarantees to agree to peace with Russia. There are already security guarantees from the 1991 independence after the Orange Revolution. So who would have to offer those guarantees? Would that be the U.S. again, considering the situation Ukraine finds itself in now, or would those have to be guaranteed by Europe?
Well, I mean, I personally would argue that those guarantees would have to include membership in NATO for Ukraine, which is how we traditionally have dealt with the insecurities on the continent. This is a continent that only had 12 countries as members of NATO. It now has 32, and the reason is because certain parts of Europe have found it better and more secure to be part of NATO than not be part of NATO, as we found with Finland and Sweden. But the president has ruled that out. He has taken the Russian mantra that the war was caused by the possibility of Ukraine joining NATO. That is, of course, absurd. The war was caused when Russia invaded Ukraine. And we had Pete Hegseth, his defense secretary, ruling out not only NATO membership, but U.S. participating in any security guarantee. So again, I think what President Zelensky is saying is we can't rely on the United States. We have to rely on Europe. And now is time for Europeans to do more, not only to defend their continent, but also to help and secure Ukraine's future. It's a tough task for Europe. It doesn't have the forces at the moment. It is not spending enough in order to get those forces. But I see in Munich here a wake-up call among Europeans to say, we would like to do it with the United States. We would prefer to do it with the United States, but we've got to do it even if we can't do it with the United States.
You know, that's interesting. You say you see a wake-up call there because former President Biden used to tell stories about the former German Chancellor Angela Merkel and the questions about U.S. leadership and abdicating its position on the world stage. Do you think what happened this week, the pairing of what we saw from Vice President Vance and the reaction in the room and what happened today with President Zelensky is a pivot point for Europe?
Yeah, I think it's a pivot point. You know, it's not only what happened here today and yesterday, it's also what happened this week. The phone call that the president made with Vladimir Putin, the tariffs that have been imposed on aluminum, steel imports to the United States, the reciprocal tariffs that are about to be imposed. The United States, under Donald Trump, has a tendency to turn friends into enemies and enemies into friends. That's not the way in which most Europeans think the world ought to be run, and as a result, they're going to have to figure out a way to deal with the world as it is without the United States, and at times even have to oppose it. The United States, under Donald Trump, has a tendency.
Zelensky and his back and forth with the United States president. But of course, Trump never lets anything slide, okay? Because this is actually a major issue. There's been devastation in Ukraine and in Russia for a long time, since about 2022. But I just want you guys to check this out. All right, let's go. Just log in. All right. Okay, cool. So, of course, you know what's going on in Ukraine, but the OG, the 47th president of the United States, Donald Trump, has something to say to Zelensky. He says, think of it. A modestly successful comedian, Vladimir Zelensky, talked the United States of America into spending $350 billion to go into a war that couldn't be won. It says that never had to start, but a war that he, without the U.S. and Trump, will never be able to settle. You know, he never hides anything. Okay, so he says, the United States has spent $200 billion more than Europe. And Europe's money is guaranteed, while the United States will get nothing back. Why didn't Sleepy Joe Biden demand equalization? That's facts. And it says, in that, this war is far more important to Europe than it is to the United States. I think so too. Okay. I think it is more important to the Europeans than Americans. It says, we have a big, beautiful ocean as separation. It says, on top of this, Zelensky admits that half of the money we sent him is missing. Did that happen? Did Zelensky really say that half of the money the United States sent Ukraine is missing? That would be crazy if Zelensky actually says that half of the money the United States has sent to Ukraine to help Ukrainians, half of it is missing. He refuses to have elections. That's another conversation right there. So, for people who don't know, in Ukraine since 2022, there's been martial law in effect. And they were supposed to have their elections last year in 2024. So now there's no election in Ukraine. So there might be something going on right there because they have to have an election. All right, where do we stop? Okay. He refuses to have elections. He's very low in Ukrainian polls, of course, because nobody wants war. And the only thing he was good at was playing Biden like a fiddle. A dictator without elections. Zelensky better move fast or he is not going to have a country left. In the meantime, we are successfully negotiating and ending. I think he wanted to say, okay, we're successfully negotiating an end to the war in Russia. Something all admits only Trump and the Trump administration can do. Biden never tried. Europe has failed to bring peace. And Zelensky probably wants to keep the gravy train, which is the money from the United States, going. It says, I love Ukraine, but Zelensky has done a terrible job. His country is shattered. Millions have unnecessarily died. And so it continues. Of course, this is the reply to Zelensky this beautiful morning that Trump asked for the Ukrainian president Zelensky. What do you guys think? Let me know in the comment below. But yep, that's all I got for you. With that being said, what do you guys think? Let me know. Let me know in the comment below, man. Let me know. Because what is Zelensky doing? Your goal as the president of a country, as the leader of the country, your goal should be what? Protecting the people that you are leading. Okay, if you are the shepherd, protect your sheep. Can you please protect your sheep? All right, for some people who don't know, let's go to Wikipedia because a lot of people are like, oh, what is going on in Ukraine? What do you mean by elections? All right, here we go. Check this out. So if you go to Wikipedia, okay, everybody has Wikipedia or Google or just go find out. Okay. So it says here presidential elections were scheduled to be held in Ukraine in March or April 2024. However, as martial law has been in effect since 24th February 2022, in response to the Russian invasion of Ukraine, no elections were held because Ukrainians' law does not allow presidential elections to be held when martial law is in effect. Okay. So Ukrainians are, have the martial law in effect since 2022, and they were supposed to have their election in 2024, March or April. So now they don't have an election, which they are duly they are due to actually have an election. So this is going to play a big role. during these negotiations between all three countries, which is Ukraine, Russia, and the United States, because he's most likely not going to win the next election, that's for sure. But like Trump said, he's trying to ride the gravy train. He's just trying to ride the gravy train. I mean, I get it. It's like serious consequences on ground happening right now in Ukraine and, for Russians as well. However, it's like if people are dying and the people are not subscribing to this type of treatment from anybody, just people losing their lives, it's like, Jesus. There's a lot of sadness in the world today to add more, more sadness to people's lives. Come on, man. Leave and let leave, okay? Now they're willing to surrender some sort of land that the Russians have already conquered during battle. So it's like, these were the same things that Trump was talking about years ago. It was like, if you're going to negotiate a deal and, give him some of the land or whatever, people were like, oh no, you're saying yes to a dictatorship. You're saying yes to a dictatorship, Trump. And now they're now saying the same thing. Like, even the Dems are like, you know what? Maybe we should give Putin some land. Now, Trump has been saying this for years. Negotiate a deal. People are like, well, of course you would say that because you are a dictator. Like, Trump says things 2 years prior to regular Americans coming to the realization, especially the left, coming to the realization that, you know what, maybe that's what we're supposed to do. And that's like, Jesus.
Ask you to speak yet, please. Right? Okay. Go ahead, please. Go ahead. Go ahead, please.
Mr. President, you are meeting Prime Minister Modi of India this afternoon. What kind of trade and tariff relationship would you like to have with India, and what's the vision for India?
Yeah, India traditionally is the highest, just about the highest tariff country. They charge more tariffs than any other country. And I mean, we'll be talking about that. But again, whatever they charge us, we're charging them. So it works out very well. It's a beautiful, simple system. And we don't have to worry about, gee, we're charging too much or too little. But traditionally, India is right at the top of the pack, pretty much. There are a couple of smaller countries that are actually more. But India is a they charge tremendous tariffs. I remember when Harley-Davidson couldn't sell their motorbikes into India because of the fact that India, the tax was so high, the tariff was so high. And Harley was forced to build, I guess they built, I don't know, that was a while ago, but I think they built a factory in India in order to avoid paying the tariffs. And that's what people can do with us. They can build a factory here, a plant or whatever it may be here, and that includes the medical, that includes cars, that includes chips and semiconductors, that includes everything. If you build here, you have no tariffs whatsoever. And I think that's what's going to happen. I think our country is going to be flooded with jobs.
What should consumers expect? Are prices going to go up short-term,
well,
long-term?
not necessarily. I mean, not necessarily. But I'll tell you what will go up is jobs. The jobs will go up tremendously. We're going to have great jobs for everybody. This is something that should have been done many years ago. China did it. I mean, China did it at a level that probably nobody's ever seen before. If you manufactured a car, you couldn't send it into China. The tariff was so high. So everybody went and they built in China. It was no big secret. So we're going to see, but it's going to mean tremendous amounts of jobs. And ultimately, prices will stay the same, go down. But we're going to have a very dynamic country.
But if prices go up, Mr. President, because of these tariffs, who do you think voters should hold responsible?
Oh, I think what's going to go up is jobs are going to go up. And prices could go up somewhat short term, but prices will also go down. And I think the farmers are going to be helped by this very much because product is being dumped into our country and our farmers are getting hurt very badly by the last administration. The last administration hated our farmers, like at a level that I've never seen before. I think our farmers are going to be helped. Jobs are going to be helped, but our farmers are going to be helped, our manufacturers are going to be helped. And again, if somebody wants to come in, including the car companies, if they want to come in and build car plants, they'll do it without tariffs, and therefore prices won't go up. There could be some short-term disturbance, but long-term, it's gonna make our country a fortune.
So Americans should prepare for some short-term pain.
No, you said that. I didn't say that. You know?
Well, if the prices go up.
Let's see what happens. Nobody really knows what is going to happen, other than we know that jobs are going to be produced at levels that we haven't seen before. We know that we think interest rates are going to ultimately be coming down because of things that happen, and they go hand in hand with the tariffs. But we think that the prices for some things, many things, it could be all things, will go down. Ultimately, will go down.
Mr. President, can you explain the timeline here, sir? There's a period of time for a review, a report, 180 days. What's the earliest date that you think tariffs will actually be implemented and executed?
Well, I would say, maybe I'll ask Howard to answer that, because he's going to be the one that's implementing. What do you think?
Our studies should be all complete by April 1st. So we'll hand the president the opportunity to start on April 2nd if he wants. So I think we'll be ready to go on April 1st, and we'll hand it to the president, and he'll make his decisions. But remember, if they drop their tariffs, prices for Americans are coming down. Our production's going up, and our costs are going down. Remember, it's a two-way street. That's why it's called reciprocal.
And have you spoken to any American CEOs directly about this? Are they calling you and asking for
I've spoken to
exemptions?
many, and many love it. And they say this is going to be the thing that makes our country really prosperous again. And this is going to be what pays down to $36 trillion in debt and all the other things. And this is going to be, this is an amazing day. I think this is going to be a very big day, and in a very positive way for our country. Yes, please.
Mr. President, you've talked about the VAT and the EU before, and your concerns with how the EU treats you. Do you have a number in mind on the European Union? Do you have an idea where that number is going to land?
Well, what they are now is they have a 20% VAT tax, which we're considering to be similar or the same as the tariff. Plus, they charge lots of fees, and you know they're doing something else. European Union's been very tough on our companies. They sued Apple, they sued Google, they sued Facebook, they sued many other companies, and they're American companies, and the kind of numbers are staggering. And the court system over there is not very good to our companies. If you know that Apple had to pay, I think, $16 billion in a penalty, a court case that was really shocking, because most people thought they would have won that court case, people that watched it. So they've been very tough. Airlines have called me up and they said, could you help us with Europe, because they're charging us so many different fees. I got a call from the head of American, United, and other airlines saying, every time we land a plane, we get just absolutely killed by the European Union. And so they haven't been treated as good. You know, we think the European Union is wonderful. We all love Europe, love the countries in Europe. But European Union has been absolutely brutal on trade. Canada's been very bad to us on trade, but now Canada's going to have to start paying up. And Canada's been tough on the military, because they have a very low military cost. They think we're going to, you know, protect them with our military, which is unfair. So Canada's going to be a very interesting situation, because you know, we just don't need their product, and yet they survive off the fact that we do 95% of what they do. And Canada is just absolutely, I say it, and sometimes people smile, and sometimes they say, great idea, but Canada, their taxes would come down greatly, their security would go up greatly. Amazing things happen to Canada, and really Canada in this particular, why would we pay $200 billion a year in subsidies to Canada when they're not a state? You do that for a state, but you don't do that for somebody else's country. So I think Canada is going to be a very serious contender to be our 51st state.
Mr. President, how are negotiations going with Canada? There was obviously a delay in implementing those tariffs.
I spoke to Governor Trudeau on numerous occasions, and we'll see what happens. But it just sets up so good for them. Look, the people would pay much less tax than they're paying right now. They'd have perfect military protection. They don't have any military protection because And you take a look at what's going on out there. You have Russian ships, you have China ships, you have Chinese ships, you have a lot of ships out there, and you know, people are in danger. This is a different world today. It's a different world. They need our protection. Yes.
You just mentioned Elon Musk and the efforts that he's undertaking with your
Yeah.
authority. You granted him new authority this week. Will he secure any new government contracts while he is working on DOGE?
No,
for you?
not if there's a conflict. If there's no conflict, I guess what difference does it make? But we won't let him do anything having to do with the conflict.
Are you personally checking to make sure there's no conflicts of interest?
Yeah, I am.
He answers to you.
Sure, he does. First of all, he wouldn't do it, and second of all, we're not going to let him do anything where there's a conflict of interest.
Mr. President, your negotiations with the EU are there's discussions ongoing already. How quickly do you expect that you'll hear back from them about any of these other
I can't
measures?
tell you, yeah. The EU's been very nasty. It's just been, they haven't treated us properly. Look, we were great to them on NATO. Essentially, it's a similar group of countries. When I came in, my first term, I raised their fees. I mean, they were not paying. We were paying for, in my opinion, almost all of NATO. And now, you know, I had the bad moment with the press where the press said, well, does this mean you won't protect him? And I said, I won't protect him if they're not paying. But because I said that, the Secretary General, as you know, said it was the greatest thing he's ever seen because the money came pouring in. But they don't treat us right on trade. They don't treat us right on the military either. I mean, if you look at Ukraine, we're in for probably $200 billion more than Europe. Why are we in for more than Europe? We're in for more than Europe. I mean, think of it, or NATO. I mean, let's call it NATO because Canada's in. By the way, Canada is just about the lowest payer. Also, they shouldn't be. They are just about the lowest payer in NATO, in addition to everything else. So Canada's really been taken advantage of. And if they had to pay just something modestly fair, they wouldn't be able to succeed as a country. And that's why I feel they have to become a state. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is it your expectation that partners will offer major concessions and that you actually don't end up applying those tariffs?
No, I think that a lot of them will stay the same, and whatever they pay, I'll pay. I mean, we'll have a lot of them stay the same. I think some. Look, I heard as an example, EU lowered their tax on cars down to the exact same amount that they were much higher. They were approximately 5 times higher, and they lowered them down to the exact tax that we're charging. That took place like yesterday or the day before. Is that a correct statement? I think so, yeah.
Do you expect any exemptions or waivers?
I don't expect that, no. This is a simple system. I mean, there wouldn't be any. And in the case of Apple, I gave them a waiver, an exemption in my first term because Samsung was in South Korea. And Samsung didn't have to pay the tax because it was a tax on China. And Apple makes a lot of their product in China. So I did that because it wouldn't have been fair. But now this applies to everybody across the board. This is a much simpler way of doing it, much better way.
You had that major call yesterday with President Putin of Russia. President Zelensky responded today basically saying any agreements they won't accept unless they're made with Ukraine. Will Ukraine have a seat at that table for those negotiations?
Of course they would. I mean, they're part of it. We would have Ukraine, we'd have Russia, and we'll have other people involved too. A lot of people, a lot of forks in the a lot of forks in this game. I'll tell you what, this is a very interesting situation, but the Ukraine war has to end. The young people are being killed at levels that nobody's seen since World War II, and it's a ridiculous war, and it has to end. We had a good talk with President Putin. I had a good talk with President Zelensky, very good talk. And somebody said, oh, I should have called Zelensky first. I don't think so. I mean, we have to find out whether or not Russia wants to make a deal. I know that Zelensky wants to make a deal because he told me that. But I now know that Russia wants to make a deal.
Did you ask Secretary Hegseth to walk back his comments yesterday saying Ukraine won't join NATO and won't go back to pre-2014 borders because those are bargaining chips you could use?
No, I didn't. Somebody told me to, but I thought his comments were good yesterday, and they're probably good today. They're a little bit softer, perhaps, but I thought his comments yesterday were pretty accurate. I don't see any way that a country in Russia's position could allow them, just in their position, could allow them to join NATO. I don't see that happening. And long before President Putin, Russia was very strong on the fact that I believe that's the reason the war started. Because Biden went out and said that they could join NATO, and he shouldn't have said that. As soon as he said that, I said, you know what? You're going to have a war now, and I was right about that. This is a war that would have never happened if I were president.
But you don't think it's President Biden's fault, not President Putin? I mean, he's the one.
I think Biden is incompetent, and I think when he said that they could join NATO, I thought that was a very stupid thing to say. I thought when he said, well, it depends if it's a minor incursion. In other words, it's okay if Russia does a minor incursion. I thought that was a very foolish thing to say.
When Elon Musk
got it started. The other thing that got it started was how badly Milley and these stupid people, bad generals, how badly they did with Afghanistan. I was going to pull out, but we were pulling out with dignity and strength, and we were going to take our equipment with us and everything else. They are, I mean, what they're doing is, what they did with that, I think Putin looked at that mess and he said, wow, this is a great time, I'm going to go in. But what the Americans said, I'm not blaming Americans, but I will say what they said had a big influence on his deciding to go in. Yeah.
When Elon Musk met with Prime Minister Modi earlier today, did he do so as an American CEO or did he do so as a representative of the U.S. government?
Are you talking about me?
No, Elon Musk.
Elon, I don't know. They met, and I assume he wants to do business in India. But India is a very hard place to do business in because of the tariffs. They have the highest tariffs just about in the world, and it's a hard place to do business. No, I would imagine he met possibly because, you know, he's running a company. He's doing this as something that he's felt strongly about for a long time because he sees what's happening and he sees how the country is really being hurt badly by all of the fraud, waste, and abuse. Yeah.
So how does Modi know whether he's meeting with a CEO or meeting with a representative of your government?
Well, he's meeting with me in a little while, so I'm going to ask him that question. All right? I'll ask him that question. Yeah.
On auto tariffs, what should we expect, sir? You mentioned obviously steel and aluminum and pharmaceuticals. What are you thinking about auto tariffs? You haven't talked about that much.
I think autos are coming soon. I think they're all coming more or less at the same time. And it's not going to be a big shock to the system. But what it's going to do is it's going to bring pharmaceuticals back to our country. Much more important than the money. It's a lot of money, but it's going to bring pharmaceuticals back to our country. It's going to bring chips back to our country. It's going to bring automobile. We're going to do a lot more automobile manufacturing in our country. You know, when I did this, when I announced this during the campaign, they were going to build the largest car plant in the world in Mexico. It was almost under construction. It was just starting. And when they heard me make that statement, and they thought I was going to win the election, actually, it was a few months before the election itself, China was building the car plant. It was going to be the largest in the world. They immediately stopped construction. You can see the foundations there. They immediately stopped. When they heard I was doing this, that would have destroyed Detroit. It would have destroyed Michigan. This plant would have taken up more than almost the whole state built. And it would have been very destructive. When they heard me speak, and they said, wow, if he gets in, we're gonna lose our shirt. So they stopped building. That's the impact that tariffs have. Again, you know, I say it, and I say it loudly. It's the most beautiful word, but now I say religion, love, and a couple of other things are more beautiful because I got in a lot of problem with the fake news when they said, oh, other things are more important. God is more important, but these are the words. But I would say it's number 4 or 5. To me, it's the most beautiful. And I'll tell you what, I think really reciprocal tariffs, those 2 words, reciprocal makes tariffs really fair.
All countries, there'd be no exemptions, right? It would be all auto imports?
Any exemptions, no, because you don't need to. With reciprocal, you don't need to.
Mr. President, is Gavin Tiger just arrived at PRS?
Fox Radio. Do you have a update on the TikTok negotiations?
Yeah, we have a lot of people.
Timeline's running out, isn't it?
Well, I have 90 days from about 2 weeks ago, right? And I'm sure it can be extended, but let's see. I don't think you'll need to. We have a lot of people interested in TikTok, and I hope to be able to make a deal. I think it would be good. You know, people have learned it's very popular, and we'll have to probably get approval from China to do it. But we have a lot of people that are interested, and a lot of people, I think China will be interested because it's to their benefit too. So I look forward to that. But we have a lot of people that are interested in TikTok, quite a few.
Mr. President, DOGE workers arrived today, Gavin Klager and others arrived today at the IRS. Do you expect to close the IRS, or what are you expecting?
No, I don't expect it, but I think that the Internal Revenue Service will be looked at like everybody else. Just about everybody's going to be looked at. So it's they're doing a hell of a job. It's an amazing job they're doing. And you know, that force is building these, I call it the force of super geniuses, but it's building. And you know, they go up and they talk to some of the people about certain deals, and the people get all tongue-tied. They can't talk because these people get it. They're very smart people. We need smart people. Yes. Brian?
On tariffs, sir.
Yeah, Brian?
Yes, sir. Mr. President, I know that during the campaign, it was huge in Pennsylvania as far as bringing back manufacturing. Have we talked to any CEOs since the tariffs were announced on steel and aluminum? What's the feedback from those?
They are in love with it. As you know, in Pennsylvania, U.S. Steel is through the roof. They're all through the roof. That's why I didn't want U.S. Steel to make a deal with Japan or anybody else. I think it's going to do great. But I think maybe more than anybody else, the steel companies and aluminum companies, they're in love with what's happened. And this will eventually be the car companies and chip companies. We have to have chips made in this country. Right now, everything's made in Taiwan practically, almost all of it, a little bit in South Korea. But everything, almost all of it is made in Taiwan. And we want it to be made. We want those companies to come to our country, in all due respect. You know, they took the business away. Taiwan took our chip business away. We had Intel, we had these great companies that did so well, and it was taken from us, and we want that business back. We want it back in the United States. And if they don't bring it back, we're not going to be very happy.
You
Sir, on
mentioned
tariffs,
pharmaceuticals as well in China. That's national security to bring that back.
China and other places. We want to get the pharmaceutical and drug business back into the United States, where it should be. Right?
Sir, on tariffs, are you concerned that the countries that would be most affected, like India, would just shift their trading to China?
No, I'm not concerned about anything, really. I mean, I'm just doing what's fair. This is a very fair thing. This should have been done a long time ago. I would have done it, but then COVID hit. I was getting ready to do this years ago, and first time we had the most successful economy in history, and then COVID hit, and this was going to be the thing that I was most waiting to do, but it was awfully hard to do this with Italy and France and Spain, and all those people were dying, and then we put tariffs on. See, I have a big heart.
Sir, on Ukraine, when Putin says that he really wants peace, do you believe him?
Yeah, I do. I believe he wants peace. I believe that President Putin, when I spoke to him yesterday, I mean, I know him very well. Yeah, I think he wants peace. I think he would tell me if he didn't. I'd like to see peace.
Do you trust President Putin?
I believe that, I believe that he would like to see something happen. I trust him on this subject. I think he'd like to see something happen. I think it could have happened a long time ago. I think Biden, number one, it shouldn't have started, but it did. And now all those cities are knocked down, like demolition sites. All those beautiful golden towers are knocked down. There's nothing going to replace them. But much more importantly, you lost millions of people. A lot of soldiers, but you lost millions of people. When they knocked down those cities, and they're all laying down on the side, they're laying down just in ashes and all crumbled up concrete. They literally look like a world-class demolition site. And many of them, almost all of them, but many of them, and this should have been done by Biden years ago. This should have never been allowed to happen. I know he's a friend of yours.
But couldn't Putin just withdraw his
He's a friend of
today?
CNN. That's why nobody watches CNN anymore, because they have no credibility. Okay, who else? Yes, please.
Sir, if you can find a buyer in the United States for TikTok, do you think Xi Jinping will authorize the sale of it, or will
I'm going to make it worthwhile for China to do it. I think so. I mean, I got to know TikTok because during the election, I ended up with 36% higher than my opponent with youth. Okay, that never happened before. That's always been a Democrat thing, youth. It became a Trump thing. And I think TikTok, I think Joe Rogan was a part of it. Some of the great people that I did interviews with were a part of it. But I think that TikTok was I think it was a big part. Look, as you know, we were up by 36% with youth. The Republican was never up with youth. And I focused on TikTok, and I found it to be amazing, actually, and very fair. And I think the image of TikTok is different than it was before the election. I think people saw it and they view it as a positive, not a negative. I think it'll be to China's advantage to have the deal be made, yeah.
How much money do you think you'll raise from tariffs on an annual basis?
That's the most interesting question. I think it'll be a staggering amount. It will be the external, I call it the External Revenue Service. That was a name that was devised by a few of us, but I think it's going to be a staggering amount.
We've heard the number $1 trillion floated in meetings with senators. Is that a number you've thought of?
I don't know, but already the Senate's saying, well, wait a minute, they're looking at some of the numbers and they're saying, whoa, look, we want to, I say America first, I say make America great again. That's what we're doing. I think it's the most important thing I've signed. I've signed some very important things. Right to try was so important. I mean, a lot of important things. Space Force, the biggest tax cuts in history. This could be one of the most important things that we've ever signed.
Do you expect the Russians and President Putin to attend the summit in Saudi Arabia?
Eventually, yeah. Not quite yet. It's a little early. They're having a meeting in Munich tomorrow. Russia is going to be there with our people. Ukraine is also invited, by the way. Not sure exactly who's going to be there from any country, but high-level people from Russia, from Ukraine, and from the United States.
Do you want to have Russia back to the G7, sir?
I'd love to have them back. I think it was a mistake to throw them out. Look, it's not a question of liking Russia or not liking Russia. It was the G8, and I said, what are you doing? You guys, all you talk about is Russia, and they should be sitting at the table. I think Putin would love to be back. Obama and a couple of other people made a mistake and they got Russia out. It's very possible that if that was the G8, you wouldn't have had the problem with Ukraine. And if I was president, you definitely wouldn't have had the problem with Ukraine. Russia would have never attacked Ukraine. But you ask a very good question, the G8. It used to be the G8 and then these people threw them out. And I was arguing with Trudeau and with numerous of the people. Actually, Prime Minister Abe, a great man from Japan, agreed with me 100%, and some of the others did too. But I got there, it was the G7, as you know. They had already been terminated. I think it would have been very helpful, and it still would be helpful to have Russia be a part of that mix. And I think if they were, I don't think you would have had the problem that you have right now.
Russia is part of the G20.
They kicked them out, of course, because they illegally annexed Crimea. I mean, how would you have responded if Russia invaded or took over?
They took Crimea during Obama. They took, well, now they're looking to take the whole thing. Then they took a big chunk of land and people, as you know, during Bush. And now they're trying to take the whole thing during Biden. You know, the only one that didn't give them anything is Trump. They never took anything with Trump, nothing, not 2 inches of property of land. But Crimea was Obama. And then Bush gave them a lot, if you remember. And then, in fact, it's a sort of a standard little phrase. And Biden's giving them everything because this is a war that shouldn't have been had. And the only one that didn't give them anything is Trump. It's just the way it is.
What's the message from Wall Street about these tariffs? So there's been some nervousness on Wall Street about the impact.
So. I mean, there hasn't been very much, and I think it's going to make the United States stronger, and in many ways it could make other countries stronger too. You know, other countries want to have a strong United States. They want to have a strong America, and I think it's going to make us very, very strong, much stronger. And we have a lot of work we're doing on the military. Our military already, I've authorized some contracts to be built that are very substantial. We're building the greatest equipment in the world. We have the greatest military equipment in the world. We're building it. At some point, when things settle down, I'm going to meet with China, and I'm going to meet with Russia in particular, those two, and I'm going to say, there's no reason for us to be spending almost $1 trillion on military. There's no reason for you to be spending $400 billion. China's going to be at 400 billion. We're at $1 trillion. We're going to be at close to $1 trillion. And I'm going to say, we can settle this on, we can spend this on other things. We don't have to spend this on military because, and I'm going to be meeting with China. You know, we were trying to de-escalate nuclear, and I was in a position where Russia had agreed and China had agreed we were going to start, and then we had a rigged election, so that never took place. But this one was too big to rig. We won by so much that it was too big to rig.
We're going to do the China meeting in the United States, or would you travel to China for that?
For what?
A China meeting. Would you do that here or
I
there?
tell people all the time, you know, the question is who's going to have the first meeting, where are you going to, I say this to Putin, to President Xi, I say to everybody, never bothered me, you know, I'm willing to say I'll go first. It doesn't matter. It's the end result that counts. So it doesn't make any difference.
When do you want to have a conversation about global defense spending, you, China,
Well, I'd
Russia?
like to have that, as soon as things settle down, I'm going to have that conference, primarily with China and Russia, because those are the two that really are out there. And we're going to have them spend a lot less money, and we're going to spend a lot less money. And I know they're going to do it. They agreed to it. We were talking about denuclearizing, and President Putin and I agreed that we were going to do it in a very big way. There's no reason for us to be building brand new nuclear weapons. We already have so many you could destroy the world 50 times over, 100 times over. And here we are building new nuclear weapons, and they're building nuclear weapons, and China's building new nuclear weapons, and China's trying to catch up because, you know, they're very substantially behind, but within 5 or 6 years they'll be even. And we're all spending a lot of money that we could be spending on other things that are actually, hopefully, much more productive. Hopefully there'll never be a time when we need those weapons. If there's ever a time when we need nuclear weapons, like the kind of weapons that we're building and that Russia has and that China has to a lesser extent but will have, that's going to be a very sad day. That's going to be probably oblivion.
Do you see that as separate conversations, or do you see one giant summit with you, Xi Jinping, and Vladimir Putin?
Yeah, I could see that. Let things calm down a little bit. You know, when I left, we had no Middle East problem. We had no Russia going into Ukraine. They never would have done it. Putin never would have done it. And I came back, and we got like the whole world is blowing up. So when we straighten it all out, then I want to have one of the first meetings I want to have is with President Xi of China, President Putin of Russia, and I want to say, let's cut our military budget in half. And we can do that. And I think we'll be able to do it.
If Elon Musk identifies wasteful spending in the Defense Department, defense contractors and the like, are you willing to go after that spending as well?
We have to go waste, fraud, and abuse. Yeah, and we're doing that.
Could we, you know, I'm just wondering about your conversations on defense spending. Would you want to do that as a trilateral, or would you use the existing body that also already includes China and Russia, the G20?
No, it's the people. It's President Putin, President Xi. I don't need bodies. I don't need anything. It's people. It's all about people. It's about relationship and people. And, you know, I've had a good relationship with President Putin. I've had a good relationship with President Xi. It's about people. And I think when things straighten out, which I hope will be in the not too distant future, the meeting I want to have first is a meeting with China and a meeting with Russia on slowing down, stopping, and reducing nuclear weapons in particular, and also on not having to spend the kind of money we're all spending on weapons, military weapons generally.
I think my question is, would you have those meetings separately with each of those leaders, or would you try to bring them all together?
Both. You start off separately, and that's what was happening. I was dealing with President Putin. We had really an understanding where we were going to denuclearize. What a beautiful term that is, right? Denuclearize. What a great thing if we could do that. And we were going to, he really liked the idea, and so did I. And we had then called China, and China was very open to it. And then COVID hit, and then we had a rigged election. But now there was no rigged election. Now we have an election that was too big to rig. That's what my whole theme was, too big to rig. And they tried, but they didn't pull it off.
Sir, as part of the reciprocal tariffs, would you also direct agencies to study the impact they would have on prices in the U.S.?
No, there's nothing to study. There's nothing to study. It's going to go well. The United States is going to become a very, very strong economically country. Yeah.
Mr. President, in the past you have spoken against BRICS. India is part of BRICS. Do you want to dismantle BRICS, or U.S. want to be part of it?
I don't care, but BRICS was put there for a bad purpose, and most of those people they don't even want to talk about it now. They're afraid to talk about it because I told them if they want to play games with the dollar, then they're going to be hit with a 100% tariff, The day they mention that they want to do it, and they will come back and say, we beg you not to do this. BRICS is dead since I mentioned that. BRICS died the minute I mentioned that. And I remember when Obama and Biden in particular, I guess he said that, they have us over a barrel. They don't have us over a barrel. We have them over a barrel. If BRICS wants to play games, those countries won't trade with us. We won't trade with them. And if any trading gets through, it'll be 100% tariff at least.
On your
What
cabinet,
would be, you know what? When they hear that, what do you think they're going to do? They're going to say, look what happened to BRICS. They didn't want to talk about it. They don't even want to admit that they were a member of BRICS. That's what's happened.
On your cabinet, sir, we saw Robert F. Kennedy Jr. get confirmed. He's going to come in here and be sworn in.
Man, I love this dude, dog. I love this dude. They don't even want to admit that they were part of BRICS. Man, you don't want to smoke, bro.
And Mitch McConnell has now voted against several of your nominees. He voted against RFK Jr. as the next health secretary, citing conspiracy theories. What's your reaction to that?
Well, I feel sorry for Mitch. And I was one of the people that led. He wanted to go to the end and he wanted to stay leader. He's not equipped mentally. He wasn't equipped 10 years ago mentally, in my opinion. He'd let the Republican Party go to hell. If I didn't come along, the Republican Party wouldn't even exist right now. Mitch McConnell never really had it. He had an ability to raise money because of his position as leader, which anybody could do. You could do it even. And that's saying a lot.
God.
But the fact is that he raised money and he gave a lot of money to senators. And so he had a little loyalty based on the fact that as leader, you could raise a lot of money. Senators would call me and they say, he wants to give me 20.
This is the facts. Like, a lot of people don't give Trump his flowers. You got to give this man his flowers, bro. You have to. Like, if you think about it, back in the 70s, 80s, when New York was going through a lot of crisis, this man went into New York. Well, he's from New York. He was born in Queens. This man right here changed the skyline of Manhattan. Okay? He changed the skyline. All right? He brought jobs into New York. He was just in his early 30s. Okay, you could say he got money from his family, from his dad. Oh, okay, we get it. But this guy, in his early 30s, changed the skyline of New York. He brought jobs into New York, changed real estate in New York. Now he's about to be 79 years old. And everybody is still shaking and pooping in their pants when you mention the name Trump. Here's that. They don't even want to admit that they were part of BRICS. What? That's gangster, yo. That's gangster, yo. I mean, of course, to be a developer in New York in the 70s, 80s, you have to be, come on, you're going to have to be a gangster. Okay, there's no way you're going to be in New York and be a developer in New York and then you're soft. Peanut butter jelly. No, there's no way. They don't make them like this anymore, guys. They do not make leaders like this anymore. So enjoy it while it lasts, okay? Just enjoy it.
25 million, can I take it? I'd say, take the money. Take the money. But he engendered a certain amount of, I don't even call it loyalty. He was able to get votes. But I was the one that got him to drop out of the leadership position, so he can't love me, but he's not voting.
He's changed the Republican Party. Now the Republicans would have to run based on MAGA moving forward because, I mean, what are you going to do in 2028? Trump isn't coming back for 2028, for 2032 and beyond. Okay, so moving forward, the Republican Party has now become the MAGA Republican Party because Trump has really, really injected himself into so many Americans because he is not only is he authentic, he's authentic, he's also he's a likable person. It's gonna be hard to find someone who is a very likable person and someone who is also like very can be easily hated by people. Trump is a person that can be easily hated. I mean, he came from a rich family. He's a billionaire. Now he's the president. Is like, is easy to hate. As well, he is also very easy to like, okay, because he has a good personality, good sense of humor. And he's a legend, yo. He's changed the Republican Party. He's changed the way people talk about politicians. He's changed the way the first 30 days of any future president of the United States would have to go. Because now you have to deliver based on this result. For the past 30 days, this man has been delivering every single day. Every single day, this man has been doing stuff. He's been signing executive orders, going for rallies, events, every single day. Okay. So you got to put some respect on his name. Give him his flowers. I get it. You don't like him every time. Of course. However, he's proven that he is a hard worker and he wants to deliver on his promises and he wants to make America great. Like his dreams. This is what he campaigned on. He says, I want to make America great again. And people still hate on him. And it's like, relax, bro. It's like, make America great again. How is that bad?
Against Bobby. He's voting against me, but that's all right. He endorsed me. You know, do you know that Mitch endorsed me, right?
Well, he did.
You think that was easy? What?
He had polio, obviously, and his
I don't know. I don't know anything about he had polio. He had polio.
Are you doubting that he had polio?
I have no idea if he had polio. All I can tell you about him is that he shouldn't have been leader. He knows that. He voted against Bobby. He votes against almost everything now. He's a very bitter guy, and we have a very strong party, and he's almost not even really a very powerful member. I'd say he's not he's lost his power, and it's affected his vote. And, it's one of those things. But in the meantime, Bobby did great, got more votes than anybody thought. And I think he's going to do phenomenally, just phenomenally in that position. And everybody else likewise did well.
And that's another thing I would like to talk to you guys about. Like, when God puts you in a position in life, or if you have a job or whatever you got going on in your personal life, do it with love. Of course, you're going to have bad days, good days. Some days you're going to get frustrated. However, if you keep going, keep working, you might never make it, okay? You might make it, whatever happens in future. Who knows? Nobody knows. But you would live a fulfilled life if you are happy with yourself. You show up every day. You don't lose your voice. You don't lose your vote. Because listen to what he just said about, I think, Chuck Schumer. It's like you become bitter. You become really basically maybe almost useless because now you don't count for anybody. You're not part of even your team that you're part of. You're not being responsible. You're not being productive in a team. So that's it. Stay productive so you don't, life has a way of just cutting off people who are not productive. So try to stay productive, okay? This is just something I just wanted to add into it.
Well, they got more votes than anybody thought. Tulsi, look at how she did. She did great. Marco got 99 votes. How about that? And Marco got 99 votes. And Marco, by the way, I have to tell you, Marco Rubio's done a fantastic job. He's been a great Secretary of State. They're all doing great. But we're going to have a swearing in today, and maybe we're going to have a second one because I hear we have a couple of them coming up. And the man behind me is doing a fantastic job, Secretary of Commerce. And I think you're going to see something very big come from today's signing. This is going to be a very important signing. Okay?
On U.S. Steel, sir, can I ask very quickly? You said you'd meet with the head of that company and the Japanese company.
U.S. Steel is going to be here, and a lot of the steel companies are coming. I think steel companies, they love what's happening to them. We saved it. If I didn't do the tariffs from my first term, you wouldn't have one steel company here. You wouldn't have one steel. There wouldn't be a steel company alive in the United States. And right now, they're going to be thriving. They're doing very well, but they're going to be thriving. They're going to be coming out. People are going to want to buy those steel companies like crazy.
Are you still planning to mediate talks between Nippon Steel and U.S. Steel?
Yeah, I don't know. I think U.S. Steel right now has all the power. The tariffs have given U.S. Steel a new lease on life. Okay? Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Respect to OG Donald Trump, because, I mean, look at this guy. He's having conversations with the media in the Oval Office, in the White House, around the nation, just traveling, talking to the people who actually voted for him. Got to put some respect on that.
Thank you. Let's go.
Let's go, guys.
Thank you, press.
What they got going? Man, this man is going from meetings to meetings, bro. You can never make this up. He's literally going from a press meeting to another appointment. We just seen this on the screen right here. He just finished a press conference, immediately starting something else with RFK. Probably like a confirmation hearing for RFK. You just gotta respect how hard he works. You just have to. You may not like this guy, like I mentioned before, but you just have to respect the fact that he's hard working. Okay, he works his butt off, his tail off, and he's 79 years old this year. Can you imagine? This man is about to be 79 years old. Like, dear Lord, keep this man strong and alive. All right, Pete Hegseth. I think that was where I kind of like ended my live stream about 2-3 weeks ago around Pete Hegseth's confirmation hearing. But now we're back, people. We're back. God is great. Listen to Pete Hegseth right here.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to start with the U.S. press. We're going to take 2 from the U.S., we'll take 2 from international, and then we'll go from there depending on the secretary. So let us start with...
Now, hold on, John.
Sir.
I'm going to talk first.
Roger
that. It is great to be here at NATO with 31 allies, also with my wife, Jenny, who's been meeting with families of U.S. troops, both here in Germany, and we're heading to Poland right after this as well. That's what this is all about for me, for President Trump, and the Defense Department. I also want to express a special thanks to the Secretary General, Secretary General Ruta, for your boldness, for your friendship, for your leadership, and most especially for your urgency of the matter at hand, which is great to see from the leader of NATO. Look forward to working very closely with him and his team. And before we're talking about what we've done at the ministerial, I want to reaffirm a few things from this podium. First, as we see it, NATO's strategic objectives are to prevent great power conflict in Europe, deter nuclear and non-nuclear aggression, and defeat threats to treaty allies should deterrence fail. Second, the U.S. is committed to building a stronger, more lethal NATO. However, we must ensure that European and Canadian commitment to Article 3 of this treaty is just as strong. Article 3 says that allies, and I quote, by means of continuous and effective self-help and mutual aid, will maintain and develop their individual and collective capacity to resist armed attack. Leaders of our European allies should take primary responsibility for defense of the continent, which means security ownership by all allies, guided by a clear understanding of strategic realities, and it's an imperative given the strategic realities that we face. And that begins with increasing defense spending. 2% is a start, as President Trump has said, but it's not enough. Nor is 3%, nor is 4%, more like 5%. Real investment, real urgency. We can talk all we want about values. Values are important. But you can't shoot values. You can't shoot flags, and you can't shoot strong speeches. There is no replacement for hard power. As much as we may not want to like the world we live in some cases, there's nothing like hard power. It should be obvious that increasing allied European defense spending is critical, as the President of the United States has said. Also critical is expanding our defense industrial base capacity on both sides of the Atlantic. Our dollars, our euros, our pounds must become real capabilities. The U.S. is fully committed under President Trump's leadership to pursue these objectives in the face of today's threats. Yesterday, I had a chance to attend the Ukraine Defense Contact Group. Today, participated in both the NATO Ministerial and the Ukraine Council. In both, we discussed Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. I had the chance to brief allies on President Trump's top priority, a diplomatic, peaceful end to this war, as quickly as possible, in a manner that creates enduring and durable peace. The American Defense Department fully supports the efforts of the Trump administration. And we look to allies to support this important work with leading on Ukraine security assistance now through increased contributions and greater ownership of future security assistance to Ukraine. To that end, I want to thank my UK counterpart, Defense Secretary John Healey, for hosting this Ukraine Defense Contact Group and for his leadership on support of Ukraine. President Trump gave me a clear mission: achieve peace through strength, as well as put America first, our people, our taxpayers, our borders, and our security. We are doing this by reviving the warrior ethos, rebuilding our military, and reestablishing deterrence. NATO should pursue these goals as well. NATO is a great alliance, the most successful defense alliance in history. But to endure for the future, our partners must do far more for Europe's defense. We must make NATO great again. It begins with defense spending, but must also include reviving the transatlantic defense industrial base, rapidly fielding emerging technologies, prioritizing readiness and lethality, and establishing real deterrence. Finally, I want to close with this. After World War II, first General and then President Eisenhower was one of NATO's strongest supporters. He believed in a strong relationship with Europe. However, by the end of Eisenhower's presidency, even he was concerned that Europe was not shouldering enough of its own defense, nearly making, in Eisenhower's words, quote, a sucker out of Uncle Sam. Well, like President Eisenhower, this administration believes in alliances, deeply believes in alliances. But make no mistake, President Trump will not allow anyone to turn Uncle Sam into Uncle Sucker. Thank you, and we're glad to take some questions.
Thanks very much. Let's start with the U.S. traveling TV pool with Liz Ferdinand.
Thank you, Secretary Hegseth. You have focused on what Ukraine is giving up. What concessions will Putin be asked to make?
I would start by saying the arguments that have been made that somehow coming to the table right now is making concessions to Vladimir Putin outright that we otherwise or that the President of the United States shouldn't otherwise make. I just reject that at its face. There's a reason why negotiations are happening right now, just a few weeks after President Trump was sworn in as President of the United States. Vladimir Putin responds to strength. In 2014, he invaded Crimea, not during the presidency of Donald Trump. Over 4 years, there was no Russian aggression from 2016 to 2020. In 2022, Vladimir Putin took aggression on Ukraine. Once again, not while President Trump was President of the United States. So any suggestion that President Trump is doing anything other than negotiating from a position of strength is on its face ahistorical and false. So when you look at what he may have to give or take, what's in or what's out in those negotiations, we have the perfect deal maker at the table from a position of strength to deal with both Vladimir Putin and Zelensky. No one's going to get everything that they want, understanding who committed the aggression in the first place. But I challenge anyone else to think of a world leader at this moment who, with credibility and strength, could bring those two leaders to the table and forge a durable peace that ultimately serves the interests of Ukraine, stops the killing and the death, which Trump has been clear he wants to do, and hopefully ultimately is guaranteed by strength of Europeans who are there prepared to back it up.
Why not invoke Article 5 then for the NATO peacekeeping forces that could potentially be deployed? How does that deter President Putin?
Well, I would say, I want to be clear about something as it pertains to NATO membership not being realistic outcome for negotiations. That's something that was stated as part of my remarks here, as part of a coordination with how we're executing these ongoing negotiations, which are led by President Trump. All of that said, these negotiations are led by President Trump. Everything is on the table in his conversations with Vladimir Putin and Zelensky. What he decides to allow or not allow is at the purview of the leader of the free world, of President Trump. So I'm not going to stand at this podium and declare what President Trump will do or won't do, what will be in or what will be out, what concessions will be made or what concessions are not made. I can look, as our team has, of what's realistic, likely on an outcome. I think realism is an important part of the conversation that hasn't existed enough inside conversations amongst friends. But simply pointing out realism, like the borders won't be rolled back to what everybody would like them to be in 2014, is not a concession to Vladimir Putin. It's a recognition of the hard power realities on the ground after a lot of investment and sacrifice, first by the Ukrainians and then by allies, and then a realization that a negotiated peace is going to be some sort of demarcation that neither side wants. But it's not my job as the Secretary of Defense to define the parameters of the President of the United States as he leads some of the most complex and consequential negotiations in the world.
Sticking with the U.S. press, let us go with Axios' Zach Basu, right in the far right.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Given the position you've now staked out, what leverage exactly is Ukraine being left with, especially if the U.S. also plans to wind down its military aid? And then quickly, if a NATO ally is attacked by Russia or any country, will the U.S. unequivocally uphold its obligations under Article 5, regardless of that country's...
Well, we've said we're committed to the alliance, and that's part of the alliance, right? You point out Article 5, you point out Article 3. It's just a cheap, I'm not saying it's cheap coming from you, but it's just a cheap political point to say, oh, we've left all the negotiating cards off the table by recognizing some realities that exist on the ground. President Zelensky understands the realities on the ground, President Putin understands the realities on the ground, and President Trump, as a deal maker, as a negotiator, understands those dynamics as well. By no means is anything that I state here, even though we lead the most powerful military in the world, hemming in the commander-in-chief in his negotiations to ultimately decide where it goes or does not go. Well, he's got all the cards he would like. And the interesting part is, oftentimes, while the conventional status quo mindset or the legacy media wants to play checkers, the same checkers game we've been playing for decades, President Trump time and time again, finds a way to play chess. As a deal maker, as a businessman who understands how to create realities and opportunities where they otherwise may not exist. Take, for example, the conversations that our Treasury Secretary had in Kiev recently with President Zelensky, which will continue in Munich with our Vice President and Secretary of State, around investments and resources inside Ukraine. I don't want to get ahead of any decision or announcement that could be made there. It could be any number of parameters. But President Trump, as a deal maker and a businessman, recognizes that an investment relationship with Ukraine, ultimately in the long term for the United States, is a lot more tangible than any promises or shared values we might have, even though we have them. There is something to relationships and deals in real ways, whether militarily or economically or diplomatically, that he sees that are possibilities that could forge together a lot of opportunities to show that solidarity that Vladimir Putin will clearly recognize. That's one of any number of other opportunities that this president will leverage in these high-stakes negotiations. So I just reject on its face the premise that somehow President Trump isn't dealing with a full set of cards when he's the one that can determine ultimately what cards he holds.
Great. Now shifting to the international press, we'll take the French wire service Agence France Presse with Max Delaney.
Thank you very much. Secretary of Defense, you've spoken about trying to force both Putin and Zelensky to the table. Can you give a guarantee that no deal will be forced on Ukraine that they do not want to accept, and also that you will include Europe in the negotiations about an issue that concerns European security? And can you tell us whether the US will continue to supply arms to Ukraine during any negotiations?
Well, to the first part of your question, that's not ultimately my decision. The President will lead these negotiations alongside our Secretary of State, our National Security Advisor, and numerous other officials that will be involved. And ultimately, we've played our role in talking to our NATO allies about what that would look like. President Trump, I want to point out, I've got the truths right here that he posted, called both, in case we missed it, Vladimir Putin and President Zelensky. Called them both. Any negotiation that's had will be had with both. I also am very encouraged by what the Secretary General has said here. Clearly attuned to the realities of the moment, the need for peace, and that the NATO alliance and European members will play a role in that. Ultimately, President Trump speaking to those two countries is central to the deal being made, but it affects a lot of people, of course. So I'm not going to be involved in those intimate diplomatic negotiations. That's for the pros atop the Trump administration who do diplomacy and negotiations. Ultimately, as security assistance, we have continued to provide what has been allocated. I think it would be fair to say that things like future funding, either less or more, could be on the table in negotiations as well. Whatever the President determines is the most robust carrot or stick on either side to induce a durable peace, understanding, obviously, the motivations that Vladimir Putin has had on Ukraine for quite some time. Thank you.
We'll have a second international press outlet. We'll go with the German paper Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung with Dr. Thomas Kuczka.
Thanks a lot, Thomas Kuczka, Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung. Good afternoon. Mr. Secretary, 2 questions, please. The first one regarding the new defense investment pledge. When you and President Trump speak about raising it to 5%, do you mean European allies only, or do you mean the US as well, which is currently at 3.4%, according to NATO statistics? And if the latter is true, when do you think the US could possibly reach the goal of spending 5% on defense? That's number one. Number two, you've said yesterday that Europeans need to take ownership of their own conventional security. So should Europeans expect that ultimately the US would withdraw the bulk of their forces from Europe and just leave in place what is necessary for nuclear deterrence. I know there's a revision going on. I don't expect you to name any numbers, but maybe give us an outlook of what we should expect. Thank you.
Thank you. I think nobody can or should contest the extent of America's willingness to invest in national security. We have a budget of $850 billion spent on defense. I'm in the business of ensuring that every dollar of that is used wisely, which is why we're pushing a Pentagon audit and making sure that we're cutting fat so that we've got more at the tip of the spear. 3.4% is a very robust investment, larger than most of our allies within NATO. Any defense minister or secretary of defense that tells you they wouldn't want more would be lying to you. I understand that. Ultimately, we have our own budgetary considerations to be had, but I don't think an unwillingness of NATO allies to invest in their own defense spending can be dismissed away by trying to point at the $900 billion that America has invested around the globe to include the NATO alliance and saying that's not enough. So ultimately, we are very much committed to the NATO alliance and to our allies, but without burden sharing, without creating the right set of incentives for European countries to invest, then we would be forced to attempt to be everywhere for everybody all the time, which in a world of fiscal restraints is, again, to get back to that word reality, just not reality. So, yes, we will continue to spend robustly. Our expectation of our friends, and we say this in solidarity, is you have to spend more on your defense, for your country, on that continent, understanding that the American military and the American people stand beside you as we have in NATO, but can't have the expectation of being the permanent guarantor, as I alluded to, from what even Eisenhower observed post-World War II. That shift has to happen. The peace dividend has to end. There are autocrats with ambitions around the globe, from Russia to the Communist Chinese. Either the West awakens to that reality and creates combat multipliers with their allies and partners, to include NATO, or we will abdicate that responsibility to somebody else with all the wrong values. You mentioned Europe. We have not said in any way that we're abandoning our allies in Europe. There have been no decisions based on troop levels. Again, that's a discussion to be had by the Commander-in-Chief in these high-stakes negotiations. And that would most likely come later on. But there is a recognition that the ambitions of the Communist Chinese are a threat to free people everywhere, to include America's interests in the Pacific. And it makes a lot of sense, just in a common sense way, to use our comparative advantages. European countries spending here in defense of this continent, in defense of allies here, against an aggressor on this continent with ambitions. That strikes me as the right place to invest. And I don't say that in a condescending way. I say that in a common sense, practical way. Investing in defense on the continent makes sense. We support that as well. It also makes sense comparatively and geographically for the United States, along with allies in the Pacific, like Japan and South Korea and the Philippines and Australia and others, to also invest in allies and partners and capabilities in the Pacific to project power there in service of deterrence. That deterrent effect in the Pacific is one that really can only be led by the United States. We wish we could lead everywhere at all times. We will stand in solidarity with allies and partners and encourage everyone to invest in order to have force multiplication of what we represent, but it requires realistic conversations. Those with disingenuous motives in the media, I don't mean to look at you, I'm just saying anyone that suggests its abandonment are trying to drive a wedge between allies that does not exist. We are committed to that NATO alliance. We understand the importance of that partnership, but it can't endure on the status quo forever in light of the threats we face and fiscal realities. Europe has to spend more. NATO has to spend more, has to invest more, and we're very encouraged by what the Secretary General has said, and frankly, behind closed doors, what a lot of our allies have said as well, acknowledging that reality. And that's why when I say make NATO great again, it's what President Trump set out to do in 2017. The press said President Trump is abandoning NATO. He's turning his back on our NATO allies. That's what the headlines read in 2017 and 2018. What actually happened? That tough conversation created even more investment to the point where now almost every NATO country is meeting the 2% goal that was said to be egregious when he first said it. Now European countries are stepping up, and President Trump continues to ring the alarm bell that even more investment is required considering where we are. So suggestions of abandonment otherwise continue to be disingenuous, and we are proud to be part of this alliance and stand by it.
Sir,
I'll take a couple more. Sure.
Why don't we take one from a U.S. outlet and one from an international outlet? With the U.S. outlet, pardon me, sir, what we're going to take from the U.S. is Logan Rattick from Newsmax, please.
You talked about expanding the defense industrial base and also expediting foreign military sales. Can you expand on that a little bit and how important that is to NATO?
Well, one of the self-evident conclusions of the war in Ukraine was the underinvestment that both the European continent and America has had, unfortunately, in the defense industrial base. The ability to produce munitions, emerging technologies, rapidly and field them, was a blind spot exposed through the aggression against Ukraine. Ukraine has responded to that, as we've had a chance to listen to a great deal. Europe is responding to that, and so is America. We have to do more to ensure, whether you call it the arsenal for democracy or defending the free world, if America can't build and export and build and provide rapid capabilities because we're too stale or static or bureaucratic or the Pentagon is bloated, then we're not able to field the systems we need in the future. So deep and dramatic reforms are coming at the Defense Department with the leadership of President Trump to ensure that we're investing robustly in our defense industrial base. A great example is shipbuilding. We need to vastly increase our ability to build ships and submarines, not just for ourselves, but to honor obligations to our allies as well. And we will do that. Foreign military sales is another thing I mentioned this morning with the Secretary General. We have, for a long time, been the country, by, with, and through, that our allies are able to supply major platforms and weapon systems like the F-35 and the Patriots and others. Whatever the system is, we need to reform that process so it's quicker. So a request today isn't delivered 7 years from now, but 3 years from now with less red tape and with the most efficient and effective technology possible. We hear that from our allies, and that's part of being a good faith partner, is we're going to invest in our defense industrial base. We're going to make sure foreign military sales are as rapid as possible, which, again, is a force multiplier for American power, which is something we want to do in a contested world.
For our final question, we'll go to an international outlet, the Japanese service NHK, with Tsuchiyo Sugita, please.
Sachio from NHK, the Japanese TV station. Thank you very much. I would like to ask about China. As you have mentioned that U.S. will be prioritizing in deterring China. What role will you be?
Oh shit! I just saw the comment right now. Somebody said, "And he's still drinking." It's like it's water. He's drinking water. Y'all are just too funny, yo.
Expecting like Japan and IP4 countries to play in this context?
Sure. I mean, first of all, I would point out that President Trump has expressed a strong relationship with Xi Jinping. We don't have an inevitable desire to clash with China. There's a recognition that there are divergent interests which lead to a need for strength on the American side to ensure our interests are advanced, and that ultimately any aggression is deterred. That's a real thing, but we don't feel like conflict is inevitable and certainly don't seek conflict with China, and that's why President Trump has that good relationship with Xi Jinping. But it was prudent for us to work with allies and partners in the Pacific to ensure that that deterrence, hard power deterrence, not just reputational, but reality, exists. And that's why a lot of my first phone calls as Secretary of Defense were to Pacific allies, to Australia, to Japan, to South Korea, to the Philippines, and others, and will continue, because that, just as this alliance in Europe is critical, working by, with, and through allies and partners in that region who understand the reality of the ascendant Chinese threat will be critical. It can't be America alone. It won't be America alone if we are to deter that. So it is a focus. I've articulated that from day one. America achieves strength, whether it's in peace through the Ukrainian conflict or deterring it in the Pacific through strength. There's a reason why Donald Trump emphasizes peace through strength at every moment. My job alone as the Secretary of Defense is to ensure he has the strongest, most capable, most lethal military possible. Heaven forbid we have to use it. It's meant and built for deterrence. But if we have to, we can close with and destroy our enemies and bring our men and women home with success as quickly as possible. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you, everyone.
I think this is my personal opinion, okay? I feel like Pete Hegseth, he is a smart person. He is an articulate person. However, the weight of this job is now, coming to the forefront. Like, oh, should I have to perform? And that's a lot of work. It's a lot of work to perform at this level. And you have to be the best. Like, you have to be the best, especially if you're working with Donald Trump. So I get it. It's still like nervous and maybe anxious or whatever. But he's doing a great job. It's going to take time, but he's going to do just right. Let me see.
Yes, sir. Copy. Thank you, brother.
Okay, so of course, you guys remember Letitia James. She's now talking about doing something concerning DOGE, okay, the Department of Government Efficiency. She is now talking about I think she's suing DOGE at this point. And of course, she was the person that sued Trump, for some of you guys who don't know. So she's here and she's coming with the heat on DOGE. But the voters are just like, they're tired. People are tired, okay? The same tactic every single time. This is the same thing y'all do every time. So it's like, come on.
So states have a unique role in preserving the constitutional order. And it's important that individuals understand that all 18 attorneys general who have filed this action seek to stop a private individual from accessing the private information of millions of Americans, their social security numbers, their tax information, their addresses. No one elected Elon Musk and his minions, and no one has allowed him to have access to this information. This is a violation of the separation of powers. The United States Congress, the United States Senate, has the sole discretion in having the power of the purse, and not Elon Musk. He has basically violated the Administrative Procedure Act, and he has violated the privacy of millions of Americans. And it is up to us to prevent him from having access to that private information. And so we've come together because we believe in the Constitution and the rule of law. And we believe that no one is above the law. And we believe that there are individuals, obviously, who should be prevented from having access to this law. The Treasury Department is responsible for maintaining the privacy of our information. The Treasury Department is responsible, again, for protecting our rights and our privileges. No one elected Elon. He's not been subject to any vetting. He's not been subject to any conflicts of interest. He has earned $20 billion over the last decade. He's the richest person in the world. And he has calm.
Oh, so what does that have to do with loving the United States? What does that have to do with being a patriot and doing a service to your nation? What does being the richest man in the world have to do with bringing efficiency into the government? It's a job, and he happens to be the richest person in the world. That doesn't mean he cannot also get the job of making sure the government is efficient. I mean, just because he's the richest person in the world, he's not qualified to do that. So who is actually?
Caused harm and injury to Americans, and that's why we are here today to seek a preliminary injunction. To stand up against those forces who believe that they can unilaterally have power, have control, all in the hands of the President of these United States. It's important that Elon Musk, the Treasury Department, the President of these United States understand that is not how our order and the Constitution works. And so I'm joined here today by my colleague, William Tong, from the great state of Connecticut. And I would ask him to say a few words as well.
Woo! Thank you. We love you. Thank you. Let's hear it for Tish James. Let's hear it for Tish James. Woo! Thank you,
Man,
Tish.
please.
Thank you, Tish.
Man, please.
Let me thank Attorney General James, our colleagues, for standing together today here in federal court here in the Southern District of New York in defense of our country, in defense of the rule of law. We stand together to stop Elon Musk and his army of tech bro wannabe stormtroopers from tearing up the Treasury Department, now IRS we hear, the Department of Education, and the federal government. Let me just put this, let me frame this for you and put this in context. You know, you're going to hear a lot of legal arguments today. We're going to talk about the Constitution. We're going to talk about the Administrative Procedures Act. Let's put that all to the side for a second. What is this about? This is the largest data breach in American history. That's what this is. Okay, our job as state attorneys general is to protect and safeguard our states, the citizens in our states, from data breaches, to protect their confidential personal information, to protect our states and residents from cyber attacks and cyber crime. And what you have here, never mind Equifax and a data breach that impacted half of all Americans, never mind Change Healthcare, which we're still working through, which has impacted our healthcare system in this country. This is the largest data breach in American history. We're talking about Social Security numbers. We're talking about banking information. We're talking about addresses, biometric information, states and payment information, routing numbers, bank accounts. All of this puts all of us at risk, right? Puts our states at risk, puts the financial well-being of our states and our country at risk, and every person that lives in our states and our communities. And we're also talking about when they have access, not just read access, but read-write access to the central payment system of the United States of America, the Bureau of Fiscal Services, BFS, right? We are concerned about payments to everyday Americans, Social Security payments, Medicaid, veterans payments to support our veterans, our first responders, police officers, This is what's at stake today. Not just the rule of law, but people, families who depend on the Treasury Department and on all of these payment streams and funding to support America, to support our states, and support the American people. Let me also say, we heard from the Vice President who cast doubt on the role of judges. He said essentially that judges don't have the right, the power, and the authority to stop unlawful, illegal, unconstitutional actions by the executive branch and by the president. That is utterly false and untrue. Okay, judges have always had the power of judicial review for more than 200 years in this country. The Supreme Court said in Marbury versus Madison, when Tish and I went to law school, that's the first day. And J.D. Vance knows better. His first day in law school, he learned that judicial review is a bedrock, right? It's what keeps us free. Because if judges can't declare what the law is, if they can't say that a president or a vice president or an unelected person or Congress, if they can't say what the law is and they can't stop them from taking an unconstitutional and illegal action, then what do we have? Right? We have unchecked power. Congress, if the president can do whatever he wants, then Congress becomes optional. It becomes marginal. Our rights become optional. States become optional. And all we're left is with a president who can do whatever the heck he wants. That's not America, right? That's not who we are as a country. That's what we're stopping here today. And let me just close by saying, again, what I just talked about, judicial review, Marbury versus Madison, you know, what we're going to talk about here in this courthouse today, those may seem like big concepts, and in many ways they're big 10,000-foot constitutional legal concepts. But what we're talking about today, every middle schooler in America understands checks and balances. This is about checks and balances. This is a check. This is a check on executive power run amok. This is a check and a balance on a president who wants to do whatever the hell he wants. We cannot have that in America. And that's why we're here today.
Save checks and balances! Save checks and balances! Save checks and balances!
And as attorneys general, we're not going to bow to the president or to Elon Musk. It's important that individuals understand that right now Elon Musk is untethered to any accountability at all. And the fact is that they would like for us to engage in an ideological litmus test. And that's why they've paused funds. That's why they have freezed Social Security and veterans payments. Payments to the state of New York and to states all across this nation. It is unacceptable, unconstitutional, they've exceeded their authority. And so it's important that attorneys general representing our respective states stand up and enforce the rule of law, because Elon Musk, individuals at the Treasury, and the President of these United States is not above the law. And we will continue. You know, as attorneys general, we've been preparing for this. This is not the outcome that we wanted. We wanted to cooperate. But when you challenge the 14th Amendment birthright citizenship, we acted. And we got a TRO. When you challenge the NIH, individuals who are engaging in research to find a cure to cancer, to find a cure to a cardiac disease, we got a TRO. Funding, when you pause the funding of countless number of agencies, Meals on Wheels, veteran services, law enforcement grants, we got a TRO. And we're not finished yet. So we're gonna march into court each and every time to uphold the law, to uphold the Constitution, and let the president and Elon Musk and his minions know that you cannot restructure our government. This is not a unilateral form of government. Congress Congress is a co-equal branch of government, and the separation of powers requires that you get consent of the United States Congress. And we are confident today in a preliminary injunction. Any questions?
On topic questions. On topic.
Hey, good afternoon.
Past me? Yeah, I got it. Thank you. We just... We're good. It's good. It's fine. Here you go, bro. I'm good.
There was another action that was filed in New Mexico by 12 other attorneys general, but our action here is against specifically the Department of Treasury. And we are seeking at some point to amend our complaint to specify other agencies. We believe that the best course of action is to focus on agencies and not name Elon Musk. We question whether or not we have personal jurisdiction over Elon Musk. At the end of the day, this is a lot of legalese. At the end of the day, we believe that this is the proper and the most correct way to respond to an entity which is not a government agency, which has not been confirmed by Senate, where employees have not been vetted and have not been subject to any checks and balances and or conflicts of interest. Again, Elon Musk earned $20 billion over a 10-year period of time and is still enjoying contracts from the federal government. That should not be the case, and it must be stopped, and that's why we are here today.
Sure. A preliminary injunction is issued. How would you respond to compliance? Are there concerns around compliance just in the face of it?
So in the event that not only this case, but any other case where there is a violation of the order, we are considering our legal options, including, but not limited to, filing a motion for contempt.
Yeah, and that happened in the funding case in which we're both involved in the District Court in Rhode Island. We have concerns that they're not complying with that court order, so we moved to enforce that court order, and the judge granted that motion on Super Bowl Sunday. And so there are real questions about compliance and non-compliance, and we're gonna go in any court anywhere to make them comply with these orders.
Attorney General James. Yeah, question. Thank you so much. Treasury Secretary Bessent said that it is the Trump administration's that they want DOGE and civil servants to work together. What do you have to say to those that say that you are impeding a serious and honest effort to try to get the government to work better and to rein back waste and out-of-control spending before it's even had a chance to really take off?
Listen, all of us are concerned about waste, fraud, in our federal government and in all governments, but you should work with Congress. That's how the system works, not by, again, special employees who have not been vetted, who have not been proved by the United States Senate. It's really critically important that individuals understand that right now he is ignoring the United States Senate and House of Representatives. And that's just not our system of government. The president cannot act unilaterally. And they cannot do with a stroke of a pen ignore the law. Not now, not ever. And that's why we are here in court today.
Nobody is saying that they can't try to make government more efficient. We try to do that every single day in our offices, but do it in compliance with the law. Follow the law. But let's just be clear, they've gone way beyond that, okay? This isn't about making government more efficient. It's not about improving process writ large, including this, the DOGE action, plus the federal funding freeze, plus cutting off funding to NIH, right? They're defunding medical research. They're defunding healthcare. They're defunding education. They are defunding the police. That's what they're doing. Okay, so this is well beyond government efficiency.
Attorney General James.
On topic, Ayana.
I understand it does in the process.
I've got two separate. You go first, and then I'll go to you. Go ahead.
What message do you think it sends to the American people when they see the level of access that Elon Musk has been granted? And going forward, what role do you think states like New York and Connecticut might continue to play as challenges Dr. Trump is in the
Americans should be concerned, and particularly the constituents of the great state of New York should be concerned about a private individual, the richest man in the world, having access to their personal information, their Social Security numbers, their addresses, their income tax. And the question is, what is the purpose of all of this? And the question is whether or not they have followed the law. It's important that individuals understand that we cannot allow private citizens to have access to this private information. And pausing funds for the purposes of individuals bowing to the knee of the President of the United States, basically being subjected to ideological litmus tests. Individuals who do not follow his prescriptions, his policy prescriptions. This is a democracy, a representative democracy. And it's important that individuals understand that there are co-equal branches of law that need to be respected, and that states, again, have a unique responsibility to ensure that the Constitution is followed, the constitutional order of things here in this great country. And so that's why we are standing up. We're defending the Constitution. We took an oath to the Constitution, not to a man, but to the Constitution. And let me just say to the brave soldiers, the amazing individuals at the Southern District of New York, Danielle Sassone, she's a profile in courage.
What do you think about Mayor Adams?
Her character and what you know of Danielle Sassone? So at this point, there's a number of discussions going on. There's discussions going on the state level, there's a number of discussions going on the local level, and private discussions. So at this point in time, I'm going to refrain from any comment until such time as we complete those discussions and determine the fate of the mayor of the city of New York.
Our sources tell us that DOGE is in the Bronx today. Mayor resigned. You said you care about the rule of law. When you look at the quid pro quo.
He said the fate of the mayor of New York. That is heavy, yo. That is straight up heavy. Oh, that's like a rerun. That is straight up heavy. Well, Letitia James really, her attitude and everything she's done, her record speaks for itself. You know, it's like you don't have to go back and forth. You already know what she's done. You know, she campaigned on getting Donald Trump. And now she's here to make sure she stops DOGE. You know, just a regular Letitia James. It's nothing special. This is, you know, this is what you expect. I mean, what do you expect from Letitia James, yo? What do you expect? This is what you expect. I'm not surprised. All right. Recap.
Thank you very much for being here. We have largely an energy group today. We're looking to be very energy dominant, and we will be in a very short order. These are great professionals, but before we do that, we'll be signing an executive order having to do with COVID and schools. Lindsay?
Yep. So this first executive order, it prohibits federal funding for COVID-19 mandates, vaccine mandates in schools.
Okay, and that will meaning they want to clear that up,
Yep.
the discrepancy.
So any schools that require students to be vaccinated with COVID-19 shot, then there's no more federal funding. So.
Okay. Okay, that solves that problem.
Sir, will the Department of Education have to handle that?
Yes, it'll go through the Department of Education. Okay? Thanks.
Can I make one comment, Mr. President?
Yes, please.
As a father of 9, thank you. We should have parental freedom to decide what vaccines our kids take, as opposed to school systems and governors forcing upon the people that love these kids the most, which is the parents. So thank you for citing that.
Great, thank you very much. People wanted that very badly. Okay.
Okay, and here is an executive order establishing the National Energy Dominance Council. So that will be chaired by the Secretary of the Interior, Mr. Burgum, and the Vice Chair, Chris Wright. And so this will reduce costs with respect to energy, establish American independence with energy, and also unleash energy dominance.
Good, thank you. And this is a big deal. We have more energy than any other country, and now we're unleashing it, to put it nicely. And I'd like to ask Doug, you're going to be heading it up. You and Chris, would you say a few words about it, please?
Yeah, absolutely, sir. Good afternoon. President Trump wisely understood that under the Biden administration, there was a war against American energy, and today that war officially has ended. President Trump on day one declared a national energy emergency, and this is a real emergency because under the Biden administration restricted the production of oil and gas. Production's still coming, but when you stop holding leases, when you take 625 million acres of land out of ocean land, out of production possibilities through an executive order, you're really restricting the balance sheet of America. But today, as President Trump said, this is unleashed. The National Energy Dominance Council will be made up, all the folks that are standing beside me here, other cabinet leaders and many more, represent President Trump's wise decision that we need a whole-of-government approach to unwind. The Biden administration had a whole-of-government approach that had the war against U.S. energy. Now we need to turn that around 180 degrees and unleash that potential. We've got to unleash it from the Gulf of America all the way up to Alaska. We have amazing resources in this country, and we haven't been getting a return on them. Many of these are under public lands. The interior has 500 million acres of surface, 700 million acres of subsurface minerals, critical minerals, and offshore close to 2 billion acres. And that balance sheet is the biggest balance sheet in the world, and it's been completely underutilized. Everybody knows we have 36 trillion in debt as a country, but no one knows how many hundreds of trillions of dollars of assets we have. And President Trump is asking us to go get a return on that investment for the American people. And with that, we're going to have prosperity at home with lower prices, and we're also going to have peace abroad. Because the wars that we've been engaged in, or our allies have been fighting over the past few years, have been funded by the oil sales of our adversaries. So we have an opportunity, and we also are in an AI arms race with China. The only way we win that is with more electricity. And we also have an energy emergency in terms of electricity. Too much intermittent, unreliable, not enough base load. We've been shutting down the base load that we have. President Trump is going to reverse that, and it's going to allow us to win the AI arms race, which is the most important thing that we have to do relative to our future. So with that, I want to say again, thank you to President Trump, and I want to thank my fellow members of the Energy Council here. I'm going to kick it over to the Vice Chair, Chris Wright, who's the Secretary of the Department of Energy.
Thank you, Secretary Burgum. Today is truly a great day for our country today. And Secretary Burgum laid out so many of the problems the last 4 years. If you put barriers in front of energy, you make it more expensive, you make it less reliable, you make it harder to do business here, and harder for our consumers to pay their bills. With this fantastic action from our president, we now have authority across the government to lean in to fix these problems. And I'll start out with one specific right away. This morning I signed our first LNG export license, unpausing the pause in action. The Commonwealth LNG project that'll be on the Gulf Coast in Louisiana is now officially ready to go. This will be a large construction project for American workers. It'll draw demand for more American energy production that'll be shipped overseas to our allies. Many more of those to come. We're also working aggressively to roll back standards that have made appliances more expensive for Americans, and dishwashers.
I mean, you can say anything about Trump, but one thing you can never say is he doesn't work. You can never say he's just doing nothing. No, he's showing you receipt every single day. He's doing a conference today at 5 p.m. Every single day he's been out here talking to the press, getting deals done, talking to the press, inside the Oval Office, inside the White House, by the plane, playing golf. Like, he's just been doing a lot. It's like, Jesus, man, he has energy, yo. He has crazy energy. And you gotta just bow down to greatness. I'm sorry, man. If y'all don't understand that term, you have to bow down to greatness. And just let greatness do its thing. That's what's going on right here. And enjoy the show.
That take 2 hours long and don't get your dishes clean. Nobody likes that. That's about standing in the way. And with this president, President Trump, and our new National Energy Dominance Council, there's so many things we can do to make American lives better, bring down costs and grow opportunities. And with that, I'm going to kick it over to a fellow member of the council, our administrator of the EPA, Lease.
Thank you, Secretary. And honored to be serving on the Energy Dominance Council. At EPA, we're doing our part to power the great American comeback. And President Trump has made it clear that he wants EPA to be doing our job to ensure that we are unleashing energy dominance however we can help, that we are assisting in making America the AI capital of the world, that we are pursuing permitting reform, that we are helping to bring back American auto jobs. This is the mandate of the American public. The Trump mandate, it was clear, and the guidance from President Trump to me when he asked me, thankfully, for the opportunity for us to be able to serve together in partnership to unleash energy dominance. This is a moment that we must meet. To that end, it is important to note that the prior Biden-Harris EPA issued a waiver to California for tailpipe emissions. This was a rule that should have been submitted to Congress. We will submit it to Congress. Congress will have the opportunity through the Congressional Review Act to make that waiver go away. We will do everything in our part to help the American people to make life in America more affordable. The golden age of American success is upon us. If you're excited about the last 3 weeks, that was just a taste of the main event, the entree to come, the next 4 years being the greatest term in the history of the American presidency.
It better
With that,
be.
I'd like to introduce Sean Duffy.
Thank you. So, first of all, thank you for the work on dishwashers. We use more water to wash our dishes before we put them in the dishwasher.
That's right.
We're not saving water, we're using more water, so thank you for that. But I'm also joining the EPA. We've introduced our rules to start to look at the CAFE standards. So we're looking at how much it costs for end users when they put gas in their car. And the Biden era standards are costing billions of dollars in taxes and carbon credits, which drive up the cost of vehicles. And so we're going to remedy that, rectify it, and make sure we're bringing down the cost of a car, number one. Number two, if I could just mention, Mr. President, per your direction, we are going to move forward with a permitting process for the Texas Gulf Link deep water port, making sure we can move energy in and out of the country. So that was held up for 5 years. And it was stonewalled, bureaucrats got in the way. We're now going to move forward with that, making sure we have great oil infrastructure in the country.
Great, thanks.
And Howard Lutnick?
Yes.
So, the nanny state, you're feeling the end of the nanny state.
All right, here we go.
Straws made of paper to regulation endlessly harming Americans and holding us back. It slows down our production and manufacturing, which we were talking about with the Prime Minister of India yesterday. You're hearing that about energy dominance. It's going to go away. We're going to care about Americans. The Trump administration and this president cares about Americans, and you're going to feel it change. You're going to feel the price of energy coming down. You're going to feel prices coming down. You're going to feel an explosion. The golden age of manufacturing of America has always been there. It's just been stifled by regulation, and that time is over.
Thank you very much, Howard. Please.
Mr. President, I just want to say that you've built such an incredible team, and Secretary and Chairman Burgum, that he's been working on this his whole life. And so what I expect you to see, sir, is action as early as next week that is going to shock people about how good it is for Americans. And so thank you for your leadership, sir.
Thank you very much, Kevin. And we are also working on a project that has been under wraps for 20 years. Everybody wanted it. It's been held up by New York. It's a pipeline that will bring down the energy prices in New York and in all of New England by 50, 60, 70%. It should have been done years ago. We'll be speaking to New York, and the New York is actually the biggest beneficiary because their energy costs are very high. This will reduce them very substantially. But all of the governors want this to happen, and I think it's going to happen. It's now going to happen. It's something that's would rather not have to go eminent domain. We'll do that if we have to in New York, but hopefully we won't have to do that. This again will bring down energy prices in New England by numbers that nobody can even believe, probably 50, 60%, maybe even more than that. A lot of them don't even pay energy because they have no energy. They use logs. They go out and they cut down a tree. It's really a terrible situation. So we're going to get this done, and we can have it done once we start construction. We're looking at anywhere from 9 to 12 months, if you can believe it. It's going to go very rapidly. The other thing I'd like Doug to mention, the 635 million acres that Biden so viciously took out of our net worth. If you look at it from the standpoint of a company, you talk about net worth. They've destroyed our net worth. We're putting it back. It will be back as of this afternoon. And Doug, could you mention that? All of the millions and millions of acres that he just handed back to
Yes,
nobody.
The executive order by President Biden that wiped out these trillions from our balance sheet. President Trump signed an executive order instructing me as the Secretary of Interior to unban that ban, and that's been accomplished. And so those are back on the U.S. balance sheet.
Okay.
Sorry, which one is that? The 625 million acres of offshore that was banned from further lease sales.
Further anything.
And 625 million acres is
Right.
1/3 the size of the lower 48 that was taken off our balance sheet. It's back on there now. President Trump cares about the American people. He knows that these public lands belong to the public. They don't belong to Washington bureaucrats from the prior administration, and we're going to make sure that we get a return on investment for the American people.
The amount of money that he took off our balance sheet, if you look at it as a balance sheet, it was incalculable. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And he did that, I guess, in the last few days of the administration. He just wiped it out. 635 million acres, which if you sit down and look, it's like that's a major part of the ocean. And he just gave it away and took it away. And fortunately, it wasn't done with an act of Congress or anything. And we did it in a, I think, very abbreviated, very quick, and very legal procedure. And it's now back on our balance sheet. It's back as part of our country. What they did was so horrible. It was just a terrible thing to do, an unbelievable thing to do. Also, they mentioned dishwashers and sinks and showers and the whole thing. We're going to get rid of those restrictions. You have many places where they have water. They have so much water they don't know what to do with it. But people buy a house, they turn on the sink and water barely comes out. They take a shower, water barely comes out. And it's an unnecessary restriction. And basically, I think we're going to be going back to the Trump rule. We had it, and everybody was happy. And then these people came in and they restricted it again. So we're going back, and we'll get it approved by Congress. In addition, we'll get it approved by Congress. So for 4 years, it's good, but we're going to get it permanently taken care of. And again, very environmentally friendly. But we want to be able to, when somebody turns on a sink to wash their hands or presses the button for a dishwasher, and there's barely enough water to, I mean, there's no water. And you know what they do? They press the button 10 times. They run it 10 times. So it ends up costing a lot more. So I know you're working on that. And where are we on that?
We're working closely with the Department of Energy with regards to rules that were enacted during the Biden administration. Inside of the EPA, we are overhauling the water sense standards that are.
Okay, so I see in the comment section some people are talking about tariffs. Okay, like it's tariff bad or good, or who pays the tariff. All right, here we go. This is platform everybody has access to, Google. All right, it says here, yes, tariffs were a major source of income for the United States before the federal income tax was introduced in 1913. Tariffs were the primary source of federal revenue from the country's founding until the 1860s. So whatever argument you had is over. All right, so we're gonna go back. Okay, we're not gonna talk about this. Okay, because we don't have time for this. I just wanted to quickly clear that out and go back to business because we actually have a lot to catch up on. And I'm staring at my daughter right now. Let me make sure this is good. All right, here we go.
And you know what they do? They press the button 10 times. They run it 10 times, so it ends up costing a lot more. So I know you're working on that, and where are we on that?
We're working closely with the Department of Energy with regards to rules that were enacted during the Biden administration. Inside of the EPA, we are overhauling the water sense standards that are there to update them for the American people, to bring down cost of living and combat inflation, and just pursue common sense.
Good. Well, we have more oil and gas than anybody else in the world. We're opening up ANWR again. As you know, we got something Ronald Reagan couldn't do it. No president was able to do it. I got it. And the first week in office, the Biden administration terminated that. ANWR is the biggest site, probably bigger than Saudi Arabia. We don't know yet, but it's of that size or bigger. And we hit gold, and I call it liquid gold, but we hit gold, and for whatever reason, they terminated it, and we were just ready to start utilizing it. This could take care of all of Asia, energy-wise, very close to Japan. In fact, Japan wants to go and be our partner in doing the pipeline going right into the ships. So they expressed tremendous interest. So did Prime Minister Modi of India. And just in closing, both Prime Minister Modi and the Prime Minister of Japan, both very good people, they said we couldn't make a deal. We couldn't get any energy. I mean, you wonder what was going on with our country. They couldn't make a deal to get any energy from the Biden administration. They just couldn't do it. There was nobody to deal with. They didn't know how to go about it. And they're very happy that we're here. But we're going to really benefit our taxpayers, and we're going to benefit our country. So I want to thank everybody for coming. This is a very big bill. This is really going to be energy dominant. We're going to be energy dominant like nobody else. And this doesn't even discuss all of the electricity that we're going to be producing for all of the AI plants. You know, they need double the electricity at least that we have right now. So you take all of our electricity that we have all over the country just for AI to do it right and to win that war, which we're leading by a lot because of what we've done over the last few weeks. We're leading by actually a lot. But if you take all of it, we have to double our electricity needs just for the AI, and that doesn't include the other technologies. So it's a real honor to sign this bill. We're going to also work on CAFE standards. Lee, you're going to be doing that and make that whole situation, bring that back into reality, and I think very quickly, having to do with cars. Thank you very much. No, but in 2 weeks we will have another one. Yesterday was very big. Reciprocal tariffs was very big, and I explained to the Prime Minister of India, Prime Minister Modi, very good man, his tariffs are very, very high. India's tariffs are among the highest. And I said, well, now, you know, we were very low. We were the lowest. They're just about the highest. There are others as high, but not much higher. And I said, no, from now on, what we do is what you charge us, we charge you. It's very simple. So whatever you're charging us, you can go as high as you want. Whatever you charge us, we charge you.
Did he make any pledges?
And I wouldn't say they were thrilled to hear that, but that's the way it is. Tariff, I told you, is a beautiful word. Fourth most beautiful.
Did he make any pledges about BRICS nations not undermining the dollar? You had threatened to
Yeah.
tariffs.
BRICS, the BRICS nations, I think that's breaking up very rapidly. We said that if they're going to go and do anything to undermine the dollar, that includes China. I don't even know that they're a member of BRICS, but they had a few nations get together to try and play cute. And I said, we're going to put 100% tariff on every one of those nations. And at the mere thought of saying that, I think that's all broken up. That idea has no longer sailed. Now, that would be a terrible thing for our country. It would be bad for the world. They wanted to undermine the dollar. 6 nations got together. They want to undermine the dollar. That didn't work out too well. Not going to happen. And we're getting along with a lot of nations now, frankly. There's a lot of respect for the United States. We have regained the respect that we should have, but we've also done things to deserve it. I mean, we've freed up our country, and you're going to see this is basically energy dominance, and it's going to be environmentally clean, environmentally wonderful, and taxes will be very reasonable based on this. We're going to make more money than anybody's ever made with energy. We have more energy than anybody else, and it's clean energy, very clean, beautiful energy. We're lucky. We have it. I call it liquid gold under our feet, and we're going to utilize it. So this is a very big bill, and I have a very talented group of people behind me. This gentleman was the #1 man in all of the oil industry. They said there's nobody like him, Chris Wright. And you know Doug. Doug actually made a tremendous fortune in technology, and he said, I'm going to run for the governorship of, he loves his state, of North Dakota. And he did, and he made it so energy powerful that I think you're more proficient at energy than technology, but what do I know? And this guy, everybody knows him, Sean. He's been, he's done a fast study on transportation, and he knows, he's learned a lot over the last few months. He's learned a lot. He's really been great. And Howard has built one of the great companies, Cantor Fitzgerald. It was wiped out, completely wiped out, other than a few people left in Europe. And he rebuilt the company into a bigger, better company. Cantor Fitzgerald is one of the most, absolutely one of the top companies on Wall Street, stocks, bonds, trading. And he took that, I mean, he literally watched the plane go into the building, go into the World Trade Center. Amazing story. That alone is an amazing story. He was delayed because his wife insisted that he finally, after years, take his child to school. So he took his child to school that one day, because normally he would have been in the building at 6 o'clock in the morning. That's that business, right? So you owe your wife a lot and your child a lot, right? But his wife insisted that he take his child to school. For 5 years he didn't do it. He was horrible. What kind of a father was he? Okay, I'll do it. And he was therefore driving down at 8:43, whatever the time was, down the West Side Highway, and he saw the plane go into the side of the building. He said, wow. And he occupied the top 3 floors of the World Trade Center, of the one building of the World Trade Center. And you know what happened there? He lost 100% of the people in that, his whole company was there. And he rebuilt his company step by step over years and became bigger and stronger. And he gave a tremendous amount of the profit to the families of the people that died, which he didn't have to do. And now he's working with us. He did an incredible job. I mean, anybody in that world, they know Howard Lutnick very well, and I'm honored to have him running commerce. He's going to be incredible. He loves the country. And Lee was a great lawyer, a great congressman, very successful person, both as a lawyer and as a congressman, and knows a lot about the environment, cares about the environment. And we were lucky that I was very happy that you joined. And he was with me right from the beginning, always was with me, and I've always been with him. And Kevin Hassett, we know everybody knows Kevin, and he's fantastic. And you and Lindsay, you and your team are incredible. The job you've done, we really appreciate. Thank Will. And the job you guys are doing is really fantastic. We're knocking this out. Brian, do you have a question?
I actually do. What kind of piqued my interest is growing up on the Texas Gulf Coast, natural gas, the LNG that you mentioned.
Yeah.
What's the potential for like new jobs or growth in that area? I mean, that part of the country, Southwest Louisiana, Southeast Texas, they depend on that.
I would say that potential is simply tremendous. You know, 20 years ago, the United States was the biggest importer of natural gas in the world. And we had natural gas prices 2 or 3 times higher than they are today. But with shale revolution and great entrepreneurs in Texas and Louisiana and across our great country, we are now today the largest net exporter of natural gas in the world. And so much of the world is depending upon natural gas. Is the fastest growing energy source, has been for 50 years. We were the driver of that, And then we paused. We stopped our ability to grow natural gas exports. Both the Japanese government and Indian government expressed great distress about that. They're going to count on energy imports from the U.S., and we may just change our mind. So I think they're thrilled to see the actions of this president say America's open for business. Yes, we have the energy, we have the people, we have huge job opportunities and investment opportunities, not just in the oil and gas industry, but all those surrounding communities that are lifted up by that more production here. And as we produce more production at scale, not only does it allow us to export, but it becomes more efficient, and it helps us drive down the cost for our domestic consumers as well.
Yeah, I know they're really happy, so just let you Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. And I will say this, that this all started 8 years ago when I got elected. We were doing this, not to the extent that we're doing it now, but we were doing this, and we became number one in oil and gas by far. And we were number 3, even number 4, some would say. When I left, we were number 1 by a lot. And then they pulled way back, and the prices started going through the roof. And then they went back to my plan, but by that time the prices had already gone up, so they really disrupted it. But now we're going to take it to a new level. It's going to be amazing. And we're also, it's very powerful, clean coal. We have more coal than anybody. This is good, beautiful, clean coal. And if you notice, China's opening up a coal plant a month. Germany is now opening up a coal plant every 2 months. Very powerful. It's probably the most powerful source of energy in terms of generation of electricity and other things. And we're going to utilize our good, clean, beautiful coal and oil and gas. We have more than anybody of everything, and we're going to take advantage of it. And I appreciate everybody being here.
Mr. President,
yeah,
on the energy,
please.
Can I ask you, sir, about what's happening in Munich? Senator Roger Wicker shepherded Defense Secretary Hegseth through his confirmation. He got him through that process, and then he had some tough words for him overseas. He said it was a rookie mistake for Secretary Hegseth to outline what would or would not happen as far as Ukraine's membership in NATO goes. And then
I haven't heard that. I mean, Roger's a very good friend of mine, and Peter's obviously, he's been doing a great job.
Did you know
I haven't heard. Let me look at. You tell me something. I have not heard about.
The question I had is, were you aware of what Secretary Hegseth was going to say in his speech at NATO?
Generally speaking, yeah. Generally speaking, I was. So I'll speak to Roger. I'll speak to Pete. I'll find out.
Mr. President, the Energy Dominance Council, that's for all forms of energy? Does that include
all
wind and solar?
forms of energy, yep.
And the pipeline you mentioned, sir, is that Constitution pipeline in New York?
Yes.
Can you, is
Yes.
that the project?
I believe so, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what it is. And, you know, they've been trying to get it for 20 years. And what it means is for New York, upstate New York, and even everywhere in New York, also other states, but in particular New England, that New England will now, I think, will cut the energy prices, and big cuts in New York too, but cut the energy prices literally in half. We have the permits. We have permits that just about everything we need, a New York permit, and I would imagine they want to do because their energy prices will come down so far. And it's a lot of jobs for New York. It's a great thing for New York. Everybody wants it. We'll be meeting with the various governors, Governor of New York, and the other governors too. And we can have it built in about 9 months, let's say 1 year, but we can actually have it built in pretty close to 9 months. It's all set. We have most of the permits, almost all of the permits.
And on just, you're prioritizing energy dominance today. You've also prioritized trade balance. The oil industry is a little worried about the steel tariffs. I mean, they put 20,000 feet steel in the ground at a well. How will you balance that? Is there a possibility?
You're talking about steel and aluminum.
Indeed, steel tariffs.
So the steel, I saved the steel industry in my first term by putting on tariffs because China was dumping massive amounts of steel. Others also, but mostly China. And I put very substantial, we took in $600 billion worth of tariffs from China. No other president's taken up, literally haven't gotten 10 cents from China, not 10 cents. And hundreds of billions of dollars came in from China. And they understood it. They understood what I did. But the dumping stopped. And had I not done that, you wouldn't have one steel mill, I think I can say, not one steel mill operating in this country. And we need steel. We need steel. I mean, there are some things you have to have, and steel is one of them for military, et cetera. So I think steel is going to be very strong. It's going to be very strong. I think it'll go back to being really powerful. We saved it. I mean, we were talking about U.S. Steel last week. U.S. Steel would have been closed, totally closed. We saved it. And now it's going to become, I think, very, very profitable. The tariffs are going to save a lot of industries.
Mr. President, U.S. Steel, can I just follow up on U.S. Steel just
go
very
ahead,
quickly,
finish
sir? If the Japanese company that's interested in U.S. Steel wants to take a minority stake as opposed to full ownership, is
A
that
minority
fine?
stake I wouldn't mind greatly, but what they're doing right now is they're going to be investors, and they're going to be investing in, I think, debt and various other things. But we didn't want to let U.S. Steel go to a foreign company. U.S. Steel was the greatest company in the world for a period of 15 years. It was, you know, it was the big deal 80 years ago or so. And psychologically, we can't even think about letting that happen. But what is going to happen, and we've already seen it, you see it in the stock price, with the tariffs, U.S. Steel is going to be a real powerhouse again.
Mr. President, can I just follow up on Jackie's question about Munich? Vice President Vance's speech to the conference has ruffled quite a few feathers in Europe.
What did he say to ruffle them? I don't know.
He was talking about the freedom of speech and migration in Europe. Do you believe that European leaders have a fundamentally different view of the world than this administration's?
Well, I heard his speech, and I tell you, you're talking about JD's speech, right?
Yes, sir.
I heard his speech, and he talked about freedom of speech, and I think it's true in Europe. It's losing. They're losing their wonderful right of freedom of speech. I see it. I mean, I thought he made a very good speech, actually, a very brilliant speech. Yeah. Europe has to be careful. And he talked about immigration. And Europe has a big immigration problem. Just take a look at what's happened with crime. Take a look at what's happening in various parts of Europe. I thought his speech was very well received, actually. I've heard very good remarks.
And in regards to Ukraine as well, yesterday you mentioned that you thought Ukraine's NATO aspirations were one of the main reasons that the war broke out. Who do you blame for the war, Ukraine or Russia?
Well, I think that there were a lot of people to blame. All I can say is very simply, if I were president, that war would never have happened. And you know what else wouldn't have happened? The Middle East wouldn't be all blown up, and October 7th wouldn't have happened either. Those two areas, you wouldn't have inflation, you wouldn't have October 7th, you wouldn't have Russia and Ukraine fighting. None of those things would have happened if I were president.
Mr. President?
Straight up.
Yeah, please.
You mentioned auto tariffs the other day.
Yeah.
When do you plan to unroll?
Howard, I'd say over the next sometime, or maybe around April 2nd. I would have done them on April 1st. Believe it or not, I'm a little superstitious. No, literally, we had it planned for April 1st. I said, let's make it April 2nd. You know how much money that costs? That costs a lot of money just that one day, but we're going to do it on April 2nd, I think. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
The lead prosecutor in Eric Adams' case resigned today, saying anyone who didn't press forward would be a coward. What's your reaction to that and to the overall implication that politics were at play here?
Well, I don't know about it. I mean, obviously, I'm not involved in that. But I would say this, that if they had a problem, and these are mostly people from the previous administration, you understand, so they weren't going to be there anyway. They were going to all be gone or dismissed. If not, they know on Tuesday they're all being dismissed. You know, the whole country is being, because what you do is you come in and you put new people in. So when you say resign, they're going to be gone anyway. But I know nothing about the individual case. I know that they didn't feel it was much of a case. They also felt that it was unfair with the election. Look, I would know that better than anybody because I was weaponized more than any human being in the history probably of the world. And I won the election in a landslide, winning all 7 swing states, winning the popular vote and everything else. Because the people got it. It was weaponized, and I was weaponized literally weeks before the election. But I think there's also something to be said. I read that. There's something to be said for what they were doing. It looked to me to be very political. But why didn't they bring this up like 4 or 5 weeks ago, 6 weeks ago, or whatever it happened? You know, they just sat around and didn't complain. Then all of a sudden they complain, and they know they're all being dismissed anyway. So, you know. That's the way it is. That's called politics, I guess.
Mr. President?
Yeah, please.
That's right.
Earlier this week, you predicted that all hell would break loose if Hamas didn't hand over all of their hostages. What do you expect to happen tomorrow in terms of
I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow at 12 o'clock. It was up to me. I'd take a very hard stance. I can't tell you what Israel's going to do. But I watched the last people come out, and I looked at a before and an after picture. One guy was a big, strong, healthy guy. You could say he was a little bit overweight. He's not overweight anymore. He looks like he just came out of the Holocaust. It looks like a Holocaust picture. I've looked at him for a long time, and they've been treated very badly. A young lady came out last week. Her hand was blown off. I mean, literally, her hand was trying to stop a bullet that was headed for her face. She put up her hand. She goes like this and wiped out her fingers and a lot of her hand. Now, I would take a different stance, but it depends. Look, it depends what Bibi's going to do. It depends what Israel's going to do. But and now I understand they've totally changed. Hamas has totally changed. They want to release hostages now again. But you have to see, this started by them saying, we're not going to release the hostages as we said we were. I said, good. You have till 12 o'clock on Saturday, which is tomorrow at 12 o'clock to do it. And we didn't hear anything. Then all of a sudden, 2 days ago, they said, no, we've decided we're going to release the hostages. So, but I actually think they should release all of the hostages. Remember, they're probably as bad as they looked. I mean, I don't like to say that, but they looked real bad 4 days ago, 5 days ago when I saw them. And the young ladies that came out were treated really badly. You don't know what happened, but I do. They were treated really badly. But as bad as they look, the ones that follow probably will look a lot worse. I think they're sending out their most healthy. And they've been hit hard on that, Hamas. So they probably didn't want to release. But they changed their mind. I said 12 o'clock tomorrow, and all of a sudden, 2 days ago, yesterday, they said they're going back to releasing. But this all started by them saying, we are not going to release any more hostages. And then yesterday they said they are going to release the hostages. But I think they should release all of the hostages.
About 75,000 workers took this deferred resignation. It's a little bit short of the 5 to 10% goal you were hoping to hit. Do you think you'll have to make up the rest of that number in layoffs?
No, look, that's 75,000 more than we would have had, and nobody knows what that final number is, because in the end, I think a lot of people aren't going to show up to work. A lot of people, they got used to staying home and quote, working. But, I wonder if they had other jobs or other things. They have a lot of problems with that. No, 75,000 is a lot of people. And we paid them well. We gave them a lot of months of severance pay, if you call it that. But no, I think you'll probably have some more, too, in addition. It's a big, tremendous saving for our. We want to downsize government, but make it better. Run it better, but downsize. Yeah, please.
So can I ask about the UK? I understand that you had a phone call with Keir Starmer yesterday.
I did. I just signed a letter to him. He asked for a meeting, and I agreed to the meeting. We're going to have a friendly meeting. Very good. We have a lot of good things going on. But he asked to come and see me, and I just accepted his asking.
Do you have a date for that, sir? And what do you hope to
Very soon. I think he wants to come next week or the week after.
And what do you hope to discuss?
I don't know. It was his request, not mine. But, I've met him twice already. We get along very well. He's a very nice guy. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. Double tap your screen twice to give this video a like and subscribe to the channel. We're definitely going to be back. We have been streaming for 7 hours and 43 minutes right now. Yeah, I miss you guys. It's been a long time, like 3 weeks. But I'm back right now. So God is great. Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. Never give up on yourself. Never give up on your dreams. Never give up on God. Believe in yourself. Believe in your dreams. And believe in God, okay? All right, with that being said, your boy Genesis has to go. And we will be back, all right? Love you guys. Have a wonderful day.